Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
At the age of 15, Luffy dies. Due to an astronomical chance, a higher dimensional being and an individual from another universe, he gets a new life, infused with memories of a vastly different version of himself. Follow a self-aware Luffy as he navigates his messed-up world, armed with new knowledge, and tries his hardest to make everyone around him as joyful as possible. Adios.
APIs was real. That was already clear to Luffy when he found that they were exiting the storm and Nami told him that it would take a couple more days for them to reach Reverse Mountain. And when he found the kid herself, unconscious in a boat on the sea, he had to accept the fact that dragons in East Blue was a thing in his reality. Luffy, save me, APIs giggled as she jumped on his back and Usopp soon came running after her, the two playing a game of tag. It had already been a day since they found her at sea and after breaking down her guard, she had taken a liking to pretty much everyone on the crew. She had also cooked dinner for them and Luffy was the only one who still had a good stomach after eating the abomination that she had concocted. She was barred from cooking after that, but when she still insisted she wanted to cook for them, Sanji supervised the next time she was in the kitchen and it didn't turn out to be that much of a disaster. As for her story, APIs had told them that she had escaped from the Marines and the crew had decided to escort her back home to Warship Island. As to why she was kidnapped by the Marines in the first place, she didn't say. Luffy didn't remember much about the Warship Island arc other than the fact that an island called Lost Island pops out of the sea and Grandpa Ryu, the dragon, dies on said island so that he could be reborn again. A flock of millennial dragons also come to the resurfaced Lost Island and he was excited to witness the spectacle. Alright. Luffy patted API's head before putting her down. He then suddenly said, "You're it," before running away. "Ah, no fair. Come back," APIs yelled as she chased after Luffy and Usopp who laughed as they ran around on deck. Zoro was snoring away on deck when Usopp mistakenly stepped on him as he ran, which woke the swordsman up and he angrily started chasing after Usopp. Sanji, who was supposed to be on the lookout, laughed at him. That made Zoro snap at him, which in turn made the cook snap back and before long Zoro, Sanji and Usopp were fighting on the deck while Luffy and APIs watched them while laughing their asses off. "A bunch of kids," Nami said shaking her head with a small giggle while she attended to her tangerine trees and watched the show. Boom. A sudden boom followed by the unmistakable sound of a cannonball whistling through the air brought the playful atmosphere to an abrupt end. More than one cannonball had been launched towards them and they all landed around the Mary, making the ship lurch, but none landed directly on them. "Gia, Marines. It's a fleet," Usopp screamed. "Why are so many ships coming after us?" Nami screeched. "Obviously because of me," Luffy answered eyeing the 7 battleships that were coming towards them. 8 was painted on the sails and each ship had 3 front-facing long-range cannons that were all pointed at them. "APIs. What's wrong?" Sanji asked holding onto her and Luffy noticed that she was looking at the ships in fear. Those are ships from Branch 8. I escaped from them, what am I gonna do now?" "So these are the Marines that kidnapped you?" Sanji clarified and she nodded. "So they're after you, huh?" Luffy said just as the Marines began broadcasting. "Attention pirates. Those were just warning shots. Stop the ship immediately or the next volley will hit and sink you." "There's no way we would stop," Usopp muttered holding onto the Mary. "So what should we do, Luffy?" Zoro asked rhetorically as he got ready to fight. "We'll just fight him." "Hey, wait a sec. Why are you always like this?" Usopp snapped. "There's a fleet in front of us." "What's wrong? It's just a few ships," Zoro said nonchalantly. "It's not just a few ships, it's not like you have to come." Zoro grumbled picking his ear. "Just back us up by using the cannons here." "Oh, if it's just that, then yes, I can do that," he declared confidently. "Okay, then, you guys go beat them up." "Don't be an idiot," Nami snapped. "We're on the sea and we're outnumbered, they'll sink us if they all simultaneously attack." Usopp's legs trembled and he quickly changed sides, agreeing with Nami. "Yes, Nami's right, we need to row." "Weren't you experimenting with those buggy balls?" Usopp?" Luffy cut in. "This is a good time to test them, you know." Usopp began to protest, but paused, getting a thoughtful look on his face before slowly nodding. "Actually a good idea." "Load the cannon then," Sanji said, patting his back, and he quickly got to work, loading his improved cannonball into the cannon. "Usopp, don't get pulled into their pace," Nami yelled, but Usopp was concentrating on the cannon and she slumped down in defeat. Am I the only sane one on this crew?" "You're sane?" Zoro scoffed. "Maybe there's treasure on those ships we can take," Luffy suggested, and Nami did a complete 180 as she stood up, staring confidently at the marine ships. "Alright. Let's go defeat them and then take all their treasure. Usopp, shoot them." "Oh, greedy Nami Swan is also beautiful," Zoro and Luffy chuckled, getting ready to fight, while API's was having something of a culture shock. If one see a fleet of marine ships coming at you, it was common sense to run away as fast as they could. And yet, the people in front of her, who were on a small ship, were actually talking about not only attacking the fleet but also wanting to steal their treasure. "Surrender now or we will start firing," the Marines gave another warning. "Why don't they just fire? They obviously want API's alive." Right. "Usopp, you done?" Usopp finished loading the cannonball and got a proper aim at the ships. "Yep." "Hey, we won't surrender, we're returning fire." "Why did you have to tell them that, Luffy? It's common courtesy, which..." Smack. Ahahaha. Fire. Boom. The cannonball whistled through the air and drilled through the main ship, then traveled to a second ship behind it and drilled through it too, before splashing in the sea near a third ship, and then exploded, causing a massive curtain of water to rise up that violently shook the third ship. Jaws hung on the floor of the Marines and also the Straw Hats, as they watched the destruction unfold. The first two ships were basically blown apart and the third ship danced on its edge for a few seconds before ultimately capsizing. "Wow," API's was the first to speak. "That's one hell of a destructive cannon," Sanji said, blowing out a wisp of smoke. "That clown guy we saw back in Logatown made this." "Yeah, I forgot how destructive those buggy balls really were." Nami trailed off, remembering the time she had seen a single cannonball destroying rows of houses back in Orange Town. "Yeah," Zoro blankly nodded. "If they were lined up, I'm pretty sure at least 10 ships could be taken out by a single cannonball." "No wonder Buggy thought he could conquer the Grand Line with these," Luffy added. "Paradise, at least." Ahaha. Ahahaha. "Tremble before my might," Usopp yelled before turning to the rest. "Hey, I improved upon those buggy balls. They were way too destructive that a normal cannon wouldn't have been able to handle it. I changed the chemical mixture to make it more stable so that it wouldn't blow up in the cannon itself while also making it more explosive." She good job, Usopp." "Hey, guess you're not all talk huh, liar?" Sanji smirked. "I'm the sniper, not the liar, you can be both." "Whatever," Usopp rolled his eyes at him before resting them on his mighty creation. "I shall call these the mighty Usopp Bow." Nami and Sanji instantly put a hand on Usopp's shoulders, cutting him off. "You call it that and I'll rip your actual balls out," Nami intoned with a sweet, but threatening, smile. "And I'll cook them. And then feed it to you," Sanji added, also with a sweet but threatening smile. "And I'll help," Zoro also chimed in with a click of his sword. "Oh okay," Usopp gulped. "I'll decide on the name later." "Good. Ha 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 ha," API's laughed. She anyway, Nami, take you." The Marines on the still surviving 4 ships were rescuing the ones from the destroyed ships, and with their main ship destroyed, they had fallen into chaos. When they saw that the pirate ship was coming close to them, they actually panicked and started yelling, "Please don't hurt us." "I actually feel bad for them," Nami sighed. "Yeah, let's just leave. I don't think they'll have treasure or anything," Usopp said, feeling responsible. "Hell no. Have some compassion, witch," Zoro muttered, earning himself a smack on the head, which was followed by Sanji insulting him for insulting Nami, which resulted in a fight. "Well, I gotta steal some doents too. I'll go check it out." Luffy jumped off the ship and landed in the debris of the sinking main ship. "Don't attack and we won't attack either," Nami announced through a loudspeaker to the other 4 ships while Luffy went through the slowly sinking ship. "You'll pay for this." Someone on one of the surviving ships tried to attack, but before they even got a chance to aim their cannons, Usopp launched another cannonball. A normal one this time, which landed accurately on their cannon deck and blew them up. Another normal shot broke their hull, which resulted in making it sink, and that shut down any protests from everyone on the other 3 surviving ships. Meanwhile, Luffy searched through the main ship, while also rescuing people who were trapped under wood or other things and threw them out into the sea, from where they could swim their way to the surviving ships. He managed to collect only a few doents and put them in his sling bag to look through later. He went to the other ships too, including the surviving ones, and no one stopped him as he went about his business. He finally came back to the Mary only to find his crew facing off against a purple-haired man. "You bastards, give that girl to me," the man growled. "And why the hell are the Marines kidnapping little girls?" Nami asked sternly while APIs hid behind Sanji. "None of your business." The man spat before showing off his hands, which had very long fingernails. "I ate the sickle fruit and can create wind slashes. If you don't give that girl to me right now, I'll cut all of you into little pieces." Yeah, Nami rolled her eyes as she brought her shock staff out. She was going to finish the fight then and there, but APIs suddenly spoke up. "There's a wind coming, APIs?" Sanji looked at her curiously. Nami looked questioningly at APIs, who was intently looking at a few seagulls that had perched upon the Mary. "What?" "He says a strong wind is coming." Nami looked confused for a second before she actually felt the change in atmosphere. "There is one coming, but how did APIs know?" "Stop ignoring me," the enemy Marine, named Eric, yelled, getting their attention. "You're pirates, aren't you? Let's make a deal. Sell me that girl. I'll pay you a hefty price." Nami felt the wind coming just then and got ready to attack. A very fierce wind suddenly swept over them, causing Mary to jerk. The sails weren't positioned to catch the winds, but the wind was strong enough to shake the ship a bit. Eric lost his balance as he was standing on the railing and his guard was down for just a second, during which Nami pressed a button on the side of her shock staff that launched a steel wire from a sort of grappling hook mechanism that was attached to the top of her staff. The wire hit and encircled his right leg, but after getting his balance back, Eric just stared at it and laughed. "Ha ha ha. You think you can pull and make me fall like this?" Nami just smiled as she extended the shock staff, exposing the iron rods before she casually tilted it so that the iron rods touched the wire. "Bye," she cheerily waved before she turned the dial up. 10 seconds later, Eric lost consciousness and fell into the sea after getting thoroughly electrocuted, and Luffy landed back on deck while thinking about Nami's weapon. Her current weapon was strong, sure, and she had even gotten some modifications done already. But the Climattact was a much better weapon suited to her, as she could play around with pressure and humidity to create mirages, clouds and so much more. And judging by the way things were going, it looked like it wouldn't be created. So, he decided to intervene later to make sure that it got created and maybe even be improved by incorporating the designs and functions of the shock staff into it. "Hee, the changes are great, Usopp," Nami grinned happily. "I'll need some more modifications though." "Sure. The great inventor Usopp can do anything." "Who was that, by the way?" Luffy asked. "Some guy called Eric," Sanji answered. "Forget him. Did you get any treasure?" "Zilch. They had some money, but it wasn't much, so didn't feel like taking it either." "Ah," Nami whined, but wasn't expecting much anyway. "Alright then, let's just go to Warship Island." APIs, who was watching them in astonishment until then, finally exploded. "That was amazing. You're all so strong." She jumped around in excitement as she animatedly praised Usopp and Nami, who smiled at the kid, and pretty soon, Usopp began telling her even more tall tales of his achievements. Luffy grinned as he watched APIs and the rest of his crew mingling with her. He didn't know what it was, but something about APIs struck a chord with every single one of them, and they wanted to protect and help her. "By the way, APIs, how did you know that the wind was coming?" Nami finally asked as they began going towards her home. APIs got visibly uncomfortable as she tried to come up with a reason. "It's okay, APIs. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to," Sanji said, gently patting her head. The others readily agreed too, and much to API's surprise, dropped the topic immediately. As they sailed away, a sudden cannonball was fired at them from one of the still surviving ships. Luffy instantly jumped into its path when he saw it coming right at them, inflated his body and bounced the cannonball right back at them, destroying their mast. He's a devil fruit user. Eric, who had been fished out of the sea by the other Marines and who looked like he was barely able to stand, yelled furiously. He began hysterically shouting and threatening them again, saying how someone called Commander Nelson would be after them. But Luffy had had enough. He jumped high into the sky, stretched his leg high above him, and then brought it down on their ship, cleaving it into two halves. That pretty much broke any will or plans of retaliation from any of the remaining Marines, and Luffy landed back on the deck of the Mary, where everyone except Zoro were gawking at him in shock. Did you just inflate your body?" Nami asked, bewildered. "And stretch?" Usopp shrieked. "You're a devil fruit user, Luffy?" APIs asked, shocked. "Oh, devil fruit? That's your devil fruit? A stretchy fruit or something?" Sanji guessed. "Close enough. I ate the gum fruit. I'm a rubber man." Nami slowly reached out, grabbed his right cheek, used way more force than usual to pull, and was astonished to find his cheeks stretching unnaturally. "So that's why you're so chewy. You're made of rubber. This is so strange." "Chewy?" APIs repeated before pinching the skin on his forearm and then, without warning, bit into it before nodding vigorously. "He is chewy." "And how the hell did you know that Luffy is chewy?" Zoro asked Nami with a smirk. "I wanted to smack him," Nami hastily defended herself, "but my hands weren't free, so I bit him instead. That's how I found out." "You got bit by Nami Swan, you lucky bastard," Sanji growled, shaking Luffy. "Ah, that's how you always win at Thumb Wars too," Usopp gasped in realization. "You stretch your thumb when you go for the attack." "Oh, so that's how," Zoro nodded in understanding too. Yep. "So that's your devil fruit ability, huh?" Nami trailed off with a bit of an unimpressed hum. Anyone else kinda disappointed? "Yeah." Zoro, Usopp and Sanji instanced. "What? I mean, you were building it up so much, we were expecting something, I don't know, something more amazing, I guess. Like transforming into a strong animal like a tiger," Usopp chimed in. "Or something to do with lightning," Sanji said, remembering the lightning show in Logatown. "Or some voice-based sonic fruit or something," Nami added. "And it turns out you're just made of rubber, how utterly lame. My fruit is the best in the world. You can stretch and bounce things back, that's all, right? Sure, cleaving the ship with your stretchy leg was impressive, but you could do the same even without using your devil fruit. So all you got was range, I guess." "He can slingshot himself too," Zoro added. "That's what he did in Logatown." "Oh, still, it's pretty lame. Yeah, shitty captain, building up such a lame power into something amazing," Sanji grunted. "Yeah, it's convenient, sure, but," Usopp trailed off before making a face. "Meh." "Agreed." The other three nodded. "Well," Luffy just smirked. "One day, you'll be taking those words back." "Yeah, sure we will," Nami scoffed before sighing. "Guess no one wins the bet." "You had bets on this?" "Yeah. And everyone had guessed some epic powers," Sanji trailed off with a sigh. "I think it's cool, Luffy," APIs piped up, stretching Luffy's hands and playing with it. Thanks, kiddo." "Wait," Nami said with a furrowed brow. "That still doesn't explain some things. You're changing voice?" "Modifying the shape of my larynx to get different voices," Luffy said, demonstrating his ability. "Wow, that's so cool," APIs cheered while the rest nodded in understanding. "And why did Moody react like that?" Usopp asked, thinking back, before realization dawned on him. It dawned on Zoro and Nami at the same time too, and all three lowered their gazes to his crotch before Nami went, "Oh. Moody? How did she react?" Sanji, the only one who wasn't there at the time, asked. "Hush. There's a kid on board," Luffy whispered with a smirk as APIs played knots with his stretchy fingers. The topic was soon dropped, them not wanting to talk about such topics in front of a kid, or rather, not wanting to talk about it, period. "Anyway, it's time for stories. Who wants to hear about the Fourth Holy Grail War?" "Nope. No, I'm going to sunbathe, so hush, spar with me instead." Ah, Luffy spent the majority of the journey to API's home sparring with Zoro. After he was done with him, he called Makino to let her know that they would soon be leaving East Blue, while also asking about how she was doing, and found that she had become the de facto leader of Clockwork Island. She apparently didn't want to and kept asking Silk to take over, but Silk spent the majority of her time in the lab with Chrissy and Lestrade. The scientists had also wizened up from being enslaved under a pirate for so long and knew that weapons to protect themselves were a must. And thus, new and improved traps and defenses were already being set up at the base of their island. Garp's name had deterred almost all pirates from attacking, thus giving them plenty of freedom. Overall, it looked like Clockwork Island was shaping up to be a powerful island. A few hours later, after arriving on Warship Island and meeting the locals including API's grandfather, Bokuden, API's herself took them all to a cave on a mountain to meet Grandpa Ryu. A dragon. Luffy's eyes shined as he instantly glomped the old creature. The rest, however, were gawking at him, having a hard time accepting the fact that such creatures were real. "I can't believe this," Nami muttered in a shaky voice. "I thought dragons only existed in myths," Sanji mumbled, his cigarette falling out his mouth. "The closer we get to the Grand Line, the stranger things become, huh?" Zoro noted. Usopp was trembling while hiding behind Zoro with his jaw and eyes wide open. That's, hey guys, I think I have the I can't meet a dragon disease. Everyone, this is Grandpa Ryu. API's happily introduced them. And Grandpa Ryu, these are amazing pirates I met. They helped me out when the Marines kidnapped me. Is this food? Luffy heard Ryu say, and before he could process the fact that he could hear dragons too, Ryu's jaws closed on him. Glomp. Luffy. She. Luffy just laughed. There was no real strength in his jaws though, so it wasn't like he was actually trying to eat him. Grandpa Ryu is a bit senile. He thinks everything is food sometimes, but he doesn't eat people, don't worry, API's explained as Ryu let Luffy go. Home, I want to go home. Home huh? Okay, we'll take you home. Luffy nodded with a smile. Luffy? API's muttered shocked. You can understand Grandpa Ryu? Yep. Wait what? Nami said confused. You both can understand the dragon? Yes, I'm a devil fruit user too. API's finally confessed. I ate the whisper fruit which lets me hear animals. Oh, you were hearing the seagulls back on the ship then? Nami clarified and she nodded. API's then went on to reveal why Ryu was being hunted by the Marines and she herself was kidnapped too. Someone called Commander Nelson was after Ryu because he believed that Ryu's body could be the key to immortality, and thus, she had gotten involved in the whole situation when she made Ryu her friend. API's main goal was to get Ryu to Lost Island, which was his home, but she had no idea where the island even was. So, basically, you want to take Ryu home, right? Zoro summarized bluntly. Yes, but I don't know how to. You destroyed those Marine ships, but Commander Nelson is still out there. He's the one who sent those ships, he'll come after Grandpa Ryu again. We just gotta blow them away too, Usopp declared, full of bravado. What? You'll help me? Of course, we will, Sanji said with a grin. Yes, API's, don't worry, we'll help you find this lost island. Not that I'm disagreeing, Nami interjected, but how exactly will we find an island that's lost? Well, Luffy tried to remember anything from the story but drew a blank. We'll manage somehow. Nami smacked him for that comment while Luffy grinned. How come you can hear the dragon though? Usopp asked Luffy. It's just something I can do. It's a power called the voice of all things. Voice of all things? Nami parroted before narrowing her eyes at him accusingly. Is this one of your stupid stories again? It's real. How did you get it? Sanji asked. I honestly have no idea. I don't know much about it other than the fact that I have it. The answer was, of course, unsatisfactory and they inquired more but Luffy didn't know much himself, so he couldn't explain anything other than the fact that he could just hear the voice of creatures somehow. By the way, API's, can you hear Sea Kings too? Luffy asked curiously. If she was able to hear Sea Kings too, then she would be part of a very exclusive club that had the same privilege. But fortunately or unfortunately, API's shook her head. No, I can't hear sea kings, or any sea creatures, not even fishes. Oh, guess that's that then. Wonder why? Sometime later, they built a cart, put Ryu on it, rolled down the mountain from the cave where Ryu was to the shore where their ship was, and set off to find Lost Island. Logue Town Moody sat at a cafe with a newspaper opened to page 3 on her table as she slowly sipped a black coffee. Life had been a bit exciting for her recently. And it was all because of the rubber man she had met by chance. She was born into a noble family. A low-class noble family who were barely qualified to hold that title and also looked down on by other nobles, but still a noble nonetheless. Her parents were obsessed with moving up in the noble society and all their hopes were pinned on a young Moody. As far back as she could remember about her childhood, she was forced to learn bridal etiquette so that she would be a good marriage prospect when she grew up. And at 14, her marriage partner decided for her. She hated every moment of it. The etiquette, the lack of freedom, the fake laughs, decisions that were being made for her. The only thing she did like about being a noble was that she could receive education about any topic she wanted. As long as she performed well in bridal etiquette lessons and didn't do anything to ruin her physical appearance, her parents allowed her to learn whatever she wanted. And writing and human behavioral psychology were her favorite subjects she chose to learn. At 18, her family fixed her wedding day where she would get married to a 25-year-old spoiled brat who she hated just as much. Just days before the wedding though, her family's house burned to the ground. Their money burned and when the fire died out and debris was cleared, they found out that all the gold and other expensive gems that were kept in safes had all been stolen. They became poor, the wedding got cancelled, they got kicked out of noble society, and her parents kicked her out of the house too, saying they didn't want to waste money on taking care of her, and Moody had never been happier. She built a career in writing and journalism, fought corruption anywhere she could, failed miserably though, but she hadn't given up yet. She agreed to a date with Lieutenant Full Body to extract any information from him, and when that also looked like a failure, she ran into Luffy. After parting with him, she had gone back to her house and locked herself inside for 3 days straight. She compiled all the information from all the files she had gotten from Luffy, turned it into a readable article format which was provocative, demanded answers from the Marines, riled up and called out good Marines for their inaction, all the while seeming to come from a concerned citizen rather than someone who hated the Marines, or the revolutionaries. A day after she was done, she got a call from someone who was Luffy's friend. A meeting date was set and thus, she sat in a cafe in Logatown with the newspaper opened to page 3 so that the revolutionary could spot her. And it wasn't long before an orange-haired young woman with a drink in hand sat across from her. "You must be Moody," Koala greeted with a smile. "Yes," Moody returned the smile. "Hello. Before we proceed any further, I got a few questions." "Go ahead. You're from the Gupeza family, correct?" Moody tensed up slightly. "I didn't know I was being investigated." "If this was a one-time thing, then we wouldn't have bothered," Koala answered coolly, sipping her drink. "But Luffy said that you wanted to join us. So a little background check was needed." "I see," Moody nodded before answering her question. "Yes, I was born into that family. You must already know that we fell from nobility though. I was kicked out after that and I've never once used that name or seen my parents since." "Relax," Koala chuckled. "I'm not judging you or anything. A friend of mine is also nobility who ran away from home. I know that just because you're born into something doesn't mean you reflect their values." Moody relaxed and nodded. "What I wanted to ask," Koala continued leaning forward, "is whether the fire that burned down your family's house was started by you." Moody stared back at her for a few tense moments before slowly nodding, "Yes." "And all the gold and treasure that were in safes? I hired some thieves to steal it. Why? If you just wanted to get away, you could have stolen some things, packed up and left. Why bother starting a fire and making sure your family fell? Was it revenge? You wanted to get back at your parents?" "Not really. I didn't hate them specifically or anything," she sighed deeply, gathering her thoughts before continuing. "Just hated the culture, I guess. Getting more power, looking down on everyone not as rich as them, the titles, the prestige. Those kinds of things drove my parents mad. It's the fault of that culture more than anything. They were born into it, their parents drilled it into their heads and they tried to drill it into me too. I was able to break free from it but they were too brainwashed, so I decided to take that away from them. I made them forcibly lose the noble title and, well," she paused and chuckled darkly. 18-year-old me thought that that was a good option and we would grow closer as a family. But they were far too gone. The first thing they did when they got poor was kick me out." "I see," Koala nodded with a smile, understanding what kind of person Moody was and liking her. "The name's Koala." "Koala? Is that a code name? You do have cute round?" "No, it's my real name," Koala snapped. "And one comment on me being cute or cuddly, and I will eviscerate you." Just having Luffy tease me drove me mad, not having you join him too. Noted, Moody said with a giggle, feeling a desire to tease her more. Anyway, Luffy mentioned you had a present for us? Yeah, Moody nodded as she opened up her bag and showed her a ton of doughnuts in it. We need some privacy if we're gonna go through them. Sure. 2 hours later, Moody sat in an underground office across from Koala as she finished giving a detailed explanation of what Luffy had gathered, and showed her how she had compiled all the information and also the article. Wow, Koala breathed out happily. Moody, you're gonna be a good asset, this is impressive. Thank you. So you want to publish this in the papers? That's what Luffy and I talked about. He said that I should ask you revolutionaries if this was a good idea or not. Wait, let me call that idiot, Koala said as she reached over the desk to first connect a transponder snail to a white transponder snail before calling Luffy. What's new, Morning Brew? Wow, so lame, oh hey, cuddly, sorry, thought it was Silk. Peephee. Moody laughed at the nickname, I'll kill you. Was that Moody's laugh I just heard? Yes. Hey, Luffy. And who's this Silk? Should I be jealous? She feeling left out. Let's see, oh, what's cookin', good lookin'. Hee, that's good. Are you seriously flirting right now? Nami's shout came through. We're facing a fleet of 15 ships right now and they're blocking our path with iron chains. Oh, looks like you're in the middle of something? Koala asked, calming down. Nah, don't worry about it. So, what's up? You met up with Moody. Crash. Boom. Boom. Crack. Boom? I'm assuming Moody finished the article too and you're now thinking about publishing the article? Pretty much, yeah. It seems like a good idea. Just wanted to know of the consequences. I have Usopp. 3 o'clock. Boom. Zoro, that ship, up you go, hup. Don't throw me. Ya bastard. Boom. No idea of the consequences. Is this really okay? Moody asked, concerned. He sounds like he's in the middle of a war right now. It's fine, it's fine. So Leo didn't know about this? Koala asked, indirectly asking if this happened in the story. Nope. So, do what you want. Let it blow up. Aw, Luffy, save the dragon. Give me a second. Aw, run, Straw Hat's coming this way, sail away. Forget the dragon. Did someone just say dragon? Moody asked incredulously. Yeah, I thought I heard wrong at first. Guess there are dragons in East Blue too. Wait, dragons are real? Moody asked, even more shocked. Oh, they're real all right, Koala chuckled. But that's a story for another day. Moody blankly nodded, and after a few more seconds of chaos and mayhem unfolding, things quietened down on Luffy's end. Okay, I'm back. What were we talking about? Publishing the article. Yeah, I thought it was a good idea. But you guys know politics more, so I'll leave it up to you. Betty should know more about East Blue politics, so we'll get her opinion too. But I think the straightforward approach is the best. I think so too, Moody agreed. Alright, good then. Wait, is talking like this alright? Won't the Marines intercept this? Don't worry. I'm using an encryptor SOK, but still, shouldn't we come up with code names in case we don't have encryptor snails in the future? Yeah, guess so, Koala agreed. We already use it. Mine's. Yours is cuddly, and there's nothing in this world that will make me change my mind to call you something different. Grr, I'll dance on your grave one day, Luffy. What about me, Luffy? Moody asked, amused. Not fitting your personality, but how about Moody? Like mood, Moody, it's a good play on words. Moody frowned. You call me that and yours will be Mep. Mep? Koala questioned. My erotica's protagonist? No, ooh, what's this about? Koala asked, grinning eagerly. Yes, what does that mean? A sudden new voice interrupted from behind them, and Moody turned around to see a man at the doorway staring down at her. His face was illuminated by the light of the lantern, and it only took a moment for her to recognize who the man was. DD Dragon, she stuttered, panicking on the inside when he suddenly showed up out of nowhere. But more than that, she somehow got a feeling that the most wanted man in the world was glaring down at her for some reason. What does that mean? Dragon repeated the question, and given the lighting on his face, which made him look menacing, and the demanding tone he used, Moody promptly lost consciousness. What happened? She fainted when Dragon showed up, Koala answered. What did she mean by that protagonist thing? Oh, would you look at that? there's another marine ship left. Gotta go, bye. Ka-chok, ah sir, take a look at this. She's really good at writing, Koala said, handing him the article Moody wrote. Dragon nodded, taking it. I'll go through it. Also, we'll leave for Baltigo in the morning, he informed, and started walking away, but paused after a couple of steps and turned back. Once she wakes up, ask her what she meant. Yes sir, Koala said, barely able to hold her laughter back. Lost Island, East Blue, fantastic. Luffy exclaimed as he watched a flock of dragons drop out of the sky and land all around them on the newly risen Lost Island. The island had apparently been right next to Warship Island all along. Only, it was on the seafloor. It was an island that rose up to the surface every 1,000 years, so no one was able to find it until then. At the same time the island rose, a flock of dragons had also shown up, and Nami theorized that they were like migratory birds that visited the island every 1,000 years when it came up. Commander Nelson had also shown up with multiple battleships, and they even formed a blockade. But Usopp's marksmanship destroyed a couple of main ships. Luffy threw Zoro and Sanji onto the ships, where they wreaked havoc, and he himself had cleaved multiple ships in two, while talking on the transponder snail with Koala, using his stretchy legs to quickly take care of them as he was getting impatient to meet the dragons and then head to Grand Line. Grandpa Ryu did die after finding the island, and it was a tearful goodbye where he told APIs that the past year he had spent with her was his happiest memory and thanked her. He also told them that millennial dragons are reborn when they die on the island, and just as he said, once he passed away peacefully, a nearby egg broke and a baby dragon popped out. APIs made peace with his death too and was just happily looking at the baby dragon. Apart from the enemies being taken care of easily, things progressed as in the story itself, and the crew decided to explore the island while APIs explained the situation to the villagers on Warship Island. Luffy had tried to talk to Ryu to ask him of his life, but he was too senile to give any sort of answers. So, looking at the tens of dragons before, he decided to talk to them. And that's when he made a weird and strange new connection to someone that didn't exist in the story. Luffy split off from the others as he ran around to many dragons to try to talk to them, but they mostly just ignored him. If he got persistent, they flew away from him, muttering things like, "annoying human." It's not like they were mindless, as he could clearly hear them talking amongst themselves. One was telling another that a particular fossilized stone dragon had been his mentor, and another was complaining that he didn't like the island and wanted to go back home, wherever that was. But they just didn't seem to want to talk to Luffy. Or rather, they didn't seem to understand him. Luffy stopped after some time and just surveyed the area with his eyes with a thoughtful look on his face. It only took him a few moments to figure out what was happening. The voice of all things let him hear sea kings and other intelligent species, sure, but he couldn't use it to talk back. So anything he said with his mouth would sound gibberish to the other creature. The only reason he could communicate with Roxanne was because she understood the human tongue. That's what had happened with Zunesha too, where he only heard the elephant, but when he tried to talk back, Zunesha couldn't hear him, or rather understand him. He could transmit messages to Momo though, but he theorized it was because Momo had the voice too and was able to pick up on his voice. He didn't know if he just couldn't do it or if he just had to get better at it, but that was a problem for another day. As he scanned the area, he found one particular dragon looking right back at him. He grinned as he ran to that dragon, and that dragon also seemed excited to see him coming towards them. "Yo," Luffy waved. The dragon nodded in acknowledgement. "Hello." "All good, you understand the human tongue. My name is Monkey D. Luffy. Nice to meet ya. I am known as Hori." "Hori, huh?" The dragon smiled. At least that's what Luffy thought she did. "So you do understand me. I was wondering whether you were someone with the power to hear us, and looks like I was right. You've met others like me before? What the hell? Roger? Or someone who had the voice before too?" "Yes. I once met a human who had the power to hear me. Said he ate a devil fruit that let him hear the voices of animals and beasts." "Oh, someone like APIs then, so that's why you know the human tongue? You had a human friend?" "Yes. I see. That's good. So Hori, huh? Sounds like a Japanese name, or a Wano name here, I guess. Ryu is also a Japanese name now that I think about it. Are you guys from Wano?" "I do not know what that is." "Oh well. You guys are not well known for being 1,000-year-old creatures that apparently fly from place to place. How do you hide so well?" "Ah, we usually follow a sky island. That is our home. We only come to this island, Hori emphasized by stomping on the ground, when it rises out of the sea to get the newborns. A dragon sky island? Luffy gasped in excitement, imagining a scene out of a fantasy show while his shining eyes scanned the sky to see if he could spot it. Is it somewhere near? I want to see it. Haha, you are a human, so you need Kelsey's permission to set foot on our island. Kelsey? Luffy repeated while wondering why a non-Wano name popped up. Is that your king or something? No, we have no need for such titles, but Kelsey needs to approve of you. Okay, and how do I get their approval? Maybe I can put in a good word, Hori said slyly. Luffy chuckled, understanding that she was trying to make a deal with him. Okay, what do you want in return? Hori became excited as she demanded, bring me some semla. Luffy blinked at hearing a totally unexpected word. Semla? The sweet? Yes. Hori nodded enthusiastically with drool building up in her mouth. I ate it on a daily basis when I had a human friend and it was so tasty. Once the human died, I have been looking for someone who I could ask for so long, and now, I finally have a chance. Please give me semla if you have it, even just one is fine. I understand your pain, Luffy nodded sagely, completely understanding her peril of not having a chance to eat something. I haven't had any say, but I've heard it's really tasty too. Wait, let me get my cook. Luffy instantly ran around the island, with Hori excitedly following right behind him, and found Sanji and the rest of his crew inspecting some fossilized remains. Sanji, he came barreling in and grabbed him. Oi, calm down. Make semla. What? Hori landed right next to them with an excited glint in her eyes, nodding eagerly. Hori here says that she wants to eat some semla. I do too, so make us some. Sanji eyed the drooling dragon, whose name was apparently Hori, and the drooling human in front of him and gulped. What semla? And just like that, Luffy and Hori's heart broke and they slumped down to the ground simultaneously with tears in their eyes. Hey, just tell me what it is and I'll make it, Sanji yelled, shaking Luffy. I don't know, Luffy muttered before turning to Hori. Do you happen to know the recipe or how it's made? Hori shook her head sadly. I only ate as a cook. Sanji felt like he was failing. Describe it for me. It's like a round-shaped bread, and filled with cream, I think? Hori nodded. It's so sweet and delicious. It has some white powder that's sweet on it too. Luffy relayed what Hori said and Sanji massaged his forehead in annoyance. That's nothing. I know, wait, do you know where it is made? Which blue or island speciality is it? I'll see if I can find it in any cookbook I have. It's made in Elbaf as far as I know, Sanji sighed, never even having heard of such a place in any book he had read. Where did you eat it, Hori? Luffy asked hopefully. The human friend I had made it for me. I do not know any specific place where it is made. Where is this Elbaf? New World. Luffy answered, and when Hori didn't seem to get it, added, second half of the Grand Line. Oh, Hori hung her head low. That's a dangerous part of the world. I can't even fly normally there without getting dragged into a lightning storm. Luffy nodded sadly. I'm sorry, Hori-san. Sanji got on one knee in front of the dragon. I am sorry I have failed you. But I promise you this on my life and my pride as a cook. I don't care if I have to travel the whole world. I don't care if I have to dive into the deepest ocean or climb the highest mountain. I don't even care if I have to go to the depths of hell itself. I will find the recipe for this semla and make it for you. I promise you, Hori-san. I will feed semla to you. Wa Sanji. Wa human. Luffy glomped Sanji while Hori tried to wrap her wings around them, but that only resulted in her falling in them, as she and Luffy both cried in joy, and Sanji nodded with fiery resolution. The rest of the crew just watched blankly. Are they really causing so much drama for some bread? Zoro said in a monotone. Dragons were terrifying mythical creatures in my mind, Usopp said in a flat tone, at least until just now. Can't believe I'm saying this, but that dragon is an idiot, Nami said before all three walked away. It was another hour before the Straw Hats decided to leave. After Sanji made the promise, Luffy plucked a feather off of Hori to see if he could get a Vivre card made out of it so that he could meet her again. Luffy didn't bring up the topic of the Sky Island or whoever Kelsey was, as he hadn't been able to satisfy her request, but he was excited to visit a Dragon Sky Island one day. Lost Island was apparently going to stay up for a whole year, so the dragons would also stay for just as long. APIs and Hori also became friends after APIs was told about the promise, and Hori was surprised to find that there was another person who could understand her. After a happy farewell, APIs, Hori and the rest of the villagers on Warship Island waved to the Straw Hats as they finally set off to the Grand Line. Oh, yes. We're back in the storm. Luffy cheered, sitting on the figurehead as their ship entered the storm that would lead them to Reverse Mountain. He looked around for the light of the lighthouse but didn't find it, so got Nami's attention. Nami, the light isn't there anymore. Don't worry, it's only a lighthouse. They turn it off sometimes, she said as she studied a map intently. I have the general direction, so I'll get us there. You're the best. Yeah. She rolled her eyes but her lips were stretching slightly upwards. Anyway, can you please get off from there? It's fine when it's normal, but we're in the middle of a storm here. This is my spot. You can't have it. Who said I wanted it? She snapped, but her eyes didn't leave the map as she studied it with confusion. What's wrong? Nami finally raised her troubled eyes from the map. This is a bit confusing. Gather everyone in the kitchen. 5 minutes later, everyone was in the kitchen and Nami spread open a map on the table for them to see. The entrance to the Grand Line is up a mountain, she stated matter-of-factly. Up a mountain? Usopp questioned. Yes, I know it's hard to believe, but look, she pointed at the center of the map depicting Reverse Mountain. The guiding light was directly pointing at Reverse Mountain on the red line. So what? We crashed through the mountain? Zoro asked. No, see these lines that run here, she said, pointing at lines that crisscrossed over Reverse Mountain on the map. These are waterways. Waterways? You can't be serious. Usopp said, bewildered. Even if there is a waterway, how could a ship possibly sail up them? But that's what the map says, Nami insisted, a bit confused herself. Hey, Sanji interjected. Whatever Nami-san says must be right. This is the map we got from Buggy, right? Zoro pointed out, ignoring the cook. Are we even sure it's accurate? Besides, why do we even have to go through the mountain? Can't we just travel south and enter the Grand Line that way? Looks clear to me. If it was that easy, everyone would do it. There's a reason it's not possible. Wait guys, Sanji interrupted while looking around. You all do know that we actually have someone that's been to the Grand Line before, right? The rest blinked before they started looking around too, but noticed that their captain was missing. Where's that idiot? Nami sighed, and a second later, had her answer when a loud bellowing voice came from outside. Roxanne, Luffy roared, but the way he said the name seemed like he was singing it. They all winced at the loud voice before Usopp went to the porthole to see where he was, but didn't spot him on deck. Roxanne. Who's Roxanne? No idea. Nami mumbled darkly before heading out to the deck and found that Luffy was in the crow's nest. Luffy, we're having an important conversation here. 2 minutes. You guys continue, Luffy said in his normal voice before adjusting his vocal cords and bellowed again. Roxanne. He's singing, Sanji guessed, noticing that Luffy was bobbing his head to some rhythm. Look like it, yeah, Usopp trailed off with an exasperated sigh. Luffy was singing Roxanne by the Police. Just the Roxanne part aloud though, while the rest he sang in his head. Roxanne. Put on the red light, Roxanne. Why are you singing? Usopp yelled. Felt like it. Roxanne. Who knows what goes on in that idiot rubber brain of his? Nami facepalmed before sighing exasperatedly and yelled up at him. Luffy, can you at least tell us how the hell you went up a mountain when you went to the Grand Line? Luffy paused. I'm not sure how I entered the first time. I was unconscious at the time. Roxanne. But I went through the calm belt to get to South Blue and also while coming back to East Blue. Don't be an idiot. How could you have possibly traversed the calm belt? What's that? Usopp asked, and Nami pointed at the map in her hand as she explained. The Grand Line is sandwiched between two windless belts of sea called the calm belt. 5 minutes, Roxanne, so we can just enter the Sam if all problems were solved. Listen to me completely first, Nami snapped. The calm belt is a dangerous part of the sea. There's absolutely no wind. Roxanne, Nami's eye twitched as she kept being interrupted, but she swallowed her anger down and continued. No wind for the entire stretch. We'll have to row the ship till the end and it'll take weeks to get through. And that's not even the major reason why we can't travel through it. And that reason is? 6 minutes, Roxanne. The hell are you counting? Nami finally snapped. Nami-san, Sanji said as he looked around. What you described just now, no winds, calm sea, I'm looking at it. Oh yeah, the storm stopped some time ago. Huh? Usopp nodded looking up at the clear blue skies. Nami became confused as she looked around, saw the calm blue sea, saw that their sails were catching absolutely no wind, and paled. Oh no. She took you over 6 minutes to notice it, Nami. TCH. You should have realized it right away, Roxanne. Nami blushed in embarrassment and anger. It's because you were distracting me, it's your damn fault. Another shot. Luffy and Zoro chorused. Idiots, now's not the time. Luffy, if you know where we are, then why are you shouting? We should be rowing away right now. So we're in the calm belt? Zoro inferred looking around. Yeah, there's no wind, huh? Roxanne. AGGH, you all. She turned to the others hurriedly. Get the paddles out and start rowing. Yes, Nami Swan. Sanji readily agreed and went to get the paddles. Hurry. Nami spat as she paced around with a terrified look on her face. Nami, I get that there aren't winds and we'll have to row, but why do you look so scared? Zoro asked, his hands resting on his swords. Yeah, it's not like it's been long. See there, Usopp pointed in a direction where they could still see the storm they were in minutes ago. We just have to go in that direction. It's not like we'll get lost. You don't, Roxanne, Luffy. Stop shouting, you'll attract them. Attract who? Sanji stepped out on deck just then with the paddles in hand, but missed a step when the ship suddenly lurched. No, Nami paled knowing it was too late. What the hell? Why did it feel like an earthquake just passed? Nami held onto the main mast tightly as she cried. Is this it? Am I gonna die here? Nami. What are yo? Zoro demanded with his swords out when the sea all around them started erupting. Their faces paled when huge monstrous sea kings emerged, and their faces paled even further when they realized that they were rising in the air. They didn't want to accept it, but when they did look over the railing, they saw that they were on the snout of a humongous black and white sea king and let out a silent scream of terror. The calm belts are nesting ground for sea kings, Nami whimpered pitifully. Usopp foamed at the mouth like he had experienced conquerors. Zoro and Sanji gaped at the sight while Luffy searched for his friend in the mass of sea kings. What are we supposed to do now? Sanji hissed, gritting his teeth. Let's stay silent for now. No one move, Zoro hissed. They'll go back into the sea eventually, and when they do, we'll paddle away as fast as we can. Are you being serious? Usopp whined when Nami lunged at him and clamped his mouth shut. Don't yell, idiot. Roxanne. Shut up, Nami, Zoro and Sanji roared in unison. She don't worry, Luffy grinned. A friend of mine should be coming soon. What kind of friend can help USGE? Croak. All eyes snapped towards the sound and they panicked when they saw a frog-like sea king eyeing them. They screamed in horror when it jumped at them, but were left baffled when another sea king, which looked a bit like an otter, came barreling into the frog-like sea king and body slammed it, shoving it away. At the same time, the sea king the Mary was perched upon was about to let out a sneeze, which would have launched their ship back into the East Blue. But it got surprised by the sudden sea king fight and reflexively turned its head towards the fight just before it sneezed, thus resulting in their ship being launched further deep into the calm belt. Ah! Everyone except Luffy screamed as the ship flew over the sea. They all held onto the ship for dear life as they soared through the air, bracing themselves for the eventual crash when Luffy went into action, not wanting Mary to get damaged. He threw his hat to Zoro, who caught it even in the middle of such a situation, and then jumped over the railing. He quickly crawled to the underside of the ship, and just as the Mary began her downward arc, sucked in large volumes of air and blew up like a balloon to basically form a cushion under the ship. The ship landed and bounced a couple of times with Luffy's body cushioning most of the impact before splashing safely into the sea with way less damage. It was unfortunate for Luffy though, as he got submerged in the sea, lost all his energy and lost the grip on the underside of the ship. Only Zoro had kept an eye on Luffy, leaning over the railing to see what he did and noticed that he had drowned. Shit, Luffy's drowning. Before he could even act, a huge shadow appeared right below the ship, making him reel back in shock. A second later, the same otter-like sea king emerged from the sea right next to them. This one wasn't as big as the humongous ones they saw a bit earlier, but it was still big enough to easily swallow about 10 big ships at once. The crew was confused as it had looked like it had saved them earlier, and their confusion only grew when they saw their captain on the Sea King's head, coughing and wheezing while taking in large gulps of air. What's happening? Usopp stuttered. I have no clue, Nami hissed. They just watched as Luffy got his breathing in control on top of the Sea King's head before he stood up and looked at the Sea King curiously. Hey, I don't recognize you. You a friend of Roxanne? Luffy wheezed as he took in the appearance of the new Sea King. Ship has skull face with a hat on top. I'm pretty sure this is the ship Roxanne was talking about. Luffy jumped back to Mary and watched the new Sea King without saying anything, adding to his crew's confusion. Luffy, Zoro whispered as he set the hat back on his head. What's happening? I'm trying to talk to it. Hey, you a friend of Roxanne? I think I just heard the human say Roxanne. Okay. This is the ship Roxanne told us to keep an eye out for. Yeah, can you understand me? The Sea King didn't say anything as it looked around and another Sea King with a very long snout showed up. Skull with a hat on top. This is the ship Roxanne told us about. Yes, I think I heard one of the humans say Roxanne too. Good then, let's go. Hey wait. The two Sea Kings just submerged underwater, leaving a thoughtful Luffy behind. Yeah. Unless the Sea King or creature understands the human tongue. I can't communicate with them. Smack. Only after getting hit did he pay attention to his surroundings and saw a huffing Nami breathing down his neck with an angry expression. Sup? Smack. 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 Okay. Luffy sighed, catching her hands. Stop already. You goddamn idiot, what the hell just happened? I told you. I have a friend here. Those two knew her and helped us. Luffy, Sanji sighed. That makes absolutely no sense. You're friends with someone who can order around Sea Kings. She just asked for a favor, not order them around. So your friend can talk to Sea Kings? Yeah? Okay wait. Usopp interjected, so your friend Lee. His words died in his throat when another Sea King popped out. This one a menacing reptile-like Sea King that was just as big as the earlier ones, with extremely razor-sharp teeth that were sticking out of its jaw. Roxanne. Luffy jumped and wrapped his rubbery hands around her. Luffy. You finally came. Roxanne cheered, growled for the others, showing off her razor shad her cheeks against him. Yeah, and I can hear you completely now. That's good, don't have to talk in broken sentences anymore. Yeah, guess that was annoying. Anyway, who were those two others? They were calling you Roxanne. Yes. I had asked a few others to keep an eye out for your Jolly Roger and let me know if they saw you. And yes, I introduce myself as Roxanne now. She glad you like the name. The otter-looking one saved our lives, so thank them for me. I tried to talk to them, but they couldn't hear me. Guess I can't use my voice to talk to you guys yet. True. I hope you can learn how and meet the queen soon. Yeah, it'll take me more than a couple of years to meet her though. That's nothing for us. Yeah. Anyway, meet my crew. Luffy jumped back to the ship and gestured to the rest, who were gawking at the two with astonishment. Joy Boy's crew. Roxanne stared in excitement at the rest. For them though, it was a massive Sea King glaring down on them while showing off massive teeth, which made their legs weak. This is Zoro, Nami, Usopp and Sanji, he introduced, pointing to each of them before pointing to Roxanne while looking at his crew. And guys, meet Roxanne, she's a friend. Greetings. The crew saw the Sea King slightly tilt her head forward as if giving a bow and became dumbfounded. You have a Sea King as a friend. Zoro, the first to regain some level of composure, calmly stated as he bowed back to the Sea King. The rest quickly followed his lead and bowed back, not wanting to seem rude to the literal monstrosity that could eat them. I won't be able to remember those names. Tell me easier ones. Luffy thought for a moment before pointing at Zoro. Sword? Roxanne nodded. Yes. Pointing at Nami said, Tangerine? Yes. Pointing at Sanji said, Cigarette? Roxanne got closer, making Sanji flinch, sniffed and nodded, yes. Pointing at Usopp said, "Long nose." Roxanne shook her head. "Won't be able to see such minute difference." She trailed off before staring at Usopp and changed her mind. "Never mind. It is long enough for me to see." Yeah, it is pretty long. The hell are you saying about my nose?" Usopp reflexively yelled before realizing what he had done and promptly collapsed on deck, pretending to have fainted and hoping that the Sea King wouldn't eat him. "Coward. Yeah, he's a bit of a coward. Luffy, what's happening?" Nami asked, keeping a cautious eye on Roxanne. "Oh, Sea Kings in general aren't good with names, so she wanted me to assign some easier ones she could remember." "Okay." Nami's sweat dropped. "She's speaking to you? We can't hear anything." "Just like the dragons again?" Sanji sighed. "You can just talk to Sea Kings too?" "Basically, yeah. Voice of all things." "Sure," Nami drawled, clearly not believing him. It actually was Luffy's fault for their disbelief. He usually told a lot of stories from Leo's world, which were obviously too unbelievable to them. So sometimes, when he did talk about actual facts like the voice of all things like he was doing currently, they thought it was more of his unbelievable made-up stories. Luffy knew it too and thought about how to answer when Papug popped into his mind. He internally chuckled and gave a similar reason as to what Papug gave whenever someone asked how he spoke the human tongue. Okay, you caught me. The truth is that I was raised by Sea Kings and I thought I was a Sea King too when I was younger. By the time I realized that I wasn't a Sea King but a human, I had already learned the Sea King language." "Then how were you able to understand dragons?" Zoro asked flatly. "Dragons were like my uncles and aunts. We were a big family." Luffy delivered with a straight face. "Besides, it's a similar language, right, Rox?" Roxanne nodded along, understanding that Luffy was pulling a prank. I see." When the Sea King agreed too, they didn't want to argue anymore even though they knew that Luffy was joking. "I'll blow on the sails. You need to get back to the storm, right?" "Yeah, thanks. Nami, Rox is gonna blow on the sails to serve as wind. Can you navigate?" Nami's eyes widened with shock as she gaped at Roxanne and Luffy alternatively for a few seconds, before controlling her nerves and taking a deep breath to calm herself. "Of course, I can do that, but this is just too surreal." She took command of the steering while Roxanne began blowing on the sails and they began moving. Usopp opened one eye when he felt the ship moving, saw the Sea King's maw when it sucked in air and pretended to faint again. "We're sailing by having a Sea King blow on our sails," Zoro muttered in disbelief. "Never thought I would see something like this." "I think I'm gonna discard my common sense and believe you can do anything," Sanji said, lighting another cigarette. "Yeah, it isn't really sinking in right now, but this situation is way too extraordinary," Nami agreed. "They don't know about Joy Boy? Of course not." Roxanne chuckled, but that turned out to be her showing off more of her razor-sharp teeth and air blowing out through her mouth and nose. That terrified the crew for a second, but they soon understood that she was laughing. "How did you two get to know each other anyway?" Sanji asked, studying the Sea King. "When I was coming back from South Blue, Sea Kings attacked the ship I was on. I fought them off while the rest of the crew escaped, and well, I said something I shouldn't have to one of the Sea Kings and it tail whipped me, and hence, I got lost." "You got lost in the calm belt?" Nami said incredulously. "How are you still alive?" I got lucky, I guess." "And you really did cross over the calm belt? How stupid can you be?" "Lots of people use it. You just have to have a coating of sea stone on the underside of the ship and the Sea Kings won't be able to see you from below." Roxanne nodded, adding validity to his statement. "Then why didn't we get it? It would have been easy then." "Well, firstly, sea stone is hella expensive. Secondly, it's rare. Thirdly, its supply is controlled by the Marines mostly and I don't know of any underground markets where we could get it from." "Oh, okay then. And lastly, it's way cooler to enter the Grand Line through Reverse Mountain." The rest shook their heads with a sigh, knowing that the last one was the main reason. "Anyway, after being trapped here for a while, Rox found me one day, tried to eat me, chased me for a long time, stuff happened. We finally fought, made up and became friends." Luffy explained, oversimplifying things way too much. "Who won?" Usopp asked, finally sitting up. "I did. He threw me in the air." Roxanne whined as if complaining to the others. "Well, you tried to eat me." Luffy grinned at her while the crew sweat dropped, a bit peeved at being able to hear only one side of a conversation. But, how is this even possible? You're friends with a sea king, Usopp shrieked. Luffy looked at Usopp with amusement. Me hearing sea kings is unique, sure. But many sea kings and other huge beasts can understand human speech. So, there are cases where they befriend humans in various circumstances while communicating through gestures like nods and all. You just met APIs who had a dragon as a friend. And there are many similar cases on the Grand Line too. Sure, it's not the norm, but it's not unique either, so bottom line, get used to it. Usopp gaped, opening and closing his mouth like a goldfish, and he and the rest were finally starting to understand that it wasn't that Luffy was strange, it was the world they lived in that was strange. If that's the case, can't we just have Roxanne take us to the Grand Line? Zoro suggested. We can tie her to the ship and have he? His words died in his throat when Roxanne growled, glaring at him, and Zoro gulped in fear. I'm not like those sea serpents that will sell themselves out in exchange for Hancock's safety. So the sea serpent protects them? Roxanne nodded vigorously, causing Luffy to chuckle. As far as he had seen, the sea serpents actually liked Hancock and the Kuja, so they helped in pulling the ships and other things. Maybe there was some long history there that he didn't know though. Even sea kings have prejudice, huh? He thought with amusement. Also, you know her by name? Are you terrified of her too? Roxanne nodded. Everyone stays away from Hancock. Yeah, she's really strong. Luffy nodded before looking at the others who were totally lost. Rox doesn't like it. Besides, as I said, reverse mountain is a much cooler method. The rest nodded with a sigh of relief, and Nami smacked Zoro on the head for even suggesting it, while he just grumbled. I don't mind carrying you alone, Luffy, but I won't pull a ship. Don't worry, I won't ask you to, but what about Noah? Her eyes lit up in excitement as she nodded eagerly. Well, Noah's a different matter. Will you ride on it soon? Will it rise to the surface once again? Relax. I have no idea. It'll take around 3 or more years for me to understand everything. I can wait that long. What are you talking about, Noah? Nami interjected. It's this huge ship that lies at the bottom of the sea. There's some history there I don't know yet. I see. Nami just let it go, thinking it was just a sunken ship. Anyway, let's continue from last time, Luffy said, facing Roxanne. I told you I was tail whipped by the biggest sea king, right? It was actually calm at first while I rested on its head. It didn't react much even when I tried to talk to it. Guess it didn't know the human tongue, but when I said the name, it got very excited. I'm pretty sure it was saying something to me, but I wasn't able to hear it. It then slowly lost the excitement and started growling and glaring at me. And then suddenly, it tail whipped me. What I don't understand is why. I'm sure you all know the name, but why did it become so hostile to me? It probably thought you were tricking it. Tricking it, huh? Yeah, I assumed that was the case. Is there a precedent? Roxanne nodded. It was around 6 centuries ago, I think. Someone claimed to be Joy Boy and tried to order us around. The lie was immediately exposed, and since then, many get angry if someone claims to be Joy Boy and then fail to understand us. I see. Know who that was? Roxanne shook her head. Don't know. Maybe someone from the world government from long ago, Luffy guessed, but didn't delve on it as it didn't matter much. What kind of name makes a sea king angry? Sanji asked, getting only bits of information from the one-sided conversation he was able to hear. It's better if you don't know for now. You slip up and mention it during a drunken rambling and the wrong person hears it, we'll have the force of the entire world government upon us. What? Sanji and the rest muttered, confused. Moving on, he turned back to Roxanne without giving them an explanation. You know what happened during the Void Century? Don't know what that is. What's that? Nami asked. Alright, I know you guys have lots of questions, but I'll answer them later, he said to his crew before turning to Roxanne. 900 to 800 years ago. That's when the previous Joy Boy and our queen were active, I think. Yes, they were. And the ancient kingdom? Don't know what that is either. We don't care much about human affairs, so I doubt many know. Maybe someone who lived during that time may know. Yeah, thought so. You mentioned someone called Sage, oldest sage or something? That's the eldest sea king, the first I'm aware of. And yes, maybe they know. Should I find them and ask? No, I just wanted to know if it's common knowledge among you sea kings, that's all. Even if you knew, I wouldn't want to hear it. I want to find out myself when I go there. I don't get it. Find out where? Aw, it's a long story, don't worry about it. Now, on to why I am him. If it's because I can hear you. I know for a fact that there are 4 others like me. One is your queen, so we can exclude her. 2 others are dead and the last one is currently, well, let's just say he's in limbo. I don't know anyone personally, but there's also a clan of people who are said to be able to hear you too if they awaken their powers. So, tell me, why am I him? Are there really so many humans who can hear us? I had no idea, Roxanne said surprised. I thought that a person who can hear us would be Joy Boy. I see, but it isn't just being able to hear us. There's more to it. I don't know exactly, but something to do with the promise and something about the sound of drums. I think. Sorry, I don't know much. I asked the older ones around here too, and they didn't have answers either. The ones near our queen are the most knowledgeable about this. The drums, huh? Yeah, well, I can say with a 99.9% guarantee that I am him. Anyway, it's fine. I'll go to your queen one day, so I can just ask the ones around her then. I will also prepare to leave after parting with you here and go there. I want to witness the meeting of the 2 rulers. I don't know for certain if I'm the other ruler. You said you want to become the king though? I want to become the pirate king, not your king. I don't know what that signifies. Well, forget it. Be careful, okay? Are you ready to leave? You need to be strong enough to fight off other sea kings and the dangers of the Grand Line, right? I am honored that you are worrying about me, but I am strong enough, Roxanne declared confidently. Okay. I'll see you there then. Let's set the meeting point near Noah. Near Noah. Okay, good. Speaking of rulers, you guys somehow knew long back that your queen and the other ruler would be born soon. Like over 20 years ago, someone heard a few sea kings saying that your queen will be born in some years. And then after some more years, the 2 rulers will meet. They were also saying something like the appointed time will come soon. How exactly do you know that? Is it something the previous you know who told you? Or do you guys have someone who can see the future or something? I do not know where it came from. It's something which was told to us, that's all. I will be sure to find out for sure by the next time we meet. Okay. Luffy nodded, not being too disappointed. As he had already told Roxanne earlier, he just wanted to see if it was common knowledge among sea kings. The journey was more fun with unanswered questions and he wanted to earn the answers by going to Laugh Tale. Besides, it would be more fun with Robin around. We're here, Roxanne announced and Luffy saw the storm an arm's length away. Alright, thanks for everything, Roxanne. See you soon, take care. Goodbye, Luffy. See you soon. Roxanne showed her full set of teeth while smiling and used her tail to give one final push to the Mary before waving her tail at him. They entered the storm again and Luffy finally turned to the others who were all looking like they were just about to blow, even Zoro. Questions? Sea kings have a queen? Was the first collective question that was screamed at him. Okay, first off, a warning. Luffy interrupted with a clap before meeting each person's eyes with unnatural seriousness. This is extremely sensitive information. I don't mind telling you, but you need to be responsible with the information and keep it to yourselves. You let this slip anywhere and the wrong person hears it, you'll be responsible for the deaths of millions of innocent lives? Millions? Usopp gawked. Yes, millions. And I'm not exaggerating in the least here. Listen, guys. I happen to know a lot of secrets about this world. Secrets that will have the world government breathing down our necks. Secrets that will get a lot of good people killed. Secrets that need to be protected, and I will share it with you all when the need arises, but you need to promise me that you'll be responsible. No talking about this in pub, this in front of anyone not on the crew. Do you understand? The others were really surprised by his serious attitude and words but understood the gravity of the situation and nodded seriously too. How exactly do you know all those secrets? Zoro asked. That's a long story, but let's just say Leo told me. Your brother? Yep. I forgot to ask, but what exactly does Leo do? Is he a pirate too? Leo's dead. Oh, I'm sorry, don't worry about it. Anyway, I hope you understand. Hearing 4 sets of, yeah, Luffy came back to his normal smiley self again. Good. Do you still want to know? Yes, okay. Well, as far as I know, they usually don't have a queen. The last time they had one was about 800 years ago. The new queen was born very recently, like 13 years ago, I think, and the Sea Kings are waiting for her to grow up and awaken her power. Whoa, what will happen once she awakens, and what's her power? I have no idea, but something massive, I think. You said you were going to meet her? How? When? We'll all meet her, don't worry. We will? No, I don't want to meet her, Usopp shrieked, holding his head in fear. Is she terrifying? How big is she? If she's the queen, then she must be humongous, right? Right? Is she scary? I think I have the can't meet the Sea King Queen disease. Well, she's a really cute kid actually, although, she's a bit of a crybaby. Man, I'm not gonna like her in the beginning, at least. He muttered to himself, while the rest had a hard time picturing a crybaby Sea King. Sanji would have usually kicked and chided him for calling a girl a crybaby, but he was imagining something like a fish instead of a mermaid. Other questions? What was that talk about rulers? Sanji asked. Seemed like Roxanne called you a ruler and you denied it? And at the end, it sounded like you were talking about some prophecy? Yeah, well, I don't want to call it a prophecy. I don't know enough myself to give you a straight answer. But it's something the Sea Kings were talking amongst themselves and someone overheard them. They were saying stuff like the two rulers would be born soon and meet soon and all. Guess we'll just have to wait until we meet the queen and I can talk to the Sea Kings near her to get a clearer picture. So one ruler is the Sea King Queen, and you're the other one? Zoro asked incredulously. There's a good chance, yeah, but I honestly don't know. Not like I want to be a ruler or anything, so it'll just be an empty title either way, Luffy said with a nonchalant shrug. Predictably, none of them could believe it. That's just absurd. A human as a ruler for the Sea Kings, Usopp said with a shake of his head. And I'm also the sun god, Luffy added in his mind with a chuckle. It all sounded so absurd and utterly unbelievable, especially for them whose common sense was that of someone that lived in East Blue. Are you making up stuff again? Nami asked him with narrowed eyes. Is this another one of your stupid stories? Hey, forget it, Luffy shrugged, getting up. Anyway, that's all the time we have for now, folks. Hold off on any other questions, 'cause right now, we are picking up speed and almost capsizing. Ah. They all finally came out of their stupor and paid attention to their surroundings. The sky lit up flashes of lightning, the air rippled with the sound of thunder, the rain pelted their skins, the waves made the Merry sway violently, and everybody shot into action. The currents have somehow pulled us along, Nami screeched. I can't believe we didn't notice this fierce storm, Sanji muttered in disbelief. Yeah, now's not the time to be talking. We need to stay alive first, Zoro added. Yeah, Nami nodded while examining the currents they were caught in before her face lit up with understanding. Aha! That's it, I get how we go up a mountain now. You're still on about that? It's because of the sea currents? If the strong sea currents from each of the four blues head towards the mountain, they'll drive the water up the waterway, and at the very top, the currents will merge and spill into the Grand Line. Since we're already caught in the currents, all we have to do now is steer the ship correctly. She finished happily, having understood it, but then another realization hit her. But we need to be careful. Reverse Mountain is a winter island, so the current that hit its edge will travel down to the bottom of the sea. So if we fail to hit the waterway, we'll crash and get dragged down too, got it? Actually, Luffy perked up. I understood that perfectly. Good. Never heard of a ship going up a mountain before, Zoro grunted, still in disbelief. I've heard a bit, Sanji said with a smirk. About the mountain? No, but I've heard things about the Grand Line. Supposedly, half the people die just trying to get in. Entering it is no easy task. And then here we have someone who calls that place paradise, Usopp cried, terrified. Because it is. Luffy insisted with a grin. Usopp hurled a couple of curses at him, but his voice died down when a huge shadow came into view in the distance. And pretty soon, the gargantuan wall of rock that seemed to stretch to infinity on either side and also upwards into the sky loomed over them. Whoa, that's the red line? I can't even see the top. Nami was also staring at the structure in awe, but soon felt the ship moving way too fast for comfort. Everyone, we're being sucked in. Usopp, Sanji. On the whipstaff. Leave it to us. They both quickly ran to the kitchen and grabbed the whipstaff. Nami pulled out a pair of binoculars and looked through them for a few seconds before her jaw dropped. Wow, she breathed. What is it? Zoro asked and Nami handed him the binoculars wordlessly. He too had the same reaction when he spotted what she did through the binoculars. Wow, I can't believe it. Water really is going up the mountain. They didn't have time to admire the view as the currents accelerated the ship at breakneck speeds and they quickly approached the crack in the red line that was the entrance to the Grand Line. As a big fuck you to the law of gravity, water effortlessly rushed up the waterway which was adorned by multiple arches. Who do you think built those arches? Luffy yelled above the roaring currents. Who cares? Usopp screamed. We're barely able to keep the rudder straight. Hey, we're a bit off. Move to the right. Right? You mean starboard? Usopp yelled as he and Sanji pushed the whipstaff to change direction. Do the semantics matter? Of course they do. Nami shot back. This is a ship and we're traveling on the sea, so we should use nautic. Snap. Nami, Zoro and Luffy instantly turned back and paled when they saw Sanji and Usopp on the floor with a broken whipstaff in hand. The WHIPSTAFF, Nami shrieked. They didn't even have time to think about it as the entrance was coming up fast and they were on course to crash into a stone archway. We're gonna crash. Luffy sprang into action and first threw his hat to Zoro, who again caught it on reflex, before jumping off the edge of the ship. A quick gum-gum balloon to act as a bouncing pad between the archway and the ship pushed the ship onto the correct path, and they started sailing up the waterway. Luffy, grab on, Zoro yelled extending his hand out when he saw Luffy falling towards the sea. Luffy stretched his arm and caught Zoro's arm and snapped back crashing onto the deck. With a smile, Zoro put the hat back on his head and everyone cheered. We made it, Sanji and Usopp danced. Nami discarded her coat with a joyous laugh. Zoro was grinning and Luffy stood at the bow of the ship, whooping in joy. The rushing water currents thundered in their ears as they traveled up and it was actually quite a long ride to the top. But no words were exchanged for the entire climb as each person was lost in taking in the impossible sight that surrounded them. They watched in awe as the ship kept going up, and soon, they reached third beat in elated excitement as they broke through the clouds and what he saw up there was an absolutely beautiful and surreal sight. As the water of the four blues converged at the pinnacle, a curtain of mist and foam enveloped the ship before the currents shot the ship into the air. Mary flew in the air again as the currents turned the ship towards the only exit and as they hung suspended at the very top of the world, only one word came to Luffy's mind as he took in the view. Breathtaking. The thunderous roar of the different seas colliding under them was drowned out for just a moment and at the very top, the mist, the foam, and the spray of water droplets that crystallized into millions of tiny icicles, all played havoc with the tiny amount of sunlight that pierced through the mist to create a beautiful show of rainbows all around them. Wow, he could hear the others breathe out in awe and honestly, no amount of words could ever justify the sight. It was a testament to the awe-inspiring power of the world they lived in, a place where the forces of nature conspired to create beauty beyond human comprehension. And then the moment passed, gravity did its job, pulling the Mary downward and soon, their ship landed back in the water, facing towards the singular canal that marked the start line of the Grand Line. Luffy took in a deep breath of the rich, salty air before gleefully throwing his hands up and cheering with unbridled joy. I'm back, Grand Line. Woo! This is amazing. Luffy whooped with joy as the ship sailed down the waterway that entered the Grand Line. BWWAAOOH, Hey, did you hear something? Zoro asked, looking around. It's probably just the wind. Nami brushed it off, not thinking much of it. The rock formations are so unusual here. BWWOOH. Hey, Usopp called out from where he was sitting on the yardarm near the crow's nest and looking through his goggles. There's something up ahead. Yeah. Sanji pointed towards the front where the mist was finally clearing up. Looks like there's a mountain up ahead. A mountain? That can't be right. It should be clear seas once we pass the Twin Capes. BWWAAAAOHH. The mist cleared up and they reeled back in horror when they finally laid eyes on what was blocking their path. That's no mountain. Luffy grinned, spotting the titanic creature. Oh boy, he's way bigger than I imagined him to be. Wow. She. It's AWWWHHHHHHHAALLLLEE. Luffy bellowed, amplifying his voice to get Laboon's attention. And it seemed to work as Laboon responded in kind. BWWAOOOHHH. Don't scream at it. The rest yelled at him while Luffy laughed like a maniac. What do we do? Usopp screamed, should we fight? Don't be stupid, that thing is 100 times bigger than Roxanne. But it's blocking our path. It's just like a wall now, where are even its damn eyes? Sanji grit his teeth, biting into his cigarette. Turn the damn ship. Zoro spat. We just have to go around it. But the whipstaff broke. We have to try, idiot, there's no other op. Boom. Everyone froze and snapped their heads towards the bow of the ship where smoke was rising out of a cannon with a smiling Luffy standing next to it. While the rest had been arguing, Luffy had quickly hauled a cannon to the front, loaded the yet-to-be-named improved buggy ball into it and fired way before they were anywhere close to Laboon. The cannon? They shrieked as their terror-filled eyes followed the launched cannonball fly quite a distance before exploding right on the whale's body. They waited in muted horror for retaliation or any kind of reaction from the whale, but it didn't even move. Did it end notice us? Usopp stuttered. At least that's what it seemed for a few tense moments, until Luffy launched a second cannonball and only then did Zoro and Usopp tackle him to the ground yelling, "Stop that, dumbass." They all watched the second cannonball also make contact, and again, waited in muted horror. Doesn't look lick. Sanji's words died in a garbled mess in his throat when the whale suddenly jerked and turned slightly to reveal its huge eyeball, which left the crew trembling. When the pupil also moved to look straight at them, they said their final prayers. Yo! Luffy yelled, bringing a hand up with a smile. Luffy, please tell me you have a plan, Nami muttered hopefully. Of course, Luffy said, and the others became hopeful, at least until he explained his plan. Isn't it obvious? I got its attention. So now it'll now think of us as food or an enemy or something and open its mouth to swallow us. Thus, our ship won't crash into it. Problem solved. Just as he finished his sentence, Laboon quickly descended a bit into the sea and opened its massive mouth right in their path. They alternated their gazes from the whale's massive maw that looked like a black hole that was sucking in gallons of water and then their grinning captain, before simultaneously lunging at said captain and proceeded to beat the ever-loving shit out of him. You goddamn idiot. Alas, they could only take out their frustrations on him for about 10 seconds as they neared the whale's mouth. They watched helplessly as they passed by the massive teeth that were way bigger than the Mary, and stared into the black abyss that they were about to enter. Luffy stood back up with multiple bruises on his head, not at all bothered by the assault on him, and just grinned. Hang on to something. Fucking idiot. Everyone cursed as they grabbed the closest thing they could and Mary entered Laboon's mouth. Ahahahahahaha. Luffy laughed as the ship turned and swayed in every direction in the whale's throat like they were on a roller coaster. There's no earthly way of knowing which direction we are going. Luffy began in Wonka's voice but paused and cursed. Fuck, man, I want to give Wonka's tunnel monologue right now, but I don't remember it completely. I don't know what that is, but shut the hell up, Nami cried while she and the rest screamed and held on for dear life. The ship suddenly felt like it fell off a very short waterfall and they slowed down considerably. It was still pitch black and it reeked, but they didn't have to hold on to anything to keep standing. Not that anyone did though. Luffy, what the hell were you thinking? Nami snapped. We're inside a whale right now. Don't worry. If it comes down to it, I can probably eat a hole out of here and get us out in a couple of hours. The blubber will be thick, so we'll need some time. I honestly can't tell if you're being serious or not. That can actually work, Sanji commented in an agreeing tone. That's a good idea, Luffy. I can cut through all that blubber, no worries. She good. I'm traveling with a bunch of crazy people, Nami whimpered. As if you aren't one, witch. Don't call Nami Swan a witch. Thwack. Oi, that was me you hit just now, Usopp screamed. Oh sorry, it's dark in here. Ahahaha. Hey guys. Nami piped up in a trembling voice. You seeing the light at the end of the tunnel too? Yeah, we're in the whale's stomach now, right? Zoro asked unsure. Actually, whales don't have the same anatomy as us, Sanji corrected. The insane ride we experienced at the beginning should be when we were traveling in its esophagus. Assuming this is just a scaled-up humongous whale, where we are right now is the rumen. It's the first stomach compartment, think of it like a pre-stomach. They store pre-digested food here. Whales have such a thing. Wow, I wished I had this rumen thing too. Can we concentrate here? Usopp snapped and his whole body was trembling judging by his voice alone. Yes, so next we should be entering the cardiac or the main stomach. As to why we're seeing that light though, Sanji mused for a second, no clue. Well, that was helpful, Zoro grunted sarcastically. Eat shit, mosshead. You eat whatever it is that we're smelling, Arrow cook. Yo, shut it. Both of yo ah. The ship suddenly picked up speed as they neared the end of the tunnel and they felt like they fell off a small waterfall again before suddenly coming to a complete stop. The crew all slowly took in their surroundings and were left speechless for a few seconds, including Luffy who knew what was going on. Sanji fished out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, lit it, and slowly blew out a puff of smoke before sitting down on the railing as he and the others took in the view. Wide open blue skies with white clouds, a few seagulls flying overhead, a small island with a single house on it, nothing, at first glance at least, indicated that they were in a whale's stomach. Luffy was also marveling at the scene, even more so because he knew it was all painted and yet, it looked so realistic that it left him in awe. So, Nami began. What do you make of this? Arrow cook, you sure were mouthing off just now. What do you make of this? Do whales have a whole new world in their stomachs? Obviously not, idiot, Nami snapped. Yeah, of course not, Sanji concurred. This is all a dream, Usopp stated matter-of-factly. Has to be. No way Luffy would be stupid enough to make a whale swallow us, right? Ha 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 ha. I'll let you keep dreaming then, Luffy whispered and Usopp shuddered. A dream, huh? Sanji nodded. That doesn't seem like a bad hypothesis. So what's that island and house I'm seeing right over there? Nami asked blankly. A dream house? If telephone's sad for the person having this dream because that's the best house your mind can come up with? Luffy asked pointing at Croca's small house. It doesn't even have a slide. Well, that's true, Sanji nodded. And a slide? Nami rebuked. What are you, a child? What? You'll have just stairs in your dream house then. What a boring mode of travel between floors. Oh hush you. Their meaningless conversation was interrupted when a giant squid suddenly erupted right in front of the ship. Now they're about dreaming scary sea creatures, Nami said shaking her head, still in a flat tone. When the squid wiggled its tentacles and lifted them up to attack though, Nami and Usopp finally came out of their stunned stupor and reacted like they usually did. By shrieking and falling to the deck. Ah! A giant squid. Zoro and Sanji got ready to fight but mechanical noise of something being launched sounded and the squid was impaled by 3 harpoons, killing it instantly. What the heck is going on? Usopp cried. I've had enough surprises for today. Nami whimpered helplessly but had her shock staff in hand. Looks like someone is in the house, Zoro noted when the door to the house on the island slowly opened. Here's hoping they're human, Sanji added with a smirk when the harpoon ropes started being pulled and the giant squid corpse moved towards the island. Someone slowly stepped out, their silhouette looking like a stalk with petals growing out at the top. It's a flower? Sanji excitedly pointed. A flower? Usopp yelped. And then Crocus stepped out completely, looking at them with a stoic face. No, never mind, it's a human. Sanji amended. Well, whatever he is, keep your guard up, Zoro said, his hands resting on his swords. That man may look old but he was strong enough to kill a giant squid like it was nothing. Question is, Sanji mused not taking his eyes off of Crocus. Did he do it to save us or was he just fishing? Crocus snapped his eyes at them, making them flinch, before he took slow purposeful steps while maintaining full eye contact with them. His eyes bore holes into them and beads of sweat even started forming on Sanji's forehead. Even Luffy had to admit that Crocus looked intimidating. His eyes are like that of a doctor, he concluded sagely. From the little that was shown of him, Roger was really reckless too, so Crocus should have had an insanely hard time patching up and treating all the injuries he and the others on the crew accumulated. The atmosphere was tense as Crocus made his way towards a beach chair, before unceremoniously plopping down on it and opening up a newspaper. Say something, you bastard, Sanji snapped. Crocus just lifted his head and stared at them. If it's a fight you want, then we'll take you on, we have cannons on our side. Usopp bravely yelled, all the way from inside the kitchen. Crocus' eyes suddenly widened and he glared at them, making them flinch again and stiffen up. And he glared, and glared, and glared, before slowly saying, "You better not do that, or someone will get hurt." "Oh yeah?" Sanji muttered, his voice betraying the unease he was feeling. "And who's that?" "Me," came the flat response. "You?" Sanji again snapped, putting a leg on Mary's railing, ready to jump across and attack the old man. Now, don't get so worked up." Zoro stopped him by putting a hand on his shoulder, no doubt reveling in the cook's loss of composure, before he addressed Crocus. "Hey old man, care to tell us where we are and who you are?" Crocus' eyes again twitched and the glare was back at full force, making them stiffen up again. And he glared, and glared, and glared, before slowly growling, "Don't you know it's common courtesy to introduce yourself first before asking someone a question?" "Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry," Zoro nodded, gulping and trying to keep a calm composure. "My name is Roronoa Zor." "My name is Crocus," the playful doctor interrupted and told them about himself like he was reading a character sheet. "I am the lighthouse keeper of the Twin Capes. I'm 71 years old, a Gemini, and I have type AB blood." "Nobody minds if I kill him, right?" Zoro snapped, hands itching to bring his swords out and cut the old man down, while Sanji took on the role of holding him back. Peef, that was the limit to Luffy's tolerance. He had been facing away from everyone with a hand covering his mouth so that he wouldn't laugh out loud, but his limit finally broke and he burst out laughing. "PFF, ha 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 ha." "Don't laugh," Zoro, Nami, Usopp and Sanji screamed, snapping their heads at him. Crocus smirked. "At least one of you has a sense of humor. Don't you understand a running gag?" "That was a running gag? Ha 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 ha, idiot." "Ha man." Luffy calmed down to a chuckle, wiping a tear away before giving a thumbs up to Crocus. "That was great, old man." Crocus nodded with amusement when Nami hit Luffy on the head. "Before you start getting chummy with the enemy again, we need to figure out where the hell we are first." "You guys sure are noisy. You're disturbing my private resort," Crocus grunted in annoyance. "And given the massive front door you entered through, I'm surprised you're even asking that. You think we're in the belly of a rat?" Wait. Do you mean we really are in a whale's stomach?" Usopp gaped, looking around. But this doesn't seem like it." "Open your eyes, look up to the sky and see," Luffy interjected before pointing at the huge and hard-to-miss steel door that seemingly floated in the sky. "That the exit, old man?" "Oh my god. There's a door in the sky," Nami gasped. "Yes, that's the exit," Crocus confirmed, and Luffy paid close attention to the door, knowing that's where Vivi would come out from. "Ah, Vivi, I finally get to meet her." "It's all a painting," Usopp finally realized after looking at the sky through his goggles. "Look, the clouds and birds aren't even moving." "Oh my god, it really is. So this is the whale's stomach, and that door is the exit?" "Come on, Nami," Luffy grinned at her with amusement. "The others I can understand. But you should have realized it by noticing the lack of wind the second we got here," Luffy said with mock disappointment before dodging a kick from Sanji. I, Nami stuttered in embarrassment. "I just got caught up in weight, it's your fault, if why." Another shot. Zoro and Luffy interrupted. "You realized it, you should have said so sooner." "And where would the fun be in that? I also wanted to get surprised by everything, but damn Leo and the world." Luffy quietly grumbled to himself, and the rest understood that he already knew about the whale because Leo had apparently told him about it. They sighed a bit in relief knowing that their captain wasn't completely insane. "Anyway, who the hell painted all this?" Sanji asked, bewildered. "And built that door? In the stomach of a whale? This is just too weird." "I did." Crocus deadpanned. "It's a hobby." "That's a great hobby." Luffy nodded approvingly. "Must get boring here, huh?" "Thanks. And a bit, yeah. You're crazy," Usopp snapped. "Well, enough about that," Zoro grunted, grabbing a paddle. "We know where the exit is, so let's get out first." "Yes, let's get out. I don't want to be digested," Nami wailed. Crocus again snapped his eyes at them, making them stiffen up even though they knew it was a gag. And he glared, and glared, and glared. "Will you stop doing that already?" She, you guys are funny. Stop encouraging him." Before anything more could be said, The world around them suddenly lurched and started shaking violently, the stomach acid sloshing around wildly. What's happening now? So he stared again. Crocus solemnly sighed while the Straw Hats held onto the Mary, barely able to stand upright. Look, it's not an island he's on, it's a ship. And it has a metallic bottom. Nami exclaimed as she pointed at Crocus's ship. Hey, old man, Usopp called out. What's happening right now? This whale has started ramming in again. What? Zoro and Sanji gasped. Now that he mentions it, I did see a lot of scars on its head, Nami mused sadly. And its cries did seem mournful. Yeah, it's crying all right, Luffy agreed. He could feel Laboon's feelings from the start, and overwhelming sadness and loneliness were all he felt. And he could also hear Laboon's voice, which was crying out phrases like, I'm lonely. I'm still waiting. When are you coming back? With plenty of mournful cries mixed in. And you're responsible, aren't you? Nami turned on Crocus angrily. You're killing the poor whale from the inside. Before Luffy could refute that, Crocus ignored the accusation and jumped into the stomach acid. Ah! That old man jumped in, Usopp yelled. We don't have the time to care. Let's just get out of here already, Zoro yelled, grabbing the oars. Let's row to the exit. While the rest started rowing and discussing Crocus, Luffy was excitedly watching the giant door. It had a ladder running up its side which led to a platform and a smaller human-sized door around the center. Just as Crocus resurfaced near the door and began climbing the ladder, the human-sized doors burst open and out walked a duo. A blue-haired girl with a high ponytail, and a man with a crown on his head and the number 9 painted below both his eyes. Vivi, Dot and the other 9 guy, Luffy exclaimed in his head happily. Who the hell are these guys now? Zoro exhaled tiredly. Miss Wednesday and Mr. 9 were both grinning, each with a huge bazooka hauled on their shoulder. You too? Crocus growled furiously from below. Ah ha ha ha. Miss Wednesday haughtily laughed, pointing at him. Look, Mr. 9, the old man is right below us. Ha ha ha. Mr. 9 also laughed haughtily. Yes, Miss Wednesday, I do see him. Let's see you stop our attacks this time, old man. We will kill this whale and there's nothing you can do about it. You can't stop us from whaling, they laughed, in a way that Luffy was starting to hate, as they lifted their bazookas and aimed them at the stomach walls. Just before they pulled the trigger, they both felt something wrapping around their waists. They looked down in alarm and freaked out when they saw a human hand coiling around them. They followed the unnaturally long arms with their eyes and found that it led to a pirate ship. What? Was the only thing they could say before they started screaming when they were suddenly yanked away from where they were standing towards the ship. Gia. They crashed onto the deck and instantly became rag dolls that rolled around on deck as the ship was still swaying violently. Meanwhile, Crocus climbed up to the human-sized door and entered it to sedate Laboon. Oh, a beautiful woman has graced Ouga. Sanji, who started twirling his way to Miss Wednesday, got thrown off the ship when it jerked, and splashed into the stomach acid. Sanji, Nami tiredly sighed, holding onto the mast. Ha 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 ha. Serves that arrow cook right. Luffy chuckled before snapping an arm and fished Sanji out of the acid, just as the swaying finally stopped and calmness slowly returned to their world. Thank God, looks like the whale calmed down, Nami sighed in relief. So who are these people now? Usopp said, eyeing the 2 strangers who had huddled together and were having a hushed conversation. Sanji, unbothered by the little mishap, got close to Vivi and started singing her praises while Luffy studied her face curiously. Wow, she doesn't look like Vivi at all, is it even Vivi? Her face was more angular, her eyes were sharper and also seemed to be stretched back, which gave it a completely different shape. Makeup sure is amazing. Mr. 9, these people seem to be pirates, Miss Wednesday whispered. Yes, Miss Wednesday, and he seems to be a devil fruit user too, Mr. 9 whispered back. So, Nami questioned. Who are you two? Before they could answer, Crocus reappeared at the platform and bellowed furiously. As long as I'm here, I won't let you harm Laboon. Miss Wednesday and Mr. 9 both got up with matching grins and grabbed their bazookas again. Ah ha ha, flick. Ow. Miss Wednesday, who was laughing in the usual haughty manner, stopped and stared incredulously at the straw hat wearing pirate who had just flicked her forehead and was looking at her with annoyance. Did you just flick me? Yes. Stop laughing like that. Luffy chided like a dad, not at all liking the way the kind-hearted Vivi pretended to laugh. Miss Wednesday absent-mindedly rubbed her forehead before Luffy grabbed her bazooka out of her hands, making her finally come out of her stupor. Hey, that's mine. Miss Wednesday made a grab for it, but Luffy just threw it into the acid before grinning at her. Oops. Miss Wednesday stared at his grinning face for a second before turning back and noticing what had happened to Mr. Nine. He was down on his knees, also sans weapon, with the green-haired swordsman looming over him. Why, you're pirates, right? Mr. Nine said fearfully, looking at Zoro. We're just whaling. I'm sure we can come to a deal here. Nada. Luffy simply said before grabbing some rope. Come on, we'll even paw. The two tried to negotiate, but Zoro just gave them a look that shut down any protests from them. Soon, they were tied back to back, but they were still conscious and were having hushed conversations. A few minutes later, Crocus had invited the crew to his island and they had all settled in, hearing Laboon's story and also who the two strangers were. Laboon is an island whale from West Blue. They're the largest whale species in the world, and these two rogues have been trying to kill Laboon for its meat, as it will feed their town for 2 to 3 years, at least, but I will never allow that. He growled the last part at the two whalers, who whimpered in response. And why is Laboon ramming his head against the red line? Nami asked. Well, Crocus got a wistful look as he began Laboon's story. A long time ago, a bunch of good-natured friendly pirates came down Reverse Mountain, and right behind them was a little whale. That was Laboon. As Crocus was explaining how he ended up becoming friends with the pirates and how Laboon ended up in Crocus' care, Luffy was focusing on hearing Laboon's voice. Earlier, Laboon was wailing loudly, which was mostly gut-wrenching screams of agony, but after being sedated, it was more melancholic. Why aren't you coming back? I miss your music, I want to travel and sing with you, come back soon, I'm waiting. The voice was filled so much pain and loneliness that Luffy felt like his heart was being physically squeezed. It's been 50 years since then, Crocus concluded, and everyone looked solemn, including Miss Wednesday, who had unknowingly dropped the facade for a while as she looked wide-eyed at Crocus with a pale face. Biwa. Laboon let out a soft roar as it resurfaced, and Crocus tied his ship with the Mary and took them out of the steel gate into a tunnel. This is amazing. Luffy commented as they traveled through the tunnel. I'm amazed Laboon is still alive even after having such things built into him, Zoro said, impressed. Is this also a hobby of yours? Sanji asked. Yes, you can say it's a doctor's hobby. I may not look it, but I ran a clinic at the Capes a long time ago. I even spent some time as a certain ship's doctor. A certain ship's doctor? Luffy thought in amusement. You're a doctor? Nami asked, surprised, as they reached the end of the tunnel where another steel door was built. Oh, so you live inside this whale to treat him? That's right, Crocus answered as he climbed up a ladder that led to a walkway to get to a wheel that opened the doors. As Laboon grew too big, it became impossible to treat him from the outside. Crocus then grunted as he began turning the wheel. I'm opening the doors now. The doors opened and Mary finally flowed back into the real sea. All right. We're out. Luffy cheered before looking at his crew with a grin. Now wasn't that way more than just landing in the sea? The others sighed and didn't answer him, but they did secretly agree with his words. They could have done without all the heart attacks though. So what should we do with these two? Zoro asked, eyeing the two tied-up intruders. Mr. Nine was squirming and trying to get out of the binds the whole time, and so was Miss Wednesday at the start, but once Crocus began Laboon's story, she had quietened down and just sat silently, listening closely to the conversations. Let them be for now, Luffy said, causing Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine to protest, but they were again ignored. The ship was damaged a bit, so they decided to stop for a while at the Capes and also have some lunch. As they set up a makeshift dining table just outside the lighthouse, they stared at Laboon facing towards the sky and noticed all its scars with a sad look. 50 years, huh? Does he still believe that his friends will return? Nami asked sadly. He'll be waiting until his death at this rate, Sanji said bluntly. Hey, don't be so cynical, Usopp argued, they can still come back. They said they would be back in 2 or 3 years, it's been 50. Sanji pointed out with a grimace. I think it's obvious that they're dead. Hey, you can't know that, can't you at least hope for a moving story of a promise between friends? I'm sure they'll come back. The truth, I'm afraid, is much more cruel, Crocus said grimly. I've heard from reliable sources that the pirates who Laboon has been waiting for have already left the Grand Line. What? Usopp screeched. Wait, that means they left through the calm belt, Nami inferred. Yes. That's why I don't know their fates for sure. Even if they did, they wouldn't dare to come back here. The Grand Line is a place where common sense goes to die. The weather, the sea currents, the wind currents, everything about this place is unpredictable, ruthless and unforgiving. It's not a place for weak-hearted people. So those weak-hearted people ran away prioritizing their own lives over their promise, Sanji angrily spat. Those cowards. How could they be so cruel? Usopp demanded furiously. How cruel, Vivi muttered sadly to herself before raising her voice. Why haven't you told him then? Laboon understands human speech, right? He'll be waiting for nothing at this rate? Miss Wednesday, Mr. Nine muttered in confusion as all eyes fell on her, and she shrank back, realizing her mistake. Luffy, who had closed his eyes and was listening to everything with a blank expression, smiled slightly. Feeling sympathy now, eh? Crocus smirked at her before answering her question. Why do you think he has so many scars on his head? Crocus asked looking at Laboon sadly. The day I told him about it, he went mad and started bashing his head on the red line. As if to stubbornly assert that his friends are beyond that wall and that they'll return one day. I've told him so many times already but he just refuses to face the truth. Damn, what a whale, Sanji breathed out in awe. He still keeps waiting even after he was betrayed, even though there's no point. He's scared, Crocus continued in a forlorn tone. After all this time, he's scared of losing the hope he's held onto, scared of losing his reason for waiting. His home is in the West Blue and there's no easy way home from here. Those pirates he came with, they were his way home and also his pod. Can't help but feel sad for the fellow, Sanji sighed before looking at Crocus. But you know, you've also been betrayed if you think about it. Why don't you just leave the whale already? Crocus sighed deeply. If I leave him now, his scars and actions will eventually kill him. We've sort of built up a strange relationship over the last 50 years, I suppose. I can't just leave, knowing he will die. The crew remembered what Luffy had said about humans befriending sea kings and giant creatures and it finally registered in their minds that it wasn't just Luffy being strange. Well, Luffy finally spoke up as he stood and stretched a bit. Did those pirates seem like such bad people, old man? Them? Crocus smiled wistfully. No, they were strong and kind, hey. Their motto was, let's bring smiles to children's faces with our music. Really? Nami, Vivi, Usopp and Sanji perked up in surprise. Luffy nodded with a grin. Yeah, they were great. You know something I don't? Crocus asked eyeing Luffy, with a bit of hope. Really, Luffy? Usopp piped up eagerly. Do you know what happened? Are they coming back? Luffy shook his head. Not my story to tell, but you know how the Grand Line is, old man. If you're not strong, it's cruel beyond belief. Enemies, diseases, weather. Situations designed to kill you or worse, break you, and sometimes, people will be forced to make choices that they don't like. Luffy sighed darkly remembering Yorkie's final moments. Just know that if they had the privilege of making a choice, they would die a million times over rather than break their promise to Laboon. Is that so? Crocus smiled sadly, reading between the lines and understanding that most of them were dead. But not all of them judging by how he said it wasn't his story to tell. Guess I'll have to wait to hear it from someone else then? He questioned hopefully. Yeah, Luffy nodded with a grin and Crocus smiled understanding that there were indeed survivors from the crew. And knowing about Brook's revive fruit, he could make a guess. Before he or anyone could ask more, Luffy shot off like a rocket towards Laboon. Is he climbing Laboon? Miss Wednesday said bewildered. They watched curiously as he reached the top and stopped right next to a fresh wound on Laboon's head. He then stretched his arms behind him, and then snapped them, pummeling his fists right into the whale's wound. Oh great, Nami sighed exasperatedly. Laboon was stunned for just a second before he let out a loud angry wail and started flailing wildly. BWA. What the fuck are you doing? The crew, plus the two agents, screamed in horror. Laboon. Crocus yelled in a mixture of anger, worry and astonishment. Laboon growled dangerously at the grinning Luffy before head-butting him into the red line and then grinding him into the rock face. Crushing Luffy into the rock. That kid, Crocus yelped in worry for Luffy. Don't worry, Nami yelled. Being crushed won't hurt him. The hell does that mean? Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine snapped. Ha 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 ha. Luffy laughed like a maniac before jumping at Laboon again and bringing his stretchy foot down on the poor whale. BWWAAAOHHHHH, Laboon growled furiously as he attacked Luffy again, and sent him flying and crashing into the red line again. A couple more similar exchanges later, Luffy grinned at Laboon before shouting, "It's a draw." The angrily charging Laboon froze and watched the little human in confusion. I'm strong, aren't I? And you want to defeat me, right? Luffy gave a challenging smirk as Laboon stared at him. Our fight is yet to be settled. Your old friends may or may not be dead, but I'm your new rival from now on. Laboon's eyes teared up. Once our crew circles the Grand Line, we're gonna come back here to meet you. Let's fight again then, me and you, it's a promise. Laboon started shedding big happy tears and bellowed happily, raising his head towards the sky. BWAAAHHH, new friend, arrival. Crocus looked on in amazement and joy as Laboon let out a happy roar while the rest of the crew smiled fondly. Vivi, on the other hand, was beyond stunned. No, Nami, Zoro and Usopp said firmly. BBIW, Luffy protested weakly while holding a huge paintbrush. No, the three snapped, cutting him off, but you'll traumatize Crocus, Laboon and everyone that lay their eyes on Laboon if we let you paint, Nami said sternly. Yeah. Anyone that comes to the Grand Line will run back as soon as they see whatever you're planning to paint, Zoro added. Is it that bad? Crocus asked curiously. I remembering the Jolly Roger he drew. Nami shuddered, hugging herself while Zoro and Usopp nodded sagely. Hand it over, Usopp said, extending a hand, and Luffy begrudging gave the paintbrush away, and just sat at the cliff with a light pout while Usopp painted the Straw Hat Jolly Roger over Laboon's scars. Luffy soon got bored though and looked around, only to find Vivi and Mr. Nine still tied up. He went to them and they stiffened up when they saw the man that had punched a whale approaching them. Do you still want to harm Laboon? He asked, mostly looking at the secret princess. Miss Wednesday bit her lip in frustration before slowly shaking her head. No, we don't. Miss Wednesday, Mr. Nine protested, but she cut him off. Do you really think you can kill that poor whale after hearing his story? Mr. Nine didn't have a response to that and slowly shook his head. Okay, great then. Luffy grinned and ripped the ropes binding them. You're letting us go? Miss Wednesday asked, surprised. Yeah, you're not going to hurt him anymore, so it's all okay, Luffy said, smiling. Come join us for food. Sanji should be done soon and I guarantee that his cooking will blow you away. Okay, she said, unsure. He not only let them go but was also inviting them to eat. She wondered just what kind of strange pirate she had met. They didn't take him up on his offer though and just quickly left. Luffy didn't bother convincing them as he had already found a log pose rolling around on deck and had picked it up, so he was sure the two would come back later when they noticed their log pose missing. He went back to Usopp, who soon finished painting the Straw Hat Jolly Roger, and the two stood in front of Laboon with matching grins. And done? You like it, Laboon? Usopp asked, receiving a happy nod in return. Biwa. This will be the sign of our promise, Luffy added. No more bashing your head on the red line or it'll disappear, okay? Biwa. Okay. Meanwhile, Nami was drawing her maps, Zoro was sleeping, and Sanji was cooking the elephant tuna fish. Just as Luffy and Usopp were making their way back to the lighthouse where they had set up camp, a sudden shriek interrupted them. Kaya! Nami's screech of horror rippled through the air, making even the gigantic whale dive back in fear. Luffy instantly appeared next to Nami, looking around for danger, but only found her looking at her compass in worry. What's wrong, Nami? Sanji, with plates of the cooked tuna fish, and the others also gravitated towards her while she remained in a panicked state. The compass is broken, it's spinning like crazy. Luffy relaxed his guard before slowly touching her with his sea stone cuffs and making sure she hadn't eaten a banshee fruit or something, because boy, was she loud. While Sanji set the table for food and Crocus explained about log poses, Luffy went to Mary to fetch the chest of log poses and also the custom-designed item he had gotten made in the woodwork shop in Logia Town. By the time he came back, Crocus had finished his explanation. Luffy, Nami huffed. Listen, we apparently need something called a log pose. Do you know anything about it? Yeah, Luffy said, handing her the log pose Vivi had dropped. That's the one those two intruders dropped. He then opened up the chest, which housed 3 eternal poses and 1 log pose, and pulled out the log pose. I got a spare one too. Just as she took it curiously, Luffy grabbed her hand and clicked on a wooden bracelet. Nami reflexively eyed the bracelet and was surprised to find a big, beautiful engraving of her tattoo just below the circular space, and along its surface, engravings of 2 circular reins, similar to what she had on her skirt, was present. This goes here, Luffy said, fixing the log pose he had on her wooden bracelet. There, now you look like a Grand Line navigator. Oh wow, you got this made? Nami smiled happily as she inspected her bracelet. Yeah, back in Logia Town. I see, Nami grinned before eyeing the log pose itself, and then proceeded to punch Luffy in the face. If you knew about log poses, you should have said so sooner. Luffy rolled his eyes while his hands shoved the tasty tuna fish into his mouth. It wasn't relevant until now, so what's the point of telling you? God, this tuna fish is so good. Well, that is true, Nami said with a sigh before she started studying the log pose. How does this work exactly? I can't see any markings on it. The islands in the Grand Line all have their own magnetic fields that these lock onto, Luffy explained. So you go to one island, wait until the log pose locks onto the next island, and so on in a chain. That's right, Crocus concurred. No other instruments work, so a log pose is your only friend here. From this mountain, there are 7 different paths you can choose from, but in the end, all paths eventually converge to one single island. Luffy smiled wistfully, remembering he laughed. Scene as Crocus continued. Raftel. The final destination on the Grand Line. In all of history, only one crew have been known to land there for sure: the Pirate King and his crew. Is that where it is, then? Usopp asked excitedly. The One Piece? Perhaps. That's the popular theory. We'll find out once we get there. Luffy grinned as he devoured the tuna fish, and Crocus smiled approvingly. Luffy hadn't yet finished everything, so pointed at the remaining food that was still left and said, if you guys don't eat soon, I'll finish everything. Oi, I made this for Nami Swan, don't finish it all. Then eat. As the others clambered to get a bite of the food, Crocus curiously picked up a piece of gold that was in the chest of log poses and studied it carefully. What's this? Crocus questioned. That gold trinket, it's something I got from a family I met in South Blue. It was some religious trinket. They worshipped some god called, Luffy furrowed his brows trying to remember. Waimea? Crocus suggested, pronouncing it Waimea. No, it was Willia, I think, Luffy said, pronouncing it as Willia. Oh, why? Do you recognize it? If it's from South Blue, then it's probably not what I'm thinking. There's this isolated strong tribe on an island in the New World who had something similar, so thought it could be from them. But I guess not. I see, Luffy just nodded, not thinking much of it before the topic was dropped. How long were you in the Grand Line anyway? Crocus asked as he seemed to recognize terms like New World and also somehow knew what had happened to the Rumbar pirates. On the sea? Something like a couple of months, I think. Mostly traveled on the Grand Line to go from one blue to the other. Ah, okay. Luffy suddenly turned towards the sky and his eyebrows furrowed in confusion when he spotted an otter riding a vulture. The unluckies, they come here. Sanji noticed his captain looking at the sky and followed his gaze. Is that an otter riding a vulture? He asked, causing the others to also look at the sky. It is an otter riding a vulture. Why is an otter riding a vulture? Everyone watched in bewilderment as the otter-vulture pair dropped something near the shore and a small explosion followed. Luffy disappeared from the makeshift dining table and they saw the animal pair flying away. Luffy reached the shore and found Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine breaking the surface of the water with a loud gasp. Looked like the bomb was dropped on them and they had jumped into the sea to save themselves. You okay? He asked, pulling Miss Wednesday up. Yeah, Miss Wednesday sighed as she straightened her clothes. Damn unluckies. Come back. Sanji can make you some hot tea, Luffy offered, and again, she was surprised by the kind action. Okay then, thank you. Miss Wednesday smiled with a nod and the two began walking away when Mr. Nine snapped. Notice me too, damn it. Oh she sorry. You come too, Nine guy. Mr. Nine grumbled a bit before sighing and bowing down a request. So the otter-vulture pair dropped a bomb on you and destroyed your boat. You also lost your log pose and now, you're asking us to take you home to Whiskey Peak? Nami summarized incredulously as the two agents knelt in front of them. Isn't that a bit too much, Mr. Nine? Considering how you were trying to kill the whale? We are sorry about that. Miss Wednesday genuinely apologized. We give up on hunting the whale. Who are you guys anyway? I am a king, Mr. Nine declared. Liar. Nami rebuked, yanking his cheek, making him wince. We cannot tell you our actual identities. We just want to go home. We promise to repay you. Our work requires us to be secretive. Our company's motto is mystery, and that's all we can say about it. We are appealing to your kindness and compassion here. Please take us home. It's fine, it's fine. They can come, Luffy nonchalantly agreed, causing the others to roll their eyes exasperatedly. Thank you. The two agents laughed, but at the back of their minds, they were a bit scared of bringing someone who could punch a whale into their home. As Nami set the course and Usopp began the repairs on the Mary, Luffy sat at the piano. Soon, a familiar tune rang through the air and a very excited Laboon let out a loud happy bellow, which caused the others to pause what they were doing and pay attention to the happy whale and the music. BWWAAHHH. Yo ho ho ho, 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 yo ho ho ho. As soon as Luffy began singing, Laboon got even more excited and started dancing around, making squealing noises as if singing along too, and only Luffy could hear that he actually was singing the lyrics too. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Binks Brew. Sea wind blows. To where? Who knows? The waves will be our guide. Crocus came up on deck and stood next to him with tears in his eyes as he watched Laboon dancing with joy. He also joined in on the singing, exchanging a happy look with Luffy. Bid farewell to Weaver's Town, say so long to Port Renowned. Sing a song, it won't be long, before we're casting off. Cross the gold and silver seas, the salty spray puts us at ease. Day and night to our delight, the voyage never ends. Sanji came up next to Crocus and exchanged a smile with both of them before he too began singing. Somewhere in the endless sky stormy winds are blowing by. Waves are dancing, evening comes, it's time to sound the drums. But steady men may never fear, tomorrow's skies are always clear. So pound your feet and clap your hands till sunny days return. Watching the whale that kept bobbing up and down in the sea while making cute, biwa, biwa, squeals of joy, Vivi bit her lip in frustration, feeling extremely guilty for even thinking about hunting down the happy whale. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Binks Brew. Sing a song and play along for all the oceans wide. After all is said and done, you'll end up a skeleton. So spread your tail, from dawn till dusk, upon these foamy seas. Yo ho ho ho, 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 yo ho ho ho. Luffy slowed down as he played the last few notes of the song and Laboon looked at him, Crocus and Sanji with joyful teary eyes. I loved it. Thank you, Straw Hat, Crocus sniffed, wiping his tears away, truly. Luffy grinned before glancing at Sanji. You knew the song too? Of course, Sanji smiled. Owner Zeph sang it whenever we had parties and he got drunk. I was told it was a staple pirate song? Yes, it sure is. Crocus trailed off with a reminiscent smile for a few seconds before glancing at all the others who had just stood by, not singing along, and frowned. But I have to say, the rest of your crew don't know the song? That's a crime, you know. Yeah, idiots don't know the value of music on a pirate ship. I told them that I'll be the temporary musician until we get an official one, and they have the audacity to ask me why a musician was even required. I say a musician is just as important as any other role on the crew, and they look at me like I'm crazy. Tut, tut, Crocus clicked his tongue, shaking his head in disappointment. Youngins these days. Tell me about it. Luffy huffed, shaking his head in disappointment while looking at the others, and with even Crocus on Luffy's side, they wondered if they were wrong. 10 minutes later, Luffy was sitting on Laboon's head while the whale sunbathed. Usopp was still fixing the Mary and Nami was still drawing up her charts, so he made himself at home on Laboon's head to while away the time. Vivi caught his eye, who was just sitting off to the side with Mr. Nine, both of them keeping their distance from everyone else. He had seen her in real life back at the Reverie once, before he had died and met Leo or even knew who she was, but he was too out of it back then to know if she had seen him or not. All he remembered was that she was crying while looking at the slaves in the pit and didn't know if she had seen him specifically. He had also kept an eye out to see if she would recognize Sanji, but apart from smiling at him when he was a bit flirty and becoming uncomfortable when he overdid it, she didn't seem to recognize him. She doesn't in the story too, but she had made a friend in Reiju in this reality, so Luffy thought she might recognize him. But as far as he could see, she hadn't. He chuckled remembering how much of an, to put it nicely, airhead she is, given how she couldn't even recognize Mr. 2 with very obvious signs and kept blurting out stuff she isn't supposed to like Mr. Zero's identity. So, it was no wonder she hadn't recognized Sanji yet. Thinking about her made him think about Reiju and he pulled out his transponder snail to start calling people. It didn't connect to Reiju. Didn't connect to Makino or Silk. Didn't connect to Koala. Didn't connect to Barati or Kaya or APIs or Whoopslap. He had already expected it. With the red line now separating him from everyone in East Blue, he couldn't get in touch with them anymore. He sighed heavily before putting the snail back in his sling bag. Transponder snails were never explored much in the story, so he had researched a bit about how they worked in his reality by asking Silk and the other scientists. He had wondered about how Marines kept in touch over long distances, like how he had used a transponder snail at a Marine base in Shellstown to connect to Sengoku all the way in Marine HQ, and found that they had better types of snails, with all sorts of accessories attached to it, some of which acted like relay stations between bases, that made such long-distance communication possible. They also needed to be in or near the base and set up beforehand as the accessories attached to them were connected to all sorts of other machines too, so one couldn't just steal a Marine-based transponder snail and use it either. Besides, the Marines could monitor any calls made by them too, so it would have been of no use. Newspaper agencies and journalists also used such techniques of having their offices as bases, so they could also use it to connect over long distances. But if one wanted to connect one snail to another over a very long distance with absolutely no interference or any other mechanism, it was impossible for a normal transponder snail and rig that were widely available. They had a range of just a few islands in the same blue. He had Reiju's snail and rig, so he could connect anywhere in East Blue, but looked like even her snail by itself couldn't get signals over the red line. He even started wondering if the Marines were purposefully limiting the communication technology in the world to make sure people were less connected with one another. He sighed heavily again, stopping himself from going down a rabbit hole. There were many things he missed from Leo's life, but not being able to connect with people whenever he wanted was one of the most frustrating things he still hadn't gotten over. In his head, he had kept asking White to get him a NCE. He had parted with Reiju, but had received no response. Is there really no way? He sighed before shaking his thoughts away and went back to his crew, who looked like they were ready to leave. Done? He asked, landing next to Nami, who didn't react in any way because of his sudden appearance. Hey, look at that. You didn't flinch or get scared. You keep doing it and it will stop surprising me sooner or later, you know, she said with a cheeky smirk. Well, guess I gotta find new ways to scare you then. That wasn't a challenge, she snapped, pinching his cheek. She. Anyway, yeah, the log is set to Whiskey Peak. We're ready to go, Captain. Usopp? The Mary's fixed and ready to go too. Alright. Luffy yelled, getting everyone's attention. Alan's why. And soon, they were setting off from Twin Capes with Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine as additional passengers. Are you sure about the destination? Crocus asked just as they left the shore. Once you set your course, there's no changing it. Luffy took only a moment to think about it. This was his last chance. Decide on another path and have a completely new and mysterious adventure, or go to Whiskey Peak and follow the story's events. It was a no-brainer. He turned to the side and after taking one look at Vivi and remembering all the people who came after, his choice was made. Yeah, he turned back to Crocus with a smile. We can come back again and choose another route, so it's fine. I see. Crocus smiled. All the best then, and I'll wait for that someone to show up. She good. Bye Crocus. Thanks for all the information. Nami waved goodbye as they sailed away. We're going now, Laboon. Keep your promise, Luffy yelled and Laboon bellowed loudly saying goodbye. Once Laboon went out of sight, Luffy thought about what would come next and became excited thinking about the insane weather that would soon be upon them. He went to the crow's nest to keep an eye out when something came flying in and hit him on the head. He looked around while massaging his head and found a gift-wrapped box lying next to him. He curiously picked it up and found a note on top. Before you get too excited and get your hopes up, this is nothing but a glorified transponder snail. Same snail functions, same everything, just with a much better interface. No internet or anything. Don't be unreasonable. The only perk you get is its range. You can call anyone you want and it will connect. 1. No one can intercept the signal, obviously, and 2. You need their number, obviously. Oh, and music, I guess. Have downloaded a shit ton of music on it for you. Have fun. Everything has a price. W with excited trembling fingers, and not all bothered by the ominous struck out words at the end. Luffy opened the gift box and inside, he found something he had asked forever since he had parted ways with Reiju all those months ago. Why now of all times and not before? He wondered, but a second later, realized the answer to that and frowned slightly. He was going to have words with White one day, but for now, he let go of that thought and focused on the device. It was just a thin, black rectangular slab with no markings on it for anyone else, but he could recognize it anywhere. Earbuds were also present in the box, but he picked up the phone first. He clicked the power button, only to be greeted by a picture of his straw hat blowing in the wind against the backdrop of a blue sky, and without wasting any time, dialed Reiju's number, hit call and held it to his ear. He chuckled when "We Are" started playing as the ringer tune and started humming along happily. The song played for a bit too long before abruptly cutting off and being replaced with sounds of splashing waves and strong winds blowing. "Hello?" came Reiju's agitated voice. Luffy grinned ecstatically. "You feel good about pulling that prank with my bounty picture, you stupid minx?" "Luffy, you feel good about pulling that prank with my bounty picture, you stupid minx?" "Luffy." Reiju's ecstatic voice came through and his face brightened up, hearing her voice after so long. "It's been so long. It's great to hear your voice again, Rei. I missed you so much, and yes." She snickered. "I felt great about pulling that prank, at least, at first." Sen called, "Huh? Sen, do you mean Fleet Admiral Sengoku?" "Yeah. Vice Admiral Suru called actually, but I've heard they're close, so they know you?" "Yeah, kinda taunted them a bit. What about your sperm donor?" "Oh, now you're worried?" Reiju huffed. "You should have told me that such people knew you beforehand and I wouldn't have pulled that prank. Now, Suru knows, Sengoku knows, and you've also caught Judge's attention. How was I supposed to know you would do that? And how was I supposed to know such people knew you? That's why you shouldn't have kept secrets in the first place." Fine, I'm at fault. What happened with Judge? Are you okay?" She grumbled a bit more but ultimately sighed. "I can't even be mad at you, don't worry, not much happened. When Judge and Suru asked me how I knew you, well, I kinda. You told them I was your SX slave, right?" "Yeah, sorry. Don't worry about it." "Did you go into explicit detail when they started asking for details?" Luffy asked, grinning eagerly. Yes. You should have seen Judge's face. It didn't take more than 2 sentences of me telling him that you used your mouth to make me feel things no one else had before he stopped the questioning. And I'm pretty sure Suru did a spit take." Luffy thought about it for a moment before frowning. "You can't outright lie to him, huh?" "Depends, but basically yeah, what I meant was that you used that mouth of yours to say things that made me happy, but I'm not responsible for how they interpret it." "Technically truth statements, huh?" Luffy sighed, understanding that she had to do such mental gymnastics all the time with her father and brothers. "Well, forget all that. What are you doing? Where are you?" "Just entered paradise. Back on the Grand Line. You must be happy, huh?" "Reiju, you have no idea how happy I am right now. Not only am I back in my favorite part of the world, but I also got a new piece of tech that will let me talk to anyone I want no matter where they are in the world. So, now I don't have to worry about not reaching you either. We can talk anytime we want." "I'm sorry? You got a transponder snail with a global range?" Pretty much, yeah. That's kinda not possible, how could why? Oh, just think of it as something from the secret country Leo's from. More secrets from Leo, huh? Wait a minute, does that mean it was you who was responsible for the gunfire? Gunfire? Yeah. Just now, my transponder snail suddenly started spewing gunfire sounds out of nowhere instead of ringing in its normal purr-purr way. Really? Yeah. Shocked the hell out of me. Thought I was being fired at by some unknown enemy at first, but turns out, it was just the snail ringing. I thought something was wrong with the snail, but was your new tech responsible? Luffy checked the phone settings a bit before finding out that he could basically set any ringer tune for others when he called, and it was set to gunfire sounds by default. Sorry, it is something from my end, Luffy chuckled. Ooh, I'm gonna have fun with this. Now I'm even more shocked. How could you even possibly achieve that? I didn't even know snails could ring in any other tone before. I'll explain in detail some other time. For now, don't you want to meet my crew? Reiju only took a moment to understand what he really meant. Oh, is he with you? She asked, her voice laced with excitement and apprehension. Yep. I see. Reiju's voice changed and it seemed like she was using a fake voice which was also muffled. I am ready. Luffy put the phone on speaker as he jumped down from the crow's nest. Nami and Usopp were at the prow discussing something. Zoro was napping away at the mast, Sanji was inside the kitchen, and the two agents were at the back of the ship, making sure to keep minimum contact with everyone. Luffy first tried to wake Zoro up but he seemed to be too deep in sleep, so he let him be and just pulled Sanji out from the kitchen to where Nami and Usopp were. Guys, need to introduce you to someone. Wait, what's that? Usopp asked, eyeing the phone, and the other two also got interested in it. Well, it's just a transponder snail with a better interface. Oh, looks fancy, Nami said, eyeing the device before glaring up at Luffy. How much did it cost? Luffy chuckled. This isn't something that you can just buy. It's one of a kind and a friend made it for me. Ah, that's okay then, I guess. I'm assuming you're talking about the new tech? Who's that? Everyone, say hi to the mystery genius inventor friend I keep talking about. Ooh, genius inventor. Niece, Lou, hi all. You can call me, Blossom? Luffy suggested, using the Powerpuff Girls as a reference. Blossom? I hate that. Bubble then. Okay. First off, why Blossom? And secondly, how the fuck did you jump from Blossom to Bubble? There's no link between the two. You could go with Buttercup, Luffy continued, ignoring her, but I'll be tempted to make Princess Bride references when talking to you. Again, where's the link? She tiredly sighed. I'm fine with Bubble. I don't want to listen to you talking about random shit all the time. Inconceivable. Luffy quoted in Vizzini's voice. Someone smack this idiot for me, please. With pleasure, my lovely Bubble-chan. Sanji, whose eyes had turned into hearts the moment Reiju had spoken, said as he kicked Luffy in the stomach. Luffy sucked in his lips and let the attack hit, not being able to concentrate on anything but keeping his laughter in control. Anyway, Nami picked up the conversation. It's so nice to finally talk to you, Bubble. I'm Nami, the navigator. Your shock staff is amazing. I defeated so many people with it. Hi Nami. Reiju greeted normally, seemingly not affected by Sanji's voice. Luffy gave you that staff, huh? I thought you would just keep playing around with it, screaming abracadabra all the time. Oh, he still does that sometimes, Nami sighed. It's Avada Kedavra. Whatever. I'm next, Usopp piped up. Hello, Bubble. I'm the great pirate Captain Usopp. You can call me the mighty Usopp or Captain Usopp. Hey, Usopp, Luffy is the only one I'll ever call Captain, but nice to meet you. Usopp deflated while the others chuckled. By the way, the shock staff is really a wonder. Would like to pick your brain a bit when you have the time? Sure Usopp, anytime. By the way, I'm sorry for all the secrecy. Have a bit of a sensitive identity, but I'll introduce myself properly when we meet for real. No worries, Bubble-chan. Sanji twirled around, answering on behalf of everyone. I am Sanji, a humble slave to your love and the cook of this ship. Hi Sanji, your voice reaching my ears is equivalent to tasting the sweet nectar of God himself. I only wish that I could get the honor of meeting you in person soon and hear your angelic voice coming out of your angelic lips. Oh, I see, Luffy, who was watching with amusement, tilted his head in confusion. He expected happiness or even horror from her as her own brother was saying such things to her. But her voice was laced with a hint of dread, and she almost seemed to be on the verge of tears. Realization dawned on him a second later and he gasped. "Ah, wait, it's not like that, ah shit." He quickly ran to the kitchen and locked himself in it, while the rest watched with surprise and confusion. He put the phone off of loudspeaker and tried to calm her down. Hey relax, Ray. It's not what you're thinking, calm down. He sounds just like my other brothers, Reiju cried. Please zen out like them. No, of course not, he's kind, empathetic, and amazing. The only way he's like your other brothers is the way he goes gaga over women. That's where the similarities end. He overwhelms them and makes them a bit uncomfortable with his over-the-top poems, sure. But he's still respectful. He refuses to even raise a finger at any woman even if he's being killed by them. He's kind to everyone and doesn't mistreat anyone, believe me, he's a good person. Reiju sniffled for a few more seconds before she finally seemed to compose herself. Okay, you're right. Sorry, hearing his voice after so long, and the first thing he says sounds just like my other brothers, my mind jumped to conclusions. Yeah, you know what I was expecting? Horror from you as your own brother is trying to flirt with you. Oh God. Reiju gasped. I didn't even realize that. Stop him from saying such things. I already tried once but he didn't listen, so I decided to go the opposite way and now, I record him whenever he says stuff like that about you. PFF'd, that's so cruel to him. I love it, it's gonna be so embarrassing for him when I play that in front of him. Ha 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 ha. She yeah. Okay, go back to him. I want to talk to the crew more too. Luffy came out of the kitchen and the three instantly gravitated towards him. You're more interested in talking to them than talking to me? I get headaches whenever I talk to you. Seeing that she was okay, the rest sighed in relief. While Luffy was comforting her, Nami had smacked Sanji for making Bubble uncomfortable and had asked him to tone it down, and Sanji looked apologetic. Yeah, he gives us lots of headaches too, Nami said exasperatedly. Right? The first conversation I had with him was so infuriating that I was almost about to kill him. Yes, exactly what happened with me. So how many of you refused to join his crew at first and then he refused your refusal? Oh, he just demanded that I join. He just told me to get on the ship. He used those exact words on me, Sanji said before continuing. Bubble-chan, I'm sorry for before. I didn't mean to make you uncomfort AB. Ah, it's okay, Sanji. It was just an overreaction on my part. I have some issues, I guess, and I came to some wrong conclusions. Don't worry, Luffy explained things to me. Oi shitty captain, what did you say about me? Reiju answered before Luffy could open his mouth. That you are kind and empathetic and amazing. Might seem a bit overwhelming at first, for women I mean. But you still respect us and would never harm a woman. Oh, also that you make the most amazing food. Oh. Sanji blinked in surprise, a tiny tinge of pink adorning his cheeks before he went into full love mode again and twirled around like a hurricane. I'll do anything for you, my lovely Bubble-chan. Luffy made sure to record everything he was saying with amusement. Anyway, where are you, Bubble? I'm in paradise too, but near the end of it. Wait, really? Luffy perked up. Come join us then? On a mission, Lu. I'm only here for another week before I have to go back. When will you be joining us then? Usopp asked and everyone noticed Luffy gritting his teeth in frustration. Not for another 2 or 3 years I think. 3 years? We'll be traveling from now on. We can fight or escape from anyone who comes after you, Luffy said, looking serious. No, they can track me down pretty easily and quickly. Besides, there are some people here who I can't leave just like that. I'll have to make preparations for them so that they can escape too. Luffy just stayed silent, clearly frustrated. People are after you? Usopp inferred. Kinda. Are they strong? Stronger than Luffy? Nami asked. I'm stronger than Luffy. What? The three yelled in bewildered shock. That was then. I'm way stronger now. I think I can beat you if we fight now, Luffy said grinning. Ha, I'd like to see you try. Anyway, we've agreed on 3 years so let's stick to that. It's just 3 years, Luffy. We'll be spending the rest of our lives together anyway so this is nothing. Okay. Luffy relented but was planning to have a long conversation with her later when they had privacy, while the rest raised an eyebrow at Reiju's suggestive words. Are you two like, Nami asked hesitantly, a thing or something? What? Ah, I see. It's the way I said it, right? Nothing like that. I meant spend my life with him on his crew, as if I would want to be with an idiot like Luffy. Luffy smirked at the hypocrisy. Says the girl who stuck her tongue down my throat when I was unconscious. Luffy! Reiju screamed while the rest blinked in surprise before gasping loudly. What? Oh yeah, I can still taste the cherry-flavored lipstick, Luffy smiled, licking his lips and looking into the distance as if reminiscing. Don't say things out of context, that was necessary, otherwise, you would have died. Guys, don't listen to him. It was something akin to CPR. She hastily said the last part trying to defend herself. Sure, that's the reason your taste was all around my gums and my tongue. Grr, I want to smack you so bad right now. I'll do it, Nami snapped as she began smacking him hard and Sanji joined in too, yelling, "How dare you kiss a goddess?" while Reiju laughed. As Luffy was lying down taking beatings from Nami and Sanji, he spotted a snowflake as it slowly fell on him. Guess it's starting. He immediately got up, getting out from under them. Bubble, it started snowing. Oh damn. Guess it's gonna be hell for the next few hours. Yeah, I'll call you after. Okay. Good luck guys. You'll definitely need it, bye. Luffy cut the call while the other three looked questioningly at him. What did she mean? Usopp worriedly asked. There are multiple magnetic fields here from the 7 starting islands and the Red Line, so the weather is gonna get extremely unstable. So brace yourselves cause the next few hours, it will be hell, he said, grinning menacingly before adding, for you guys, I mean. And the rest looked up at the sky with dread. They then looked down back at Luffy, who put the weird device inside his pant pocket, tapped his pocket as if making sure it was there, pulled it out, repeated the action a couple more times, and then out of nowhere, started tearing up. Do you know how many times I've randomly checked my pocket, not found my phone, and panicked that I had lost it, before realizing I didn't even have one? He sniffed with joy. And now I do again. Oh, thank you so much, White. The three walked away, not wanting to even know what he was on about. This doesn't seem so bad, Nami commented as she watched Luffy and Usopp building snowmen from the prow as snow accumulated on the Mary. Luffy, who was proudly looking at the snowman he had built, snapped his head in her direction. You did not just say that. What? You just tempted fate, Nami. Now, the universe is gonna do everything in its power to make sure this situation gets worse. What kind of stupid superstition is that? Nami scoffed, dismissing the idea. Oh, you poor sweet summer child, guess you gotta see it to believe it, Luffy said with pity in his eyes before going back to play. He really wanted to go through the phone and see all its functions, but he held off until the insane weather passed. Usopp, look at my snowman, ha ha ha, that's nothing. Feast your eyes on my soulful masterpiece. The Snow Queen, Usopp exclaimed with a flourish, showing off the snowman, nay, the snow sculpture he had made of a woman who looked suspiciously like Kaya. Oh wow. That's actually amazing, Sanji praised, looking at the sculpture from where he was shoveling snow near Nami's tangerine trees. Missing Kaya already, huh? Luffy teased, causing Usopp to splutter and blush. What do you mean? You're right, it does look like Kaya, Nami also teased with a grin. Who's Kaya's crush back on his home island? Luffy said and watched as the pink hue on Usopp's face intensified. She's not my crush, Usopp weakly protested. Sure she isn't, Nami drawled, and he blushed more heavily while his lips quivered. Whatever he was about to say was cut off by Luffy yelling, "Snowman punch," as he launched the stick which served as his snowman's arm towards Kaya's sculpture, destroying it. How could you? Usopp obviously got angered and started chasing Luffy around the deck while Luffy laughed, and the two soon devolved into a snowball fight. Nami, how long do I have to continue my snow shoveling of love? Until it stops snowing, Sanji, Nami answered as she went back inside the kitchen. Okay, hey, Mr. Nine called out from where he and Miss Wednesday were wrapped up in blankets at the dining table. Doesn't this ship have a heating system? It's so cold, Miss Wednesday added, shivering. Shut up, Nami snapped. You're not here as guests, go outside and shovel the snow or something. Just then, Lightning suddenly started flashing out of nowhere and the winds also picked up speed. This sure is chaotic, like Luffy said. Nami sighed as she stared at the sky through the porthole. It was sunny at first, then it suddenly started snowing without warning, and now lightning too. That's how it is in the Grand Line, Miss Wednesday smugly said. It seems like you guys are clueless about this place, Mr. Nine scoffed. I don't think you've checked the log pose for a while now, is that really okay? What do you mean? I just checked it a few minutes ago, Nami said as she checked the log pose and was left stunned. Kyaahhhhh, she screamed as she ran outside. What is it, Nami-san? This can't be happening. Turn the ship 180 degrees, hurry. Why? Are we going back? No, the ship itself turned around and we are heading in the opposite direction. How could this happen? I only took my eyes off it for a minute and the waves were calm too. Looks like you've been played by the waves, Mr. Nine scoffed. Are you really a navigator? Miss Wednesday lampooned. The sky, waves, clouds, winds, currents, nothing makes sense in this sea. The only thing that makes sense is the direction your log post points to, do you understand? Nami felt a vein throbbing when the fake king and undercover princess talked down to her and she snapped, kicking them both out onto the deck. Stop acting so high and mighty in those cozy blankets and go help already. She then began barking orders as the others started handling and steering the ship. Brace the yard. Turn the ship 180 degrees. Sanji, on the whipstaff. Usopp, watch astern. Yes, Nami Swan. Leave it to me. She sure is bossy, Miss Wednesday grumbled as she came up to Luffy's side, who was pulling the sails to catch the wind. Heya. Doing good. Just swell, Miss Wednesday said, rolling her eyes. Are you sure you're the captain? She seems to like ordering you around and even hitting you. Nami's the navigator, so she holds all authority over how to handle the ship, and I don't mind all the hitting. That's weird, but she doesn't seem to be a good navigator either, she scoffed. I heard that. Nami yelled furiously from the upper deck and she winced. Less talking and more working. Tack the sails in. The wind changed directions again. Yes, ma'am, Miss Wednesday saluted as she began following her orders. She's adjusting, Luffy said as he gave Miss Wednesday a hand. This is her first time in the Grand Line. Give her some time and she'll be reading the Grand Line like a book. Take your time, Nami. He yelled the last part at Nami in a calm, reassuring tone. Nami heard that and blinked for a second before loosening her balled-up fists, letting out a deep breath, and calming herself down. To be honest, she was feeling a bit helpless as she wasn't able to do the thing she was best at, and the blue-haired bitch's comments weren't helping either. But Luffy's right. I'm adjusting, it's only been an hour since I began navigating here. I just need a bit of time before I make these Grand Line currents mine. She nodded with a sigh of relief, knowing Luffy had her back like always, and allowed herself another moment of peace before she began reading the waves, the winds, the clouds, and began analyzing everything while also barking out orders to keep the ship from capsizing. Miss Wednesday, on the other hand, just grumbled sarcastically, sure she will. Do you like acting like a bitch? Luffy asked nonchalantly, making her gasp. Don't call me a bitch, I only asked if you liked acting like one. That's the same thing. Luffy chuckled and felt a need to tease her more. Hey, he suddenly faced her, are you perhaps a noble? She flinched. What? Luffy, the mizzen-mast. On IT. Luffy went to the mizzen-mast and Miss Wednesday followed after him, feeling flustered. Why did you ask that? She asked as he pulled on the rope to change the direction of the sails. Dunno, Luffy shrugged. The way you walk, I guess. The way I walk? Yeah. Seen nobles a lot and they have this special way of walking. Like the way you carry yourself. I guess. You seemed like you had the same walk too, Luffy said, making stuff up. Ha. That's absurd, she scoffed, but a few beads of sweat had formed on her forehead. Yeah? Then swear. What? Say bad words. Nobles are prim and proper in the way they speak and all, right? So, if aren't one, you should have no problem swearing, right? You asshole. Guess I set the bar too low. Say fuck. Fuck, head, face, head, face. Hard to port. Now, Luffy ran to the stern while Miss Wednesday followed as they kept up the impromptu game. Son of a bitch. Motherfucker. Son of a bitch. Motherfucker. Cunt. A very faint blush adorned her face. See cunt. You fucking wanker, Luffy said in a British accent. The blush intensified. Why you fucking W1? Sanji, who was running past the two at that moment, heard them and instantly aimed a kick at Luffy. What the hell are you saying to a lady? Luffy ducked down as he burst out laughing. PFF'd, Sanji, I'm not forcing her. Peef, she's the one who's just repeating whatever I say. You fucking morons. Now's not the time to play around, Nami shrieked. There's a fucking whirlpool in front of us, steer us away. Yes, Nami Swan, as Sanji went away. Luffy looked back at Miss Wednesday with a mischievous grin. Want to continue? Dégagez. Piss off, she grumbled under her breath in annoyance before walking away, finally realizing that she had nothing to prove to him. Why and how the hell did I get pulled into his pace and start that stupid game in the first place? Oh, using French, he said, and she froze mid-step before slowly turning back in apprehension, only to see a mischievously smiling Luffy. Not many people bother learning other languages, he said innocently. Unless of course, you are a noble. How do you know it then? She shot back. You must be a noble too then. She's so easy, she had just slipped up by using the word, too, but she didn't seem to have realized it, and Luffy didn't bother pointing it out either as he wanted to have more fun. Oh, my brother went to college where people from all sorts of backgrounds who spoke different languages mingled. And you know what the first thing one learns of another's language? He asked rhetorically before answering with a smile. Swear words. So, I might not know the language, but I certainly know how to swear. His grin widened as he looked her in the eyes before saying, Castoy, salope, fuck off, cunt. Miss Wednesday gasped and reflexively punched him in the face while growling, don't call me that. She can't even say the word again, huh? Her face flushed as she scowled at him before she seemed to resolve herself and yelled, Nick Tamir, fuck your mother. Mon Dieu. You kiss your father with that mouth? Luffy cackled but not before adding, fils de pute, son of a bitch. She also ran after him, bringing out and swinging her peacock slashers. Putain de Connard, fucking asshole. Smack. Crack. Luffy and Miss Wednesday knelt down in front of an irate Nami with matching bumps on their heads. Do you two realize what's happening around us? Nami growled. There's a fucking typhoon to our right. A field of ice glaciers in front of us, and a fucking water geyser to our left. We are fucking fighting to even stand upright and you're not even listening to what I'm saying. We need to give it our all here, and here you two are. What the heck were you even doing? Nami, ice glaciers coming up fast. Usopp screamed from the bow of the ship. Now's not the time to scold them either. Nami glared at the two. Did you hear that? I'll go take care of it, Luffy instantly ran. I'll go to take care of the sails, Miss Wednesday ran, and finally, everyone was pitching in to manage the ship. Well, everyone except Zoro, who was napping away ever since they left Reverse Mountain. We're gonna crash, Usopp yelled as the ice glaciers came up fast. Mary's not gonna become the Titanic, Luffy yelled as he snapped his arm back and launched a gum-gum bazooka right at the glacier, shoving it away. Great, Nami cheered. Sanji, hard starboard, this is the max. It wasn't enough, we're gonna crash, Luffy, cushion? On it. Luffy ballooned up and got in between the glacier and Mary just as they collided. The ship creaked for a second when Luffy began rolling towards the edge, thus launching Mary away from the iceberg. We did it, Typhoon, Mr. Nine shrieked, pointing at the huge typhoon they were about to get sucked into. Luffy, Nami yelled, pointing at the typhoon, do something. The hell do you think I can do against a typhoon? It's not a tsunami wave I can just punch. People can't punch a tsunami wave either, you moron, Miss Wednesday, Mr. Nine, and Usopp snapped in unison. Brace yourself. We're getting sucked in. Ha 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 ha, I feel like I'm finally back home. Woo, fly, Mary, fly. We're gonna crash and die, you bastard. If I'm crazy, I'm on my own. If I'm waiting, it's on my throne. You can't seriously be singing right now. If I sound lazy, just ignore my tone. 'Cause I'm always gonna answer when you call my phone. Like, what's up, danger? Luffy, if we survive this, I'll show what danger is. Can't stop me now, I said, I got you now, ha 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 ha, woo. We survived. I can't believe it, Luffy? Come here, you bastard. Oi navigator, hail storm coming up. Wah holy mother of God, starboard, starboard, now. You're not looking at the log pose enough. We're off course again, Miss Wednesday chided. Shut up, I know. But we can't go in a straight line. Just follow my orders, turn the ship around. I knew it. Oh shut up. Nami Swan is so cute even when she's wrong. I'll shove my heel down your throat. Zoro, wake up. Damn it Zoro. Wake up and help out, it's an emergency. She, it's okay. Let him sleep. No, you idiot, we need him to wake up. It's okay, Nami Swan. The shitty mosshead isn't gonna be helpful even if wakes up. I'll do whatever you want me to. That fucking swordsman. I'm gonna kill him if we survive this. Is that cloud giving me the middle finger? I told you, Nami. The universe will conspire against you if you tempt fate. See? Now the universe is flipping you off. How dare you flip off Nami Swan, you shitty cloud. Oh look, 4 more clouds joined. Now 5 clouds are flipping me off. What is my life anymore? She don't worry, Nami. I tempt fate all the time and it's so much fun. Don't do that, idiot. Oh, so you believe my whole talk about tempting fate now? Of course not, the winds are just shaping them like that. You need more proof, I guess. Okay, hey, there's no way that we'll get into conflict with one of the 7 warlords on the first island, right? There's no way that could happen. Why are you choking me? You said you didn't believe in this? Doesn't matter, idiot captain. Oh look, Nami. There are 10 clouds flipping us off now, man. I can't wait to go to the next island. We're gonna piss off a warlord so soon. She. I don't care anymore. Nami, look at your log pose. Looks like we're off course. Mother fu, typhoon alert, another typhoon alert. Stop screaming, Usopp. I learned from the last time. I know what to do to not get pulled in. Follow my orders to AT. Yes, we made it. Ha. Take that, you shitty typhoon. I'm impressed. Nami, look, we're being sucked into a whirlpool and a thunderstorm now. This is gonna be awesome, this sea is so amazing. Oh fucking hell, there's water leaking below deck. Usopp, go take care of that. I'll handle the sails. Okay, eat up guys. You need to eat to keep your energy up? Glomp, you're eating too much, leave some for the rest. The winds are too strong, raise the sails. Oh no. The sails are tearing, I hate this sea. I love this sea. Oh shut the hell up, firm ta guel. Oh, and finally, after a few hellish hours where they danced with death, they were in stable weather again where the waves were calm and the skies were clear. Is it safe now? Usopp wheezed. Nami looked around trying to see or feel anything but felt nothing. I think we're good, no more storms. Oh thank God, they all groaned and collapsed to the deck simultaneously, including Nami. Luffy, the only one who had the time of his life and also looked completely okay, brought them lemonade and food from the kitchen to build their energy back up, and after making sure they were all resting, sat on the railing and began going through his phone. It was pretty much a basic phone, a great camera, amazing loudspeakers that could play music loud enough to reach the whole deck, alarm, calculator, notes, and so on. Apart from the basic things, it also had a compass that functioned as a log pose. As for its communication abilities, it could perform all the functions a normal phone could. There were a few notes that were left for him that explained how the normal call functions translated in this world. A voice call could be made to any transponder snail, which was a given. But video calls could also be made if the other end was a vis snail, no matter which type. He could send just pictures too and the other end would print it out if it was connected to a printer. The same thing would happen if he sent a text message, so it basically worked like him sending a fax. Apart from that, for his entertainment, thousands of songs were on it which excited him the most. He searched to see if any great movies were also on it and saw that there were quite a few video files too, when he excitedly opened one. MMYEAAHH. Porn started playing and the loud moaning of a woman sounded throughout the deck. Luffy flinched and fumbled the phone for a moment before quickly closing it. What was that? Sanji asked, perking up. Blue whale cries. Luffy lied as he cursed whiteout and began deleting all the videos as they were all of the same type. Fortunately for him, Everyone was too tired to care or even move from where they had collapsed. They all remained in the same position for another hour, during which Luffy had put the earbuds in and listened to songs he had missed so damn much before Zoro finally woke up from his beauty sleep. That was great. Zoro slowly opened his eyes and stood up, drowsily rubbing his eyes. Noticing the peaceful skies and the calm sea, he thought that the crazy Grand Line weather he had heard rumors of was nothing but an exaggeration. His eyes then fell on everyone who was sprawled out on the deck and he frowned. "Hey, I know the weather's nice and warm, but don't you think are we even going the right way? You son of a..." Everyone just cursed him in their minds, too tired to verbally respond. Zoro's eyes finally fell on the 2 extra passengers also sprawled out on deck. "Wait, what are these 2 clowns doing here? You're only noticing us now?" Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday snapped. "We're giving them a ride to their hometown," Luffy informed. "Why? It's not like we owe them anything." "Yeah, we don't." "Well, it's fine either way." Zoro shrugged before crouching down in front of the 2, who sat up and looked at him with apprehension. "And you 2 look like you're up to no good. What were your names again?" "I'm Mr. 9. And I'm Miss Wednesday." Seeing that they were squirming uncomfortably, Zoro grinned menacingly. Yes. Something's been bugging me about those names ever since I heard them. I think I may have heard those names somewhere before, or maybe not." The 2 squirmed more as they broke out into cold sweats and Zoro's grin widened. "Well, in any saws," was all he could say before someone rammed the back of his head and his forehead bounced off the deck. He turned around and saw the demonic visage of the navigator. "How dare you sleep comfortably all this time?" She spat furiously. "You kept sleeping no matter how much we tried to wake you up." "Huh?" Zoro glared challengingly, not understanding why she was being so hostile, and regretted it a few seconds later as Nami left him with multiple bumps on his head. She take it easy, Nami. You can finally start his debt for not helping just now." Nami blinked before her anger melted away and her eyes turned into berries. "That's right, Zoro. You're 50,000 berries in debt now for not helping. Thanks, Luffy." She cooed the last part, blowing a kiss at Luffy. "Which?" Zoro cursed before glaring at Luffy. "And you? Stop giving her ideas." I need some company though. I'm the only one in her debt right now." "No, I'm already in her debt." Usopp raised his hand with a groan. "She charged me for wasting materials during my experiments, the materials that I bought. How does that even make sense?" "I'm happily in Nami Swan's debt too," Sanji swooned. Zoro's eyes twitched as he watched the money-hungry witch cheekily grinning at him before he turned his glare on Luffy. "So? Well, you wouldn't want to be the only one left out, right? Now, we're all in her debt." "I suddenly feel pity for you all," Miss Wednesday interjected, sending a sympathetic gaze at everyone, except Nami. "Yes, I would never want to be in a crew with that," Mr. 9 added, staring at Nami, which earned him a bump on the head. Zoro just heaved a deep sigh, letting it go. Satisfied with getting the swordsman under her debt, "Red Control," Nami addressed the whole crew. "Alright guys, don't let your guards down. Who knows what will happen next? I understand now how crazy this Grand Line Sea is. I understand because all my navigational skills have failed to work." "Not exactly instilling confidence here, Nami." Usopp groaned. "Are we really going to be okay?" "Of course." Nami smiled. "I just need some time to adjust and things will work out. And look," she pointed in front of them where an island was slowly coming into view. "The first leg of our journey is over. Yay! Our first island on the Grand Line." As they got closer, the faint silhouette became clearer and clearer and they finally saw all the cacti-like mountains on the island. "I see giant cacti. What a funny looking island. So this is Whiskey Peak, we've finally arrived." Mr. 9 cheered, and when they got close enough, he and Miss Wednesday both jumped onto the railing. "Well then, we'll be taking our leave here," Mr. 9 smirked. "Thank you for bringing us here, my honeys. If fate wills it, perhaps we will meet again," Miss Wednesday added. "Ah, saying goodbye just like that?" Luffy asked with a smirk. "No more colorful words?" Miss Wednesday glared at him, flipped him off, and yelled, "Asshole," before she and Mr. 9 said, "Bye-bye baby," in unison and jumped off the ship. "They're gone. Who even were they? They're so weird." Luffy chuckled as he watched Vivi swim towards the island. "Well, let's just land." Yeah, Nami agreed before looking ahead. Looks like there's a river at the front. We can sail inland by ship. Hey, there aren't going to be any monsters here, right? Usopp asked, his teeth clattering in fear as they entered the river, which was covered by fog. There's a good chance, Sanji flatly stated. This is the Grand Line after all. Usopp began trembling more. See, can't we just skip the island? What's the point of even coming here then? We can't skip either, Nami continued. We have to stay on the island long enough for the log post to reset and record the magnetic field of the next island, or we can't go ahead. So we can't leave the island even if there are monsters on it? Pretty much, yeah. Hey guys, listen. I think I can't enter new island disease. Ooh, the fog is clearing. I think I hear people, Zoro said, straining his ears. Be prepared for a fight. Hey guys, I really think my chronic illness is acting up. Contrary to what they were imagining, a large crowd of people welcomed with raucous cheers. Welcome pirates. Welcome to our town. Welcome to the Grand Line. Hooray. Welcome, heroes of the sea. Nami and Zoro stood on Luffy's either side at the bow as they watched in bewilderment at the welcoming cheers. They're not monsters, they're welcoming us, Usopp said, surprised. What's going on? Sanji demanded before his eyes fell on all the women cheering for them and he forgot about everything else. Whoa, so many cute girls. They can't be any more obvious, Zoro scoffed. As if anyone would fall for this. Tell that to the other idiots on this ship, Nami sighed, watching Sanji go crazy over the girls and Usopp blowing out kisses to the crowd. Luffy too. Zoro sighed when he saw his captain happily waving at the crowds too. She, you guys don't get it, Luffy said, leaning back to get close to the two. This is not just a trap, this is a honey trap. Yeah. So you first eat all the honey? Luffy licked his lips with a grin, causing the other two's lips to also stretch into matching grins. And for the next few hours, the people of Whiskey Peak partied like they had never partied before. Maya he, Maya woo, Maya ha, ma ahem ma, Maya ha ha. Mr. 8 softly sang to himself as he stared at the beautiful moon in the night sky. You sure seem to be in a good mood, Mr. 8, Mr. 9 interrupted as he and Miss Wednesday came up to him. Ah, it's you too. What were you singing? Miss Wednesday asked curiously. Oh, it's something that Straw Hat Pirate was singing. Yeah, we heard the commotion. You all were so loud. Well, the Straw Hats sure know how to party. I almost feel bad that we have to capture them. So they're taken care of? Mr. 8's tone shifted from the playful one he had until then to a cold one. Yes, they're all knocked out cold. A door opened and a tall woman in a nun costume stumbled out groaning. Oh Lord, that girl sure can hold her liquor. I was only drinking carbonated tea. Miss Monday. Miss Monday sighed, removing her nun costume. Was it really necessary for a celebration like that? They were just 5 little brats. We could have finished them off at the harbor itself. She eyed Miss Wednesday and Mr. 9 before continuing. As it is, we're having a food shortage, and there's no whale meat coming our way either. We did the best we could, Mr. 9 defended. And I don't know about the others, but their captain is a monster, Miss Wednesday added. The Straw Hat Kid? Miss Monday scoffed. He's one of the most easygoing person I've ever met. Now, calm down, Mr. 8 cut in. I've researched the pirates outside and look at this, he said and pulled out Luffy's bounty poster. Their first reaction was an amused Chuck picture, but once they saw the amount, they gasped. 45 million? To judge a person by their appearance is quite foolish, Ms. Ahem. Ma, Miss Monday. Yeah, I guess I was wrong, Miss Monday said sheepishly, rubbing her head. Well, in any case, they're out cold right now. Go steal all the treasure from their ship and tie them up. We'll lose 30% of the bounty if we kill them after all. Before they even took a step though, a new voice sounded from above, alarming them. Sorry, but would you mind letting them all sleep for a while longer? Who's there? They're all tired from the journey here, Zoro said as he sat on the roof of a house showing one of his blades. At the same time, more bounty hunters suddenly came running out. Mr. 8, all those pirates have disappeared. You bastard, Mr. 8 spat as all the agents' attention snapped to the top of the building where Zoro was. Weren't you drunk? True swordsmen never make the mistake of letting their guards down, He grinned menacingly, scaring the agents. So this was a den of bounty hunters. And you take advantage of overconfident newbie pirates who've just entered the Grand Line. A lot of bounty hunters had gathered by then and were all cocking their guns or unsheathing their swords and weapons. Zoro observed them all as he stood up with a challenging smirk. Looks like there's about 100 of you. You'll be a fine opponent for me, Baroque Works. The crowd below gasped in shock. How do you know our organization's name? Back when I was in your line of business, your organization tried to recruit me. I refused, of course, Zoro explained as he inspected his swords. An organization that runs on secrecy where a person doesn't know the identity of another. And everyone must refer to each other by code names, of course. The boss's identity is also a mystery. An organization that demands complete obedience from its members, Baroque Works. Zoro showed a cocky smirk. Hey, was that supposed to be a secret? This is quite a shock, Mr. 8 said, trying to maintain some level of composure, but if he knows our secret, then we have to eliminate him. Another tombstone must be added to the cactus rocks. Kill him. Oh, one last thing, Zoro interrupted just as they were all about to charge. My captain has a message first. Ahem. You guys gave us food, so if you let us be, we won't attack. But if you attack, we'll retaliate. That's it, so, what will it be? Of course, we're gonna attack. There's no way that's true, Mr. 8 yelled and the rest roared in agreement. Okay, good. That's what I was hoping for. Sorry Luffy, these guys aren't gonna listen, Zoro said before disappearing from the rooftop. He's gone. Where did he go? The hunters began to panic but soon noticed the swordsman standing right in the middle of them. They panicked, pulled out their guns and fired, resulting in them shooting each other. You fools! Mr. 8 yelled but froze when he noticed the swordsman standing next to Miss Wednesday, holding a sword to her neck. Don't know why, but Luffy also told me not to hurt you, so if you retire from this fight, I'll not chase you. Why? She asked suspiciously. Who knows what runs in that rubber brain of his? Get away from her, Mr. 8 roared furiously as he lunged at the swordsman. Zoro jumped out of the way before shrugging. Well, I gave the warning. I will still retaliate if you attack me though. As soon as Zoro was away from Miss Wednesday, Mr. 8 used his trumpet shotgun and fired a volley of shots, which Zoro barely escaped from before running behind a building. Phew, so that thing was a shotgun. Gotta be more careful, he said, unsheathing Yubashiri from its scabbard. Well, now to test my new swords. We'll start with you, Yubashiri. He grinned before a bounty hunter appeared above him, and he sprang into action. Damn, Zoro sounds so badass. Reiju exclaimed, and only Luffy heard her as he was wearing earbuds. She yeah. He's so cool, Luffy responded as he made his way to a higher vantage point. He had been sitting on a nearby building, away from sight, while Zoro was talking scaring the Baroque Works members, and he had called Reiju at the same time too. Once the fight started, Luffy decided to sit on a taller building to better observe the fight, so he was making his way up. He was also dragging Usopp and Sanji, both unconscious from drinking too much, as he didn't want to leave them unguarded. And Nami was, of course, looting the place. He found the perfect spot on top of a church which had a cross symbol hanging off of it, and he threw his two crewmates on an adjacent rooftop while he jumped onto the cross itself and sat on it with his legs dangling. Zoro is the last member I didn't talk to? So, Nami, Usopp, Sanji and Zoro, is that it? Yeah, you really came to the Grand Line with such a small crew, you're unbelievable. She anyway, I want to test some things, he said, taking out his phone. Do you have a vis snail? Of course. Give me a minute. Sounds of water lapping could be heard from her end, which confused Luffy, before footsteps going away sounded. She came back a minute later, again sounds of water lapping could be heard, and soon, Reiju's voice came back, connected it. Luffy clicked the video call button, and soon, the image of Reiju chilling in a bathtub graced his screen. She was looking to the side, where his image was probably being projected on a wall. Oh, I can see you, it's been so long. Oh, you were taking a bath, huh? Reiju blinked dumbly. You can see me too? Yeah. A two-way visual snail phone is quite rare, and my snail isn't the type that can make a two-way visual call. She turned towards her transponder snail and her eyes widened. Wait, how is this even possible? My transponder snail here is looking at me. I pointed it towards the wall so that it can project your video. And one eye is still facing the wall and projecting as expected. But the other eye is looking at me. Well, even normal voice-only snails can transmit facial reactions, right? Like if you're laughing or crying, the snail on my end will also take on your features and laugh or cry. Yeah. So, there has to be some component that a snail sees and sends it over the connection so that the snail at the other end can emulate it. Normal voice snails can't send much information apparently, but vis snails can. So, my device kinda tells your snail to look at you and transmits your video to me too. Wow. The concept is a known one and has been tried before, but everyone has failed. Even Vegapunk failed, as far as we know, at least. Wait, did he succeed and you somehow got in touch with him? I remember you had asked me if I knew him once. As I said, it's from Leo's secret country. It's one of a kind and no one else knows of its existence. Reiju sighed. Sure, before everything, aren't you gonna cover up? I can see you naked, you know. Reiju smirked seductively as she leaned back in the bathtub. So, it's not like you haven't seen this before. There have been many times when you've walked in on me when I was naked. Yeah, and all of those times were totally not orchestrated by you to get a reaction out of me. Reiju giggled as she brought the snail closer to her so that only her face was visible and she gave a small smile. I've missed this. Luffy also smiled back. Me too. Can you really not come join me? We'll be on the seas mostly, you know. Even if Judge and all your brothers come, and the worst happens, we can just run away. Are you ready for the new world? I can manage it? What about your crew? Come on Luffy, think about this from my perspective. If I join you and when Judge eventually comes for me, and he will, all he has to do is say, come back to me, and my body will be compelled to go back to his side, and then, if he tells me to kill you or Sanji, she shuddered. I don't even want to think about it. Luffy let out a deep breath. So you think too much. Just come. We'll deal with whatever happens. And you don't think enough. Do you really think I don't want to join you? You're the only good thing in my life and I don't want to lose you just because I was impatient. I promise you that the moment you enter the new world, I'll join you even if you don't want me. Luffy sighed, not saying anything. Enough with this mopey stuff. Show me Sanji. I want to see what he looks like now. Sure. He first turned off the visual from her end before going to them. Ooh, the snail stopped looking at me with one eye. Wow, I'll look into how this works. Reiju marveled while Luffy jumped back to the terrace and walked up to where Sanji and Usopp were still sleeping. He focused the camera on Sanji, who had a peaceful look on his face as he lightly snored. So that's how he looks like now. He grew up well, pinch his cheek. Luffy chuckled as he did as she said. Sanji grumbled in his sleep and swatted Luffy's arm away, causing Reiju to giggle. He's so cute, and the guy next to him is Usopp? Yeah, he said focusing on him, quite a long nose. Usopp grumbled in his sleep in annoyance, seemingly hearing her, and the two chuckled before Luffy went back to sit on the cross and watched the chaos unfolding below. Zoro was all over the place, stumbling into houses, jumping over roofs, breaking apart buildings, and so on, as he tested his new swords out on all the Baroque Works members that chased after him. Ooh, this is great. I can see everyone. I'm assuming the green-haired guy who's causing havoc with his swords is Zoro. Yep. Luffy grinned as he focused the camera on Zoro's fight. He was pretty much done by that point though. Only the number agents were still left while the rest had either been taken out or had run away. Miss Monday also got taken out and soon, Zoro was surrounded by Mr. 9, Mr. 8 and Miss Wednesday. He's cool, by the way. Is that the girl you were telling Zoro not to fight? Reiju asked when Luffy focused on Vivi's face. Yeah. Why? Do you like H? Reiju began to tease but Luffy cut her off. You don't recognize her? Him? Should I? Why would I know a random bounty hunter? Glad it's not just me, Luffy said as he jumped over roofs to get closer to the fight so that Reiju could get a better look. I couldn't recognize her by her face either. Who is she? It's a certain blue-haired girl from the kingdom of Alabasta. Vivi? Oh my god, is that her? She does look a bit like her. Yes. Are you sure it's her? Yep. Wait, how? I thought you said you were in some bounty hunter den? Yeah, and she's a member. My god, what happened to her? I read that her country's in the middle of a civil war. The situation didn't seem to be good. People are really unhappy with the king and his family. Yeah, she's in trouble. Luffy said as he landed on an adjacent building to where Zoro and the rest were fighting. Miss Wednesday whistled at that moment, calling for her duck, and Karoo stood up, quacked once, and just stood there wagging his tail. "Come here, don't just wag your tail," Miss Wednesday snapped before Karoo obeyed, running up to her, and she mounted him. "Alright, show him your speed that puts even panthers to shame," she yelled as she spun her peacock slashers. "Quack," Karoo nodded, before promptly sitting down. "Hey, who told you to sit?" Miss Wednesday snapped, smacking him. "PFF'd, her duck sure is funny. PFF'd, man. I remember her telling me that her country had supersonic ducks or something, guess that's one of them." The two watched in amusement as the fight progressed, with Zoro taking out Mr. Nine. It looked like he was trying to cut the metal bat that Mr. Nine was wielding, but he couldn't quite achieve it. Mr. Nine still got taken out fairly easily, and Zoro faced off against Miss Wednesday. "Prepare to die, Mr. Bushido," Miss Wednesday yelled, standing up on her duck before she started swaying her hips. She's dancing in the middle of a fight. Those circular patterns on her dress must be dizzying to look at when she spins like that. Oh, it's akin to a hypnotizing ring then. Will Zoro stare at her and fall for it? He got dizzy. Ha 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 ha. Hey Zoro, don't stare at so much. Ha 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 ha. Shut up, Zoro yelled, blushing in embarrassment as Miss Wednesday snapped her neck towards Luffy. "You," Miss Wednesday snarled. "Yo, asshole, Karoo, go towards him," Miss Wednesday ordered, and Karoo ran right off the edge of the building, and they fell screaming. Luffy and Zoro watched her fall with a sweat drop before exchanging a look and shrugging. "You're done for, Mr. 8, the last agent, who was still standing, yelled as a number of shotguns sprung out from his hair curls. He aimed and fired the shots at Zoro, who jumped out of the way before lunging and slashing him across the chest. He fell off the building too, and that was the last of the bounty hunters. Miss Wednesday was the only one who was still conscious, but once Mr. 8 fell, she got busy trying to wake him up right below them. "Had a good workout?" Luffy asked, landing next to him. Zoro sighed, sheathing his swords. "Not many good opponents, and I couldn't cut a metal bat. Just can't seem to do it on command yet." "You'll get it soon enough," Luffy said as they both sat down at the edge of the building, each with a bottle of booze in hand. Luffy put a hand in his pocket and turned the speaker on. Unless he was sure he was alone, he didn't want to show off the phone to anyone outside the crew, so he decided not to even take it out if it wasn't necessary. People would just assume he had a transponder snail, and he wanted to keep it that way. "You're on speaker. Go ahead." "Hello, I'm Bubble." Zoro tilted his head. "Who?" "The mystery genius inventor crewmate I talked about. The others already said hi while you were sleeping." "Ah, I see. I'm Zoro, his swordsman. I saw a bit of the fight. You were so badass, Zoro, at least up until the moment you got dizzy staring at a woman's bee." "Shut up," Zoro snapped, red in the face. "I saw it too." Nami suddenly showed up, sliding next to Luffy with a teasing smirk. "Blue-haired girls, Zoro? That your type?" "Shut up or someone will lose a tongue," Zoro growled while the rest laughed. "Good haul?" Luffy asked Nami. Hee hee, yep. I made 10 million, Nami grinned excitedly, twirling her staff. "Let me guess, Nami's obsessed with money?" "You have no idea," Luffy and Zoro said in unison. "So we done here?" Nami asked, grabbing Luffy's bottle and downing it. "Just about," Luffy said as he watched a duo arrive at the end of their street. One was a man in a full bodycoat with the number 5 emblazoned on it, and the other was a woman who was wearing lemon-themed clothes and accessories. "2 more agents?" Zoro noted. "Mr. 5 and partner by the looks of it." "Doesn't seem like they're looking for us though," Nami commented as they all watched the two stalk towards the 2 downed agents. "How pathetic, you lost to a single swordsman," Mr. 5 snarled, and Miss Wednesday finally noticed the two. "Mr. 5, Miss Valentine, you're here, are you idiots just playing around?" "Kya ha ha ha. Give them a break. You can't expect them to be as capable as we are," Miss Valentine smugly laughed. "If you're Valentine," Luffy suddenly interjected, and all eyes turned towards him, "wouldn't chocolates and hearts be more apt instead of the whole lemon theme you've got going on?" "I get that all the time," Miss Valentine smiled at him. "I happen to love lemons, so for me personally, Valentine's Day is all about lemons. I would love it if someone gave me something made with lemons rather than chocolates. Lemons, huh? Like in its raw form, or are we talking about lemonade here? Sweets made from lemon mostly, like lemon tart for example. Ah, I see. It's been a while since I ate lemon tart, or a lemon blueberry meringue pie. Luffy drooled just thinking about it, and Miss Valentine nodded eagerly while. Kyahaha, good that you know the greatness of lemons. I actually wanted to be called Miss Fed du Citron, you know, she said in a complaining tone as she floated up to Luffy and the others. But our boss didn't approve of it, as it's apparently hard to say. Fed du Citron? Lemon Festival? Nami asked, unknowingly getting pulled into the pace of the conversation. Yes, it's a festival back home. Is that anything like the Tomato Festival? Luffy wondered aloud. Oh god, no. Miss Valentine gasped, horrified at the idea. Imagine lemons being squished and thrown around with their juices getting in people's eyes and cuts and all. She trailed off, the look of horror slowly morphing into a thoughtful one. Although, that would be a good torture method. The rest gasped in shock, and even Mr. Five looked a bit unsettled. You're a monster. Nami breathed in horror. No, Miss Valentine quickly backtracked. It was just a thought, even I'm not that cruel, kyahaha. Ahem. Mr. Five cleared his throat, getting her attention. Miss Valentine, please remember that we are here on a mission. Right. Miss Valentine smiled at the Straw Hats. We're not here to kill you, so just stay out of our way and we won't have a problem. What are you saying? Mr. 8, who had finally regained consciousness due to Miss Wednesday's help, spat. Yes, that swordsman was the one who destroyed this town. Miss Wednesday added accusingly. Please take him down. You must be joking, Mr. 5 scoffed, and the two stiffened up. Do you honestly think we came all the way out here just to be your backup? Then, what business do you have here? Mr. 8 asked as he and Miss Wednesday looked on in dread. Surely you must have guessed, Mr. 5 snarled. A crime severe enough that the boss would personally dispatch us all the way out here. Our organization prides itself on secrecy, so nosing around for anyone's identity is a sin. And the gravest sin of all is trying to uncover the boss's identity. Our investigations led us to discover that spies from a certain kingdom have infiltrated our ranks. Miss Valentine laughed as she floated above Miss Wednesday. The spies are those who are missing from the Alabasta Kingdom. Die. Igarapapa. Mr. 8 cut them off by suddenly shooting at them with his hair shotguns. On my name as the captain of Alabasta Royal Guard, I won't let you lay a finger on the princess. Finally dropping her facade, Vivi screamed in horror as Igaram's attack had no effect on the two agents, and Mr. 5 picked his nose and launched a booger at him, engulfing him in a small explosion. Igaram. Miss Valentine dropped on Vivi at the same moment, aiming a kick at her head. Vivi ducked down and the kick grazed her head and broke off the hair ornament, which resulted in her hair flowing down. And finally, she looked more like the Vivi that Luffy recognized. The spies are Igaram, the captain of the Royal Guard, and the princess herself, Nefertari Vivi. Mr. 5 announced as Vivi grit her teeth in frustration, anger and helplessness. A princess? Nami gasped, and Luffy could hear her mind making a plan to extort money from them. Now that the secret was out, Luffy didn't have to wait anymore. What, to take them out? He asked, turning to Zoro and Nami. We're sticking our heads into this? Zoro sighed. Of course we are, Nami answered. There's money to be made here. Anyone want the two? Luffy repeated. That guy launched boogers. Nami made a face of his disgust. And even Zoro made a similar face. I don't want to go anywhere near that. They don't seem strong either, Zoro said, looking bored. I'll finish it quickly then, Luffy said as he jumped down and landed in front of Vivi, who was just about to be attacked by Mr. 5. You? Vivi snarled. I don't have time to deal with you. Relax. I'm here to help. Help? You're helping her? Mr. 5 drawled as he picked his nose. Yo. Luffy didn't waste time as he lunged at Mr. 5 and punched him in the gut. An explosion engulfed him, but it was so weak that he barely felt anything. He punched him another time, sending him crashing into a wall, and he was out. Miss Valentine gawked at him, and the moment Luffy turned his head towards her and their eyes met, she floated away in fear. Why? Luffy launched both his arms at her, grabbed her shoulders, snapped himself towards her, and before she could even scream, head butted her right under her chin, and she fell down unconscious. During the very short fight, Nami and Zoro also jumped down, understanding that Luffy wanted to protect the princess for some reason. As they watched him, Igaram, who was hit by Mr. Five's explosion earlier and hadn't seen Luffy jump into action, latched onto Zoro's legs. "Sir Swordsman, please grant me a humble request. Please protect and escort our princess to Alabasta and save her. I know it's an unreasonable request, but those are devil fruit users and I am no match for them. You shall be rewarded handsomely. Please, I beg of you." Zoro began to say that they already were protecting her, but Nami cut him off. "Of course we will. For the right price, of course," she said, making a berry symbol with her fingers. Yes. We'll pay 1 billion berries," Nami said, getting a shocked gasp from Igaram, Vivi, Zoro, Luffy and Reiju. "You're mad," Igaram gaped. "Oh? Is your princess not even woe?" Nami began before Zoro tapped her shoulder and pointed at Luffy, who was standing right next to them. Her eyes widened as she looked at Luffy, who had already finished taking care of the two and had joined them while Igaram was still begging Zoro. "Why did you finish the fight so quickly? I was getting a good deal out of him." 1 billion berries is a crazy amount even for a normal kingdom, Nami. With Alabasta in the middle of a civil war, there's no way they can pay that. "Wait a minute." Vivi, who was confused by the whole thing, screamed, interrupting them. "Why are you helping me? How did you defeat those two like it was nothing? 1 billion berries? Are you crazy? There's no way any kingdom has that much money to just give away." She snapped, asking all the questions that were on her mind at that moment. "You already defeated them?" Igaram asked, shocked before noticing the unconscious agents in the distance. "Oh, thank heavens." Answering in reverse order, "Yes, she's crazy. We're strong. Just because," Luffy replied, taking a seat on a nearby barrel. "Now can you please take a seat, calm down cause you're safe, and explain why a princess is infiltrating a bounty hunter organization?" Zoro sat down, leaning against a wall, while Nami stood waiting for her to speak. Vivi was extremely confused at the turn of events, but not knowing what else to do, just let out a deep sigh and plopped down on a stack of hay across from him. "I'm very grateful that you saved my life. Thank you." Vivi first bowed to them. "You already seem to know about the civil war in Alabasta?" "I've never heard of it," Nami said, shaking her head. "Basically, civil unrest among the populace for the last few years," Bubble responded. Vivi looked around, trying to find who the voice belonged to, when Luffy patted his pocket. "Transponder snail," and added, "Don't worry, it's encrypted," when she looked alarmed. "The citizens are real angry with the crown there," Reiju continued. "And some pretty severe accusations have been made against the king." "Those accusations aren't true. My father didn't do a single thing he's accused of," Vivi hastily defended. "Someone is framing the king then?" Vivi nodded, calming herself down. "Yes. Our country was once one of the most peaceful nations on the Grand Line, but," her shoulders drooped. "Rebellions have been aplenty in recent years. Riots, uprisings and revolts have thrown my kingdom into turmoil. One day, Igaram heard rumors that the agents of a secret organization called Baroque Works were the ones who were stirring up the citizens, creating unrest and turning people against the crown. But try as find any information about these criminals. That's when I decided to infiltrate the organization itself so that I could uncover the one pulling all the strings and learn of their intention." "You're one brave princess," Zoro nodded, impressed. "So, what's the goal of the organization?" Nami asked. "Well, on the outside, it has the goal of creating a peaceful utopia. The boss deceives his minions with talks of creating an ideal country, but their real goal," Vivi's expression soured, "is the conquest of Alabasta. I need to return home as fast as possible so that I can expose the truth before my people throw themselves into Baroque Works' clutches." "I see," Nami sighed solemnly. "That's why you can't spare 1 billion berries. Does she have selective hearing or something?" Zoro grumbled, annoyed. "You already told her that even a normal kingdom can't pay that much." Nami just ignored him, as if she really had selective hearing. "I'm sorry you had to go through that, Vivi," Reiju said, pity laced in her voice. "So, who's the bastard that needs to be taken down to get you your freedom back?" "You mean the boss's identity?" Vivi perked up in alarm before waving her hands placatingly. "Please don't ask me that. You're better off not knowing. If I tell you, Baroque Works will hunt you down too." "Ha ha ha, yeah, just leave us out of it." Nami nervously laughed. The guy is trying to take over an entire kingdom, so he must be a really dangerous person. Yes, exactly, Vivi agreed, nodding her head sagely. No matter how strong you are, you will be no match against Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. A beat passed before Vivi gasped, slapping a hand over her mouth in horror. Igaram also gasped in horror. Nami went pale as she hugged herself, Zoro's sweat dropped, and Reiju went, "Shit. You just told us," Zoro deadpanned. Luffy lightly chuckled before they all felt an intense stare on them and looked up to see the vulture-otter pair perched upon a building. The pair studied all their faces and looked at each other before the otter jumped on the vulture's back and they flew away. Luff had sensed them a while back, but didn't bother doing anything as it wouldn't matter. What was that bird and otter just now? Nami shrieked as she shook a crying Vivi. Did they go off to report to the boss that you've told us about him? What's gonna happen now? Hey, we get to fight a warlord so soon. Zoro smirked and Luffy laughed. I'm so sorry, Vivi whimpered. It just accidentally slipped out. You think saying it accidentally slipped out is gonna make it better? Nami screeched, still shaking poor Vivi like a rag doll. We've just entered the Grand Line and we've already gotten into a conflict with a warlord. This is just too much. We're lucky we're getting to meet him so soon. Yeah. Luffy, it's a warlord. Are you sure you can fight him? Reiju worriedly asked. Yes, Bubble, put some sense into these 2 idiots. She yelled, stomping up to the both of them and grabbing them by the collars. We're leaving. Now. They don't know what we look like yet, so we can still escape. Calm down. No, she shot back with desperation in her eyes, surprising the 2 men. It can't happen again. Her eyes lingered on Zoro's chest and understanding dawned on Luffy's face as to why she had become so fearful. Unlike in the story, she had actually been there and had seen Zoro when he almost died against another warlord, so it looked like she had been a bit traumatized by the mere mention of the word. Sounds of pencil against paper interrupted them and everyone saw that the animal duo were back again. Mr. 13 sketched in his sketchpad pretty quickly and showed them their extremely accurate portraits. Can't let you go, Nami yelled, pulling her shock staff out and launched the grappling hook towards the bird. Mr. 13 quite easily swatted the hook away with his seashell before jumping on Miss Friday and the 2 flew away. Luffy, stop them, Nami demanded. Nah. It won't matter. We've already caused a commotion by destroying this town, so we're already on their hit list. Luffy waved it off with a grin. He is correct, Igaram also chimed in. You have defeated Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine too, so they will send people after you regardless. Nami slumped down, clutching her knees to her chest, with a cloud of depression hanging over her as she cried, now, there's nowhere left to run either. I'm so sorry, Vivi cried too as she tried to console her. Well, in any case, all of us are on the hit list now, Zoro excitedly said. This is gonna be fun. Luffy, Crocodile is a warlord. A logia too, you can't fight him, Reiju yelled again. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Luffy just shrugged it off. I apologize that our Actio ahem Igaram interjected. Actions have put you in danger, but have you decided whether you will be escorting Princess Vivi to Alabasta? It is of the highest priority that shish. Yeah, we'll take her home. Luffy cut him off. Just refuse his request. Nami snapped, but it fell on deaf ears. I thank you. Igaram gave a deep bow with a smile. We can't pay you 1,000,000,000 berries, but we will definitely compensate. No need, no nay. The hell do you mean no need? Nami lunged and shook him, while Luffy laughed and still insisted that they didn't need any compensation despite Nami's protest. Don't worry, she's just like that, Zoro said when Igaram and Vivi looked at Nami with concern and also a bit of fear. Alright then. Princess Vivi, I have a plan. After explaining the plan of him being a decoy, Igaram soon changed into Vivi's clothes and after saying goodbye to her, prepared to leave. Meanwhile, Luffy quickly brought the still sleeping Sanji and Usopp to the shore, and just as Igaram was about to set off, Luffy mischievously brought Sanji's face close to Igaram's face and cooed into his ears in a sweet feminine voice. Oh Sanji, oh Sanji. Sanji moaned as he slowly opened his eyes with a smile. Oh, my beau. Any words he was thinking of flew right out of the window when he laid eyes on Igaram in makeup and he yelped, jumping back in shock. Gia, what the hell is that? Ha 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 ha, Luffy, Zoro, Reiju and even Vivi laughed while a thoroughly confused Sanji looked around. What's going on? Usopp sleepily sat up, rubbing his eyes. Okay, you can go now. I've had my fun, Luffy grinned and Igaram's sweat dropped before he shrugged and turned to Vivi. May we meet again in our homeland, princess. Vivi just nodded, clearly not wanting to part with him, but knew she couldn't be selfish. Igaram set off, while a very confused Sanji and Usopp looked around trying to make sense of what was going on. Hey Vivi, Luffy slid up next to her as she watched Igaram go, and she lightly glared and pouted at him. What? You're mad at me? You did call me a CU, a salope, she huffed. Oh come on, I just wanted to hear a princess say such words, that's all, Luffy grinned. Besides, cursing in another language is way more fun, don't you think? It doesn't even feel like you're cursing, you know. You made her curse? Reiju laughed. She yeah. Well, Vivi lost the glare and giggled like she was doing something mischievous. I can't deny that. She then looked around as if making sure no one heard her and whispered, and it's true, swear words were the first words I learned too. It took her 2 more seconds to realize just what he had said and she gasped. Wait a minute. That means you knew who I was before we came to this island. Yeah, how? I was in disguise. Just saw through it, I guess. You did? She groaned dejectedly. I thought it was a good diss. Kaboom! The night sky suddenly lit up like it was day because of a huge pillar of fire and light that erupted on the horizon. Did that guy blow up? Damn, they got to him already? What the hell is happening? What happened? Luffy vaguely heard his crew panic explosion with a bit of apprehension, wondering if Igaram was safe in that. He had let it happen as it was a good thing for him. With him seemingly dying here, the other Baroque Works members wouldn't look for him and thus, his journey to Alabasta would be safer and easier, but seeing the massive pillar of fire, he wondered just how he could have survived that. He just had to trust that Robin had caused the explosion in such a way that he wouldn't be harmed too much. Luffy, Vivi and Nami's loud scream made him snap back to his senses and he was surprised to find himself airwalking high in the air going towards the explosion. He looked back to see both girls gesturing for him to come back while Zoro was taking the other 2 back towards the ship, and with another look towards the explosion, he went back. Let's go, was all Vivi said when he landed and he didn't miss the blood trailing down her lips from a bite mark. Okay. Vivi turned around and ran ahead while Luffy and Nami ran a few paces behind her. She's a really strong girl, Nami said looking at her with respect, she didn't even let herself cry. Yeah, she's strong. How are you holding up, though? Ever since we found out about Crocodile, you've been on edge. Can you blame me? She huffed. Last time we faced one of them, Zoro was toyed around with and the only reason he's still alive is because he earned some bullshit respect, and Crocodile doesn't sound like the type of guy who cares about honor and respect and stuff like that. You guys ran into a warlord already? Story for another time, he said to Reiju before focusing on Nami. You worried too much. Not all warlords are the same. He's still a warlord, honestly, he's the weakest of them all. If I'm serious, it'll not even take me a minute to take him down. Sure, Nami sighed thinking he was just saying that to make her feel better, and that was enough. Well, no use worrying about it now. We have to take him down, for Vivi's sake. She that's the spirit. Wait a minute, this is your fault, isn't it? You tempted fate earlier. Oh, so you believe that now? No, I mean, no, it can't be true. That's so stupid. Well, make up your mind before blowing up at me. They neared their ship where Zoro was already raising the anchor, when Vivi suddenly stopped. Wait, where's Kuru? Who? My duck. Forget the bird, we don't have the time. I can't look at the deck, Luffy interrupted as he ran ahead. You mean this guy? Zoro asked pointing at Kuru who was standing next to him. He was here even before me. Quack. That's where you were. Nami and Vivi snapped simultaneously. 10 minutes later, their ship was sailing upriver as per Vivi's instructions. What's going on? Why are we setting sail so soon? Who was that guy and why did he blow up? Sanji demanded answers. Yeah, what the hell is happening? Usopp also joined him. Later, Nami brushed them off. We need to leave this island first. When they entered a foggy area, Luffy sensed a creature coming close to them and got excited. Finally, Robin. Robin. The one crewmate he was looking forward to meeting the most. Barring himself, Leo's favorite character was Robin, and Luffy would be lying if he said that those feelings didn't influence him. While the others all had their eyes towards the front trying to see an opening in the fog-covered area, Luffy sat down on the railing as he sensed the creature reach their ship near the stern. He also quickly told Reiju that he wouldn't respond for a bit and put the earbuds back in, as he didn't want Robin to think there was someone else hearing them. He suddenly felt like someone was watching him from high above, and he had to fight his instincts to not look. Robin probably sprouted an eye under the crow's nest to observe the deck, he concluded, and just sat like he hadn't noticed. Someone climbed up the side of their ship watching them all closely, and Luffy felt eyes on him from 3 different directions. The person then walked towards the upper deck with stealthy steps and stayed there. He wanted to look at her, but he waited patiently for her to announce herself. Robin was the one crewmate he had to be the most careful around. A slip of the tongue that let her know he knew who she was, and she would become wary of him, and there was no telling what kind of actions she would take then. At least until after Alabasta, he had to watch what he said and how he behaved around her. He had thought a lot about how he should be around her. He could tell her right here that the poneglyph in Alabasta didn't have what she was looking for, but that would set off blaring alarms in her head. Besides, it wasn't like she would just blindly believe him and not seek out the poneglyph herself, so there was no point in taking that risk. After a lot of thinking about various such scenarios, he had come to a few simple conclusions. Don't be too friendly like you know her. Act like she's a stranger. Recruit her after she sees the poneglyph herself in Alabasta. That was it. Everything else he thought of had way too many variables for him to know how she would react. And thus, he waited, pretending to be oblivious to her presence. Looks like the fog is clearing up. There are some rocks ahead that we should be careful around, Vivi said, and still, Robin didn't say anything. Luffy waited for another minute, and when she still didn't announce herself, he got impatient and, pretending like he was sweeping a glance over the ship, turned towards the upper deck, and looked directly into the beautiful blue eyes of his future archaeologist that were staring right back at him. Fuck, Robin sat there in her cowboy-themed outfit, one leg over the other, with an amused smirk on her face as she observed him with a tilt of her head. For a fleeting moment, she reminded Luffy of the times Serena had cosplayed as Robin, wearing the same risque clothes she was currently wearing, and Leo and her had done tea. Don't think about that. Don't think about that. Come back to reality. He blinked once and squashed all those thoughts down with his iron will as Robin studied him closely, and he thought about what to do. She knew that he knew that she was there. She knew that he had pretended not to notice her, and he could see that she was on guard. Robin had years of experience on how to read people, and just him sitting still and being too casual had probably given him away. There's no way I can pretend to be oblivious in front of her, he concluded before shrugging internally. Well, fuck it. He couldn't pretend in front of her, so he threw caution to the wind and did what he wanted. Luffy smiled back at her, swept a glance over his crew, looked back at her, and brought a finger up to his lips. Let's see how long it takes for them to notice you. She stared at him with unblinking eyes before her lips curled upwards, and she nodded, understanding the message. He likes to play too. And so, the captain and the future archaeologist just stayed silent, exchanging glances and smirks with one another from time to time, and waited to see how long it would take for the others to notice the situation. Zoro was the first to notice Luffy acting weirdly. He saw that he just sat by the side looking at them with a glint of amusement in his eyes, not saying anything. "Oh, what's up, Luffy?" he asked, and everyone turned towards him. "Just waiting," Luffy said, confusing them. "For?" Nami asked, but Luffy just smiled. Zoro looked around trying to spot anything and almost jumped out of his skin when he noticed a person calmly sitting on the upper deck. "The heck?" he yelled, scrambling to get his swords out of their sheaths, and the rest finally noticed her too. "Who's that?" "Foo, Robin lightly snickered. "Took quite a while, don't you think, Mr. Captain?" She, yeah," Luffy grinned before addressing the others. "She just walked up and sat down like 5 minutes ago." "Shit." Zoro cursed himself for not noticing, taking a step back in fear. "Well, let me first say congratulations on your escape, Miss Wednesday," Robin said with an almost cocky smirk. "Oh, I also met up with Mr. 8 a little while ago." "You killed Igaram? Vivi, who is she?" Zoro asked, not taking his eyes off of her. She's Miss All Sunday. She's Mr. Zero's partner. Vivi spat through gritted teeth, making Nami freak out. She was the only one who knew the boss's true identity. Which is why Igaram and I tailed after her to find out who the boss was. Well, technically, it was more like I let you tail after me, Robin corrected smugly. I already knew that, and I bet it was you, wasn't it, who told the boss that his identity has been leaked and about me. She screamed in frustration. What exactly is your objective here? Now, no need to get so worked up, Robin said placatingly before continuing with a wicked smile. I only let you follow me because you looked so desperate. A single princess who foolishly thinks she can take on the entirety of Baroque works. It was quite amusing to watch. Vivi glared at her, feeling her frustration and anger reach a boiling point. Don't you dare underestimate me. The next second, Nami had pulled out her shock staff. Zoro had two swords out. Usopp was pointing a slingshot at her, and Sanji was pointing a gun. Only Luffy sat silently without doing anything. Hey Sanji, do you know Usopp began saying but got cut off when all the weapons were knocked out of everyone's hands and Sanji and Usopp fell from the upper deck. I'd appreciate it if you didn't point such dangerous objects at me, Robin said with a weary sigh. Wah? Is she using a devil fruit? What ability does she have? I didn't see anything. Whoa, she's really beautiful. Only Sanji's reaction was different after he finally got a good look at Robin. No need to get so riled up, Robin smiled. I haven't come here on any orders and I have no reason to fight with you either. She then looked at Luffy, who had been silently watching the whole time. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Monkey D. Luffy, she intoned with a strange glint in her eyes. You seem awfully calm compared to the others. Well, Luffy drawled with a grin before glancing across from him where a disembodied eye was trained on him from the second she had come on board, causing her to narrow her eyes at him. I just know what your power is. Is that so? Robin smiled, leaning back a bit and finally letting her guard down. He's just overconfident. Luffy's hat suddenly flew off his head and landed in Robin's hand, and Luffy didn't stop it. He thought of telling her not to touch it, but there was no way he could bring himself to act hostile towards her. I have to ask. Robin smirked, twirling the straw hat on her index finger before putting it over her cowboy hat. What's with the unfortunate bounty picture? Luffy facepalmed. That's gonna follow me around, huh? If I were you, I would tell myself to get used to it. Robin lightly chuckled. At least until you get a new one. Yeah, I'm so lost, but Sanji hesitantly spoke up before kneeling down. May I offer you a drink, Miss Alsu? She's the enemy, idiot. Nami smacked him and dragged him back, and Sanji looked totally lost as he eyed Luffy's calm expression and the straw hat on the stranger's head. She's wearing Luffy's hat and he isn't complaining, so how could she be the enemy? Was going through his head. You don't know what's happening, so sit still, Nami snapped before pointing at Usopp, who was hiding behind the mast. Like Usopp. Why yes. That's definitely why I'm staying still, Usopp shivered. Still, Sanji looked at Luffy for clarification. Really? Yes. Vivi answered instead, making Sanji flinch and shut his mouth. Stupid arrow cook, Zoro grumbled. The hell did you say, mosshead? Sanji snapped and kicked at him, which he blocked with a sword. And as always, Nami punted them both, shutting them up. Quite a rambunctious lot, aren't you? Robin lightly chuckled watching the crew's hijinks. But you all are quite unfortunate. You befriended the princess, thus resulting in you all being targeted by the entire Baroque Works organization, and you. She glanced at Vivi, a lone princess, who has no choice but to entrust herself to small-time pirates for protection. Her smile then widened even further as if she was relishing giving them bad news. But what's even more unfortunate is the next island your log pose is pointing to. Our next destination? Nami questioned, checking her log pose. You're headed for a place called Little Garden. An island that will guarantee that I needn't even bother trying to kill you all. You won't even make it to Alabasta or get to see Crocodile's face. Wanna bet? Luffy asked with a grin. Anyone can run their mouths, Robin said dismissively before fishing out something from somewhere which she tossed at Vivi, and at the same time, she tossed Luffy's hat back towards him, which landed back on his head. An eternal pose? Vivi blinked in surprise. You can skip all your future troubles with that. It's for an island called Nanamanai Island, which is located just an island before Alabasta. Moreover, the route is unknown to our agents, so you won't be chased either." "Wait," Nami said confused. "Are you helping us?" Why are you giving this to me?" Vivi demanded incredulously. "It's probably a trap," Zoro stated. "Is it, now?" Robin drawled. Sandals on deck sounded as Luffy got up and walked over to Vivi, who was contemplating what to do. He just casually took the log pose and crushed it, throwing the choice away. "Are you crazy?" Nami screeched as her foot came at his face, but he ducked out of the way. "She just gave us an easy route. What if she was really trying to help us?" "Doesn't matter. Only I get to decide what route this ship takes." That brought out soft silent gasps from everyone where they realized that no matter how laid back he was, Luffy didn't back down when it came to important matters. But she could have been helping us," Nami protested weakly, but seeing the unwavering look Luffy was giving her, huffed with a light pout. Fine." "Cute pout," Luffy chuckled, poking her cheek, and Nami swatted his hand away, yelling, "Don't treat me like a kid," which only amused him more. "Well, that is quite unfortunate," Robin said, swinging her legs back over the railing and standing up. "But, I don't dislike bold men, I don't dislike you either," Luffy grinned, getting an amused smile from her as she walked to the side of the ship. "Well, let us meet again if you survive, Monkey D. Luffy," she nodded as she jumped off. "Sure," Luffy happily said as went to the side of the ship too and spotted a giant turtle wearing a cowboy hat and smoking a cigar. "Whoa, what a cool turtle, what's his name?" "His name is Bunchy," Robin replied as she sat on a comfortable sofa that was saddled onto the back of the creature and a shade also opened up. "Let's go, Bunchy." "Bunchy, huh? Cool name. Thank you. I named him," she said, a little pride leaking in her voice, and Luffy chuckled internally. Just as she began going away, he called out to her again. "Hey, do you like impressions?" Robin looked back at him curiously. "I guess? Okay, I'll do one for you." He suddenly put on a serious face for a moment and said, "Why?" in a tired old man's tone before coming back to normal and smiling. Robin waited, but Luffy didn't say anything more. "Is that it?" "Yeah," Luffy chirped. "That was Socrates." Luffy watched with glee as Robin's eyes lit up with genuine amusement and her lips stretched into an actual smile. "That was quite good. I applaud you." Satisfied with getting a real smile from her, Luffy waved at her. "Goodbye for now. See you in Alabasta soon." "Goodbye." Robin nodded as Bunchy swam away. Luffy watched her go with a small sigh, not wanting to part with her, but also knew he couldn't force her to join them now. "Don't get smitten with the enemy, idiot," Nami's foot came dooning it against the railing. "She's one of the people who's destroying Vivi's country." "Did it look like that? What, did it look like I was smitten with her?" "Yes." Luffy hummed, looking thoughtful. By acting totally oblivious and being calm at the beginning, he had definitely made Robin wary of him. She had been on guard at the beginning, and only once he said that he figured out what her powers were, implying that she wasn't a threat to him, did she finally let her guard down. He came off as just an overconfident rookie with more than average perception abilities, who liked to challenge, liked to play games, and run his mouth off when he didn't know anything about the real world, which were, in fact, all true except for the last part. He was pretty sure that that's exactly what Robin thought of him, but given how he was behaving, maybe she also thought he had a Freudian reason too. Stupid Leo, he grumbled in his head before shrugging, not caring about it too much, and that reaction only left the others confused. "Don't mind him," Zoro said to Vivi when he saw her looking puzzled. "He's always like that with enemies." "Ah yes, Mr. Bushido. I've noticed." Vivi nodded. He casually started talking with Valentine too. "Exactly." Nami agreed. Still, Vivi ground her teeth as she furiously massaged her head in frustration. "That woman is so secretive. I just wish I knew what she was planning." "Well, then there's no use worrying about that," Nami said, patting her on the back consolingly. "We also have someone incomprehensible like her on board," Zoro said, pointedly looking at Luffy, who finally came out of his thoughts. "And scheming women too," he added, pointedly looking at Nami. "Thwack. Can someone please explain what the hell is going on?" Usopp finally snapped. "Is Miss Wednesday joining us? And is that totally hot Miss All Sunday also joining us?" Sanji asked, twirling around, but both were ignored. "I am not sure if I should be here," Vivi hesitantly spoke up, looking embarrassed and apologetic. Are you really alright with me riding on your ship? I may just be putting you all in danger. Oh please, Nami scoffed, getting in her face and poking her forehead. Your slip-up was why we were pulled into all this trouble in the first place. If you didn't want to trouble us, you should have done so from the beginning. I said I was sorry, Vivi whined. She lay off her, Nami. Yeah. Well, anyway, we promised to get you home, so don't worry about it. You'll definitely reach Alabasta. Right, Luffy? Yep, Luffy said as he put the earbuds back in and also pulled the phone out. Still there, Bubble? Yep. I didn't understand most of what was going on though. Vivi was immediately in front of him, looking at the phone in wonder. I got a glimpse of this back during the storm and have been dying to know what it is. I've never seen anything like this. She touched the screen and yelped when the inside things moved. Whoa, I didn't notice that earlier. Nami also came up with curious eyes. Zoro, who also hadn't seen it earlier, walked up and studied it curiously too. What the hell is that? Luffy sighed internally, knowing he had to explain things to them. Whoa, what is no wait. First, can someone please explain what's happening? Sanji and Usopp yelled in the background. Thankfully for him, the novelty of the phone wore off fairly quickly and it just became another strange new thing they were learning about, like a Vivre card or a painted whale stomach. In the meantime, Sanji and Usopp were also brought up to speed about everything that had happened. Nami had been up during the entire storm and also on Whiskey Peak, so she was beyond tired and sleepy. The others were still sleepy too, and there was still a lot of time left before morning arrived, so they decided to drop anchor and go to sleep. Luffy took night watch as he wasn't at all sleepy and thus was spending the night catching up with Reiju. I'm really surprised she hasn't figured it out, Reiju said, amused and confused. I mean, how can you not? Yanji tried to hit on her too, so she should be able to see the resemblance, no? Well, you see stranger and stranger looking people all the time, especially on the Grand Line. Do you really expect her to remember some small detail about a prince she saw once? I guess not. Maybe she'll figure it out if you ask her to focus on him? She maybe. We'll try it when she wakes up. Let's bet on it too. Okay, are you really sure about going against Crocodile? He's a war? Stop with this already. How many times are you gonna ask me the same question? You don't seem to grasp the severity of the situation, WH. So what? You want me to abandon Vivi? Reiju stopped short, biting her lip, before letting out a sigh. No. She good. She let out another sigh before changing the topic. So how long did it take you to reach Dawn Island after I left you? Around a year, I think. A year? Yep. Found a suitable island to train in South Blue, so spent a lot of time there. Oh god, how did Makino and the others on Dawn react when you showed up after so long? It was hilarious. Luffy chuckled as the two talked through the night. Early next morning, before the sun had even risen, Sanji walked into the kitchen to start prepping and Luffy walked in after him. Yo, oi, do you even sleep at night? Sanji chided. 5 times a week. I find you still awake in the mornings. Don't worry, I take power naps during the day. Sanji sighed and gave a light chop on his head before he went about his business, while Luffy set up the phone right in front of the counter. What are you doing? Bubble wanted to talk to everyone, and you're up first, he said as he made sure that Reiju could see the whole counter and mainly Sanji while not showing her side. Good morning, Sanji, Reiju greeted and Sanji went into full love mode. Oh, my lovely Bubble-chan. How blessed am I to be greeted by a lovely angel at the beginning of the day. Right, so, what's for breakfast? Oh, I'm making pancakes today. And meat? Luffy interjected. No meat in the afternoon, Sanji said strictly and Luffy whined. Ooh, pancakes huh, can I watch? It would be my honor, my dear Bubble-chan, Sanji swooned. Hee, you sure like to flirt huh? If it makes you UNC. No, don't worry. Just be yourself. I want to get to know the real you, and just call me Bubble. Whatever you say, Bubble. Luffy told me you used to work at some floating restaurant before he kidnapped you. That sounds amazing. What was it like? Yes, it's called the Barati. Luffy walked out with a happy smile on his face, letting the brother-sister pair bond with one another. An hour later, when Luffy was sparring with Zoro, Sanji came up to him and calmly handed the phone over. Is this thing off? Luffy checked and nodded without much thought. Yay. The word hadn't left his mouth before he found a heavily breathing Sanji grabbing his shoulders and yelling in his face. Bubble is a pure goddess. When will she be joining us? Whoa, calm down. Luffy placated, but his fingers immediately pressed the record button. She is an actual goddess, isn't she? She has to be. She's so lovely. Ah, my lovely Bubble. He trailed off with a wistful smile before latching onto Luffy again, who looked on amused. Please tell me we'll get to meet her soon. I want her to, but she isn't agreeing to it. You said some people were after her, didn't you? Sanji exclaimed in unholy wrath. Who the hell dares to hunt my dear Bubble? I'll kill them. Ah. Luffy grinned darkly, remembering Sanji's childhood, and put a hand on his shoulder. That's something we can totally agree on. When we finally get a chance to beat them up, we'll eviscerate them completely. Yes. Sanji roared. Let's go hunt them down, anyone who hurts my dear BU. Thwack. Why are you being so noisy so early in the morning? Nami, still drowse Nami Swan, good morning. While Sanji began his usual tirade, Luffy wondered if the joke was getting too out of hand. He then imagined Sanji's face when he eventually learned who Bubble was, and decided to make multiple copies of the recordings to keep them safe and secure. And that's the duck song. Luffy grinned as he finished playing the song while Zoro, Sanji, Usopp and Karoo looked on with blank expressions while sipping drinks. Okay, a song about a duck who keeps asking for grapes at a lemonade stand, Usopp summarized. You said this was a funny song. Where's the funny part? Sanji asked. Quack, Karoo also nodded as if asking the same thing. Oh come on. The whole song is golden. They all looked unimpressed and Luffy slumped down and slowly sipped his drink through a straw. You guys just don't get it. Or your sense of humor is broken, Zoro suggested. Well, Luffy scratched his head thoughtfully, thinking back to all the stupid memes that made no sense without context. I can't deny that. You guys can't be this carefree. Vivi suddenly yelled and all eyes turned towards the upper deck where she was standing, huffing and puffing. Oh Vivi-chan, you're up. Let me get you a fresh cup of tea. No, before that. What are you all doing? Vivi yelled incredulously. There is no one in the crow's nest watching our surroundings. There is no one manning the sails. I know the weather won't get as crazy as it did during the start, but this is still the Grand Line. It is absolutely imperative that you do not underestimate this sea and always be on guard. Slurp, hey, Karoo. Don't steal my drink, quack. No, wait, even with a beak like that, a duck is still managing to use a straw? That's wow, Usopp noted impressed. He's from a desert country, so he should be able to retain a lot too, I think? Oh yeah. Wonder how fast he can drink and how much he can drink, Sanji mused. Let's test it, Luffy said excitedly. Get a bucket of water. Yes. Quack, Karoo nodded challengingly. You guys, Vivi shrieked when she was completely ignored. Nami calmly walked out of the kitchen then and Vivi pointed at all the boys accusingly. Are you sure things will be fine like this? Yeah, it'll be fine, Nami said nonchalantly as she sipped her own drink. They'll work hard when we come across rough seas. It's not like they want to die or anything, you know. Here, drink up. She handed Vivi a drink, who begrudgingly accepted it. That's true, but we might be caught unaware at this rate. Nami grinned, patting her back. You're too high-strung, Vivi. Says the girl who's always high-strung herself, Luffy yelled out from below. Don't make me come down there, Nami cooed sweetly. Hey, do you remember the Snapping War? Zoro asked with a laugh, and Luffy nodded grinning. The what war? Sanji asked. It'll be better as a surprise. You'll see when we run into Anne, Luffy said snickering along with Zoro. I brought the water, Usopp announced hauling a bucket of water. Okay, let's time him, Sanji said shoving a straw in Karoo's mouth just as Usopp placed the bucket of water under him. 1, 2, 3, go! Karoo began sucking up the water as fast as he could while the boys all went, chug, 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 chug. Nami leaned on the railing and gave Vivi a bright smile. When you're on this ship, she gestured to the boys who were laughing at Karoo who had choked on the water. Don't all your worries just melt away. Vivi stared at her for a moment before glancing at the deck, and a small smile spread across her face too as her muscles relaxed. Well, She sipped her drink as a gentle breeze swept across her. This is quite relaxing. Splash! Hey look, a dolphin, Sanji pointed out. Oh, how cute! They all watched it with peaceful smiles on their faces, until it came closer and closer and they realized just how big it actually was. It's freaking huge. To your stations. Let's steer away. Oh, Vivi, Luffy called out, gesturing her to come to him as they sailed towards Little Garden, and she walked up to him with a questioning look. What's up, Sanji? Luffy pointed at said person who was cooking inside the kitchen. Thoughts? Thoughts? Vivi repeated, surprised. He's okay. I guess. He made me uncomfortable at the beginning, before I realized he doesn't mean much when he professes all that love. Okay. Anything else? His food is amazing. Even better than what I have at my palace. Anything else? Reiju drawled, disbelief evident in her voice. She blushed slightly. Do you mean if I like him or something? We just met like a couple of days ago, so why are you asking me that? No, that's not what I meant. Then what exactly? Look at his face. Vivi just tilted her head in confusion, not understanding what Luffy was getting at, and just stared at Sanji's side profile for a few seconds. Okay, what's wrong with his face? She then looked back at Luffy, who was looking at her expectantly. Luffy, I have no idea what's going on here. Well, forget it. Luffy finally gave up, waving it off while Vivi just looked confused. So how many languages do you know? He changed the topic and they chatted for a while before breaking up. You owe me 100 berries, Luffy said with a chuckle as she walked away. Yeah, guess you were right. Reiju sighed. She's a bigger airhead than I thought. Well, let's see if she'll figure it out at some point. Make sure to shut her up when she does. I don't want to ruin the surprise for Sanji. Of course, Luffy grinned before his phone rang and he saw it was Koala. He quickly said goodbye to Reiju and picked up Koala's call. Hey, Cuddly, hey. Have you read the paper? Koala excitedly asked, getting straight to the point. Luffy wanted to tell her about the phone but postponed it for another time. Yeah, saw it. It was only just a mention that corrupt Marines were exposed in East Blue though. There was nothing too detailed in it. Oh right, you're on the Grand Line, so you wouldn't have gotten it. The papers here in East Blue have a 10-page exposé detailing everything. We anonymously dropped off Moody's article around 5 days ago. It was published 4 days ago, and well, Koala laughed. It's actually gone way better than even we expected. Really, I honestly didn't think much would happen. Oh, let me tell you what all is happening. An hour later, Luffy grinned as he cut the call with Koala. Sengoku should be majorly annoyed right about now. He called Makino next, let her know that she could reach him anytime she wanted, and after catching up for a bit, got another number from her. The Marine base there had a number over which they would send pictures to the main HQ, which he had just gotten. Any texts he sent would be treated like a fax, so the receiving end would just print out the message he sent on paper. So, he wrote a short one-line text which he knew would piss off Sengoku and sent it the Marine HQ. Marine HQ Sengoku sighed as he went through all the allegations against 13 Marine lieutenants and many more Marines that were working under them. The bombshell article had dropped out of nowhere 4 days ago, and even though it was in East Blue, it had come to his personal attention due to a few events that had followed. The Criminal Investigation Unit was working on verifying the legitimacy of the allegations, but in the meantime, things were happening in the world. Some of the Marines in Logia Town, where the HQ of the East Blue branch of World Economy newspaper was located, had apparently furiously charged right into their office and made a ruckus. They demanded that the person who wrote the article and made the accusations be brought to them, as it was authored by Anonymous in the papers, and when the journalists told them they didn't know, things had gotten out of hand and a few journalists and civilians had gotten hurt. It might have seemed evident, but it involved a personal close friend of Sengoku, who had also gotten hurt. You know I respect the Marines, Fleet Admiral, an old man's voice came from a transponder snail that was in front of Sengoku. But I've seen things like this a lot, and honestly, the more time passes, the more faith I lose in the Marines. Fabre, Sengoku sighed softly. I honestly believed in the Marines a lot back in my heyday, you know, Fabre said wistfully. And there's a part of me that wants to think that the Marines were a more just organization when I was younger and that it has only gotten corrupt now, but, the old man clicked his tongue. I'm no longer blinded by the brilliance that Garp the hero was. He attracted all the spotlight, and everything unsavory was swept away under his shadow. Sengoku stayed silent and the old man also remained silent for a few seconds before sighing deeply. Well, don't worry about this old man's ramblings. It's just regrets in life, I guess. I'm resigning from my post as the chief today. You are? It has nothing to do with this incident. I just think it's time I moved on. I'm planning to head to the Grand Line now, if you can believe it. I see. Be safe, Fabre. You too, Seni. God bless you, cause you need all the blessings you can get. Ka-chok. The very awkward conversation ended and Sengoku remained silent as he stared at the snail with a blank expression on his face. Who was that? Suru asked, bringing him out of his thoughts. Sengoku rubbed his face as he answered. A friend back when Garp and I were still starting out. He went into journalism at one point and eventually became the chief of the East Blue branch of Morgan's paper. He's retiring now, as you heard. He called about the incident that happened. Marines apparently attacked him too when he tried to reason with them. I see, Suru nodded as she clicked her tongue. I've lost a lot of friends because I work for the Marines too. Sengoku just nodded solemnly and leaned back in his chair. You ever think about retiring anytime soon? Not soon. Kujaku is climbing up the ranks rather quickly, she said with a smile on her face. I need to be here so that I can keep her away from the truly horrible things that go on in this organization. Sengoku nodded. I think I'll break, so, knock knock. Sengoku sighed as he came out of his thoughts and sat back up straight. Come in. A middle-aged man with slicked back light hair and a somewhat pointed nose walked in holding a few files. It was Tensai, also known as Kuroma, the director of the Marine Criminal Investigative Service. Ah, Kuroma, I wasn't expecting you so soon, Sengoku said, gesturing him to take a seat across from him. Yes, sir. The investigation has borne results. Okay, give me the bad news, Sengoku said, already knowing it was going to be bad. Kuroma nodded and started reading off of the numerous files he was holding. First off, the Marines who attacked the newspaper agency 4 days ago were all interrogated and found to be collaborators of some of the accused Marine lieutenants that were mentioned in the papers. They have been punished accordingly. Good. Now, about all the allegations themselves. We reached out to Chief Fabre and he provided us all the proofs that they received. We are still investigating some of the allegations, but so far, over 90% of the allegations are true. Sengoku and Suru sighed deeply. Few kingdoms have taken these allegations very seriously, as some of the towns and villages that were being mistreated fell into their jurisdictions. They have carried out their own personal investigations, found the allegations to be true, and have requested that the world government deal with the corrupt Marines lest they take matters into their own hands. More of a threat rather than a request, Suru grumbled. Yes, Kuroma nodded. Prominent of these threats is being made by Ban Dedeshine, Queen of Fraus Kingdom. She has hounded the Marines for answers and a call for action, twice a day, every day, for the past 4 days. She's not a patient woman, Sengoku groaned. She will look for an efficient solution if we don't do something soon. Yes, sir. There are other kingdoms demanding action too, but they are just for name's sake. Apart from that, you must be aware of Clockwork Island. Makino called too, Sengoku said, whining internally. Yes, but not to complain. The Marines stationed there are some of Garp's students, so they are actually asking if they could be of help in any way. Some of the accused Marines have disappeared, so I was thinking of sending Garp's students to investigate and capture them. Oh, one good news at least. Yes, let's use them. Yes, sir. The Revolutionary Army is also on the move in at least 4 kingdoms as far as we know. 3 of these are kingdoms where a war against the crown was already taking place. The news of the corrupt Marines is being blown out of proportion and people are being told that the whole world government, and by conjunction, the crown of the respective kingdoms, are also corrupt, and thus, the army is gaining more supporters. In one kingdom, we got news last night that the royal crown has already been overthrown and it is now a revolutionary army affiliated country. Sengoku's brows furrowed as he let out a deep sigh. Damn revolutionaries. One more incident hap. How many more you got? Sengoku asked with a frown. Many more, sir. Go on. Vice Admiral Garp was close to one of the accused Marines, so he went there, arrested all the corrupted ones and beat the entire Marine base into shape for being quiet and complicit. Sengoku rubbed her forehead, grumbling curses at his old friend. Well, that's actually good in a way. I'll tell him to visit a few more places. But he didn't follow any due process, Kuroma said, but it wasn't a protest, but just a statement. Yeah well, what's new? Sengoku scoffed, massaging his head. Just letting you know, sir. That's all, Kuroma said, clearing his throat. Tell Smoker to join in on the cleanup too. Sir, Smoker left his post a few days ago. What? Sengoku softly growled. Yes, sir, after losing to a pirate called Straw Hat Luffy, he left for the Grand Line to chase after him. Sengoku automatically grew annoyed at the mention of that name, but he ignored it. He just up and left? Which vice admiral is in charge of him? Ah, it didn't matter, sir. Captain Smoker's exact words were, "You don't tell me what to do." Sengoku sighed deeply and felt like tearing his hair out. Go on. Some riots and stoning incidents have happened to a few bases too. Until now, we've received 35 such reports. So, the masses are also riled up. But we expect it will die down soon enough. Suru picked up the newspaper where the allegations were published and sighed. The article ends with the author asking people to not stay quiet if they see injustice and, if possible, take matters into their hands by contacting the relevant authorities. So of course, there will be many who misinterpret that as take matters into your own hands and start riots. Let's be glad that the paper was circulated only in East Blue, Sengoku sighed. About that, sir, Kuroma spoke up. Oh no, big news, Morgans is mad that his people were attacked. Especially since Chief Fabre resigned. He is beyond furious, blaming his resignation on us, and has informed us that he will be publishing the same in all the blues and the Grand Line too. Sengoku felt like banging his head on his desk. Anything else? Yes, sir. We don't know if this is related, but the revolutionary dragon was spotted in Logatown a few days ago. Sengoku banged his fist on the desk angrily. That bastard is behind all this? Honestly, we don't know. But that's not what I was going to report. Kuroma paused before continuing. The food cache in East Blue that was scheduled to be shipped to the Celestial Dragons was attacked yesterday. What? Why is he acting now? Half the food disappeared while the oid. Kuroma continued before sliding a file towards Sengoku. We have received pictures, and it's not good. Sengoku opened it with apprehension and found pictures of a place that looked to be utterly ravaged. Huge battalions were destroyed and found a mile inland. Trees and houses smashed into smithereens. Traces of lightning and fires could be seen everywhere. The port was so utterly destroyed that it couldn't be called a port anymore. It honestly looked like a few natural disasters had ravaged the land one after the other. Except for the workers who were just hired to load the supplies and the slaves who have disappeared, everyone else was killed, Kuroma informed. This seems like, Suru eyed all the pictures for a while before saying, rage. Yes, Sengoku agreed with a grim look. If I didn't know any better, I would say Dragon was blowing off some steam here. What reason would he have to do this at this point in time? He grumbled, not knowing he was right with his first guess. He just grit his teeth in frustration and closed the file. I'm not dealing with this. Pass this up to the Gorosei. Let their knights deal with this. Yes, sir. We done here? He asked, annoyance leaking into his voice. Not yet. A few slave traders were also exposed in the article with whom the corrupt Marines were collaborating. We followed up and found a big network of slavers. A particular name keeps popping up as the destination for where the slaves are being taken, but we are finding it hard to pinpoint where the place is exactly. It's called Tequila Wolfen. Forget about it. Sengoku interrupted blankly. Kuroma stared at Sengoku for a few moments before nodding. Yes, sir. He then collected all the papers that had anything to do with Tequila Wolf in his files, walked up to a trash can and threw them away, while Sengoku and Suru just stared ahead blankly. That is all, sir, Kuroma said, going for the door, and Sengoku nodded. Kuroma was about to walk out but hesitated for a second. This is unrelated, but there was a strange incident that occurred a couple of hours ago. What? It's nothing important. Just strange, that's all. He fished out a sheet of paper and handed it over. This got printed out of nowhere. It isn't a picture but just a text message, which is already weird. But what's even weirder is that we can't seem to figure out who sent it. It's like the snail printed it with no prompt from anyone. We're looking for any defects in the machine right now, But I think the message is addressed to you, am I right? Sengoku saw what the message was and his face hardened. His eyes flared up in annoyance and he grew furious as his brain made a few connections. Yes, this is addressed to me. Leave it be, he said coldly. Kuroma just nodded awkwardly and with a goodbye, left. As soon as the door closed, Sengoku banged his fists on his desk and growled, "It's that annoying brat that's behind all this. I should have known." "What are you talking about?" Suru said as she walked over to see what was written on the sheet of paper. "How many desks have you broken, Sen?" Laughing face realization dawned on Suru's face. "Are you telling me Luffy was the one behind all this?" Morgan and Nezumi were in that list of accused Marines. Sengoku spat. "I should have realized it the moment I saw those names. He's definitely involved somehow." Sengoku growled. But Suru just chuckled, causing him to snap at her. "You're laughing? Hey, the boy did tell us that he would be butting heads with all the corrupt Marines. You're just too close to this to notice now, but in a few years, you'll look back and see that this is a good thing." "Yeah, sure." Sengoku spat furiously. "I have to clean all this up. So many Marine lieutenant positions need to be filled now. All the Marines that are found to be guilty need to be investigated, stripped off and replaced. That will take a lot of resources and we are already stretched thin. We also have to fast-track training and employ more Marines now. And that will just result in incompetent Marines being promoted quicker, which will in turn lead to more corrupt assholes, which will in turn lead to more tragedies. Don't you get it? This is not the way." "Well, I would agree with you." Suru smiled bitterly. "But with the way things are currently, you can't use that excuse. Things will only get worse than it is now," Sengoku snapped furiously. "Things are already worse. If we had a solution, sure, the kid is wrong. But when we have none, you can't expect people to just stay still and not do anything, hoping that things will eventually get better." "Whose side are you on?" Sengoku growled. "Don't take your anger out on me," Suru said calmly, and Sengoku glared at her for a few seconds before hanging his head low. "Sorry, I know you are." Sengoku sighed as he stared at the message, especially the laughing face at the end. What the hell does a :D even mean? Is that how he signs the message? Is he referring to the will of D? Does he KN? PFF'd. Suru spluttered out a laugh. "Will of D," he says, "Pfhehehehe. What's so funny? Hee. Young people use it in letters these days." Suru educated him as she amusedly rotated the piece of paper. "Kujaku uses it too. It's supposed to be a smiley face." "Oh," Sengoku blinked dumbly at the now upright smiley face. For some reason, his annoyance and anger flared up even higher as he stared at the face. It really got on his nerves. It felt like it was mocking him, laughing at his misery. He reflexively punched it in rage and his anger only rose higher when his desk broke. And still, the smiley face stared up at him from the broken debris, laughing at him.